Hello and welcome to day one of NASA Season 5 playoffs. I'm here with Sloth, and we have a great matchup on our hand, the 1 seed against the 3 seed, PPL versus Flying Blobos. And we're pretty close to getting to map 1 here, but what do you think about this series, Sloth?
I mean, it's an exciting series, and it's a series that definitely holds some weight to it as well, right? PPL not having lost a series just yet this season, have something to continue to prove that they are the favorites going into playoffs like this. And Flying Blobos, on the other hand, as well, having a very important series here to prove that they are going to be playing for this season win as well. And more importantly, we have maps, everything. We're playing Night Market, we're playing Clarion, we're playing AtLab, all going, but we're already going into the Night Market game now. Any ideas or any thoughts about the draft that has been selected?
Yeah, PPL banning Juno is a little interesting to me because I think Fire Madden has been playing now and Kai really all season. The Flying Blobos team has gone through some changes. They started with Pensando, and now Spartan has been there. They've won every single game since Spartan was added to this roster. So it's a team who has won 5 in a row against a team who won all 9 games this year. So two teams, one of them has to lose here finally, but a lot of combined wins so far. And yeah, getting into this first map, I think it's an interesting draft, but Flying Blobos has to be pretty comfortable with the picks that they've got here.
Yeah, most definitely. The picks do seem to be in the comfort levels. And again, I feel like it is another time where just the emphasis is on speed for one of the teams, right? You have a Mako, you have a Kai, just really going around the map, zooming. Alphamy on the Zentaro as well, with the explosive entrance, having such a long dash range to work with. And it's an explosive game, as you can see by the fact that both teams have already lost both of their barriers.
Yeah, and that dash range also coming into effect from Loom, who got the double barrier there now. Fire Madden trying to get the core here to Alphamy, who gets the speed gate pushing through, but not going to be able to get through that sentry turret. Still a little bit of damage coming out, but no KO so far. And Alphamy getting close to that flip, as well as Fire Madden, but doesn't use the energy burst there and gets taken down. So now the power play for PPL, Average Alex pushing ahead. Spartan with the cage catches Average Alex, but not the core, but they're able to stay alive. Spartan almost has a core flip, so does Fiery. Whoever gets it first might get this point, and it is Fiery. The flip gets the KO and the goal.
Important goal and a really good KO as well in terms of experience, giving that extra little bit of a lead towards the side of PPL here as they take this first goal. I also really like actually the team comp that PPL has gone for here, because the Now and the Asher, we've seen even just yesterday how strong that combination of these two characters are together, how threatening they can be if they are given enough speed and given enough tools to work with. And add on top of that Bloom with the explosive entrance on the Amy, on that eject button in net. That's a lot of offensive pressure that can be built and played around with here.
Yeah, it's been the Showtime composition and a lot of success yesterday. So far, they have the first point. Great save by Spartan there on the goal. And now Alphamy dashing ahead and redirects it. A great goal there. So 1-1 here and back and forth both of these points so far.
Back and forth indeed. It doesn't look like any one team currently has a clear hold on the other. As I said, Bloom with an absolute insane KO to be found there. It takes one barrier, takes the second one. PPL Legends now trying to get the goal and sign this off, but not quite able to translate it in the end, as the core is bouncing around the midfield here.
Yeah, and Average Alex maybe going a little bit too much for a mix-up there. Maybe had the bottom shot, but sent it back up to Spartan, who is able to survive this power play, but Fiery with the dribble. I think one thing you've seen already is that the only forward without that spark of resilience is Alphamy, and he's the one who's been KO'd 2 times. So something to look for. That explosive entrance obviously too good to pass up, but it means that he has a bit of a target on his back here.
Target on his back indeed, and on top it off also, Zentaro does have some funny interactions with that dash if it's close to an edge, but even funnier are these attacks. Not in a bad way, simply because both barriers again are dropping, and it's just so efficient from both sides, right? Again, you can see it on that Flying Blobos here taking 2 barriers and really swiftly then Alphamy setting up the dashes to confirm the goal as well. Just great play from both teams so far.
Yeah, that dash range has been huge for Alphamy so far. He's found both of those goals off of it. Now going to look for the third. This is a really big first set to win for either team in these drafts, especially with the spark start and so many players having them. Average Alex now dribbling ahead. Bloom with that dash range has been so powerful. Good flip by Spartan, keeps it alive for now, but Fiery still looming with the energy burst of his own. Now uses it, but great strike layering from Spartan and Fire Madden keeps it alive. They're all taking the damage as it stayed in this corner, and now they finally do get the barrier. So Bloom pushing ahead, trying to get to average Alex, but Alphamy does disrupt, but Spartan goes down. Firemadden's gonna have to play goalie here. Alphamy gets one barrier, but whiffs the flip, so staying alive. Firemadden now pushing ahead, and 2 seconds more to stall for Spartan, who does come back. So they survive the power play. The goalie went down, but they're still alive. Firemadden now going ahead and forces the flip out of Maloom, but wow, a crazy bounce off the bottom there, and it is PPL who gets that first set.
An incredibly tight angle to be found there from Alex. Really well played. And this first set is also important because you now have priorities on all of these awakenings, right? You have another Spark that can be picked up by Fiery or Alex. You have Among Titans with such a high base value awakening as well. A lot of speed to be enabling both of these very fast team comps. And you do see it as well, Alex picking up that second Spark, making sure that that scaling starts as early as possible. And you absolutely love getting multiple Sparks if you're already in a winning position in terms of sets.
Yeah, and I think that extra speed going to average Alex kind of means that the Kai has to go for the Among Titans to try to keep up. Size not as important on Zen as some other brawlers, but I think that pickup is kind of necessary at this point for Fireman to be able to keep up in the midfield. So that'll make for an interesting dynamic. That size will make it harder to strike war, but it does make Alphamy bigger, and hopefully he's able to use that to his advantage now with the size and the dash range.
Yeah, most definitely, and we can already see it coming into play a little bit as Alphamy is just, again, being a menace up front, making sure that there's so much pressure being put onto the side of PP Legends, but they're doing a good job defending so far, holding on to this one last barrier, and Alphamy now also considerably low here, needs to be careful. Again, the fact that there is no Spark of Resilience on the Centauro really coming into play.
Yeah, getting pushed out a lot and finally KO'd there by the Asher, so it'll have to be another power play hold for Spartan and Firemadden. They've had to do a lot of them so far and have done a good job. It was a competitive first set, but still, I believe every single KO in this game so far has been from PPL on the side of Flying Globos. So Alphamy gonna try to do his mest to stay alive more often here. Bloom has the energy burst, doesn't have to use it yet, but sends out the turret. Will stall the play a little bit, but Firemadden pushing ahead now with Alphamy. The dash misses, but Firemadden with the bird. The barrage does force out the flip, so they have a chance now. Firemadden and Alphamy both close to flip. Firemadden has it now, dribbling, and the Giga in the middle. A great play there, sets it up, doesn't have to use the flip, and first goal in the set goes to Flying Globos.
Yeah, Firemadden just really great at noticing that Bloom was waiting a little bit too long there and takes great advantage of it with the Giga Blast to confirm that goal. Well executed, but again, core has been played out. We are in kickoff now. We have two flips, one coming up from Firemadden here as well, but doesn't really quite find a target as Bloom makes use of that aiming aggression, gets one jump, gets a second jump, just keeps the core in enemy half. It's so difficult to really get the core back to an attacking position for Flying Globos. But they do find the strikes in the end to get something going here. Firemadden rather low, needs to be careful not to be taken off of the map. Alphamy has a flip to their name as well if they do need to use it, and uses it to KO confirm on Fiery. Power play in favor of Flying Globos now.
Yeah, great holds from Spartan twice in the corner there. I was going to say it'd give them a power play, but that is short-lived as Alphamy goes down on the edge again to the energy burst. So Firemadden gonna have to control this midfield, not able to, and the core flip from Spartan a little bit too late and leaves him vulnerable. Fiery with the KO, and back and forth we go again.
A very back and forth game. That's what you love to see, right? That's what you love to see when you come into a playoffs like this, where both of the teams, they're here to take it all. They're here to play their best, and they're not giving each other anything for free. And you can see that by both teams here, because there's just back-to-back points scored.
Yeah, and this Asher ultimate and Amy ultimate have been such a brutal combo for Spartan to try to defend at the goal line here. And there, Bloom with the dash range gets a double stun. So a second goal rather quickly that time for PPL. Just a little bit too much. These creations are proving difficult for Flying Globos to hold on against.
Yeah, Mako's doing a really good job on the defensive end, but there's really only so much you can do when you have an Asher in your face and an Owl right behind it to enable that Asher even further. And you can start to see it as well here. Again, flying PPL on the attack, uses a flip but doesn't find anything with it. Matter of fact, Fiery gets taken off the map completely. Power play for Flying Globos now. They do have two flips with their name as well, but Alex doing a wonderful job holding it off in the midfield. Spartan has to walk up, use the flip to get an attack going. They find one barrier, cannot find the second one just yet though, and one gets found in return as now Alex walks up, has flipped soon as well, and Fiery finds an even bigger KO. Power play now in favor of PPL.
Yeah, smart play by Spartan to try to get that power play going, but now he's left without a flip in the corner, and Fiery finds it. So Average Alex uses the flip of his own, but it's matched by Alphamy, who has a flip. So if they can get it to him on the offensive end, that's going to be what they need to keep this set alive. But the core goes off the now primary. Spartan able to save it, but so much defense having to be played here. Not able to find a dangerous cross clear, but had the timing right, so Bloom not able to find it there. Alphamy now uses the flip and finds the KO. They have a power play. Let's see if they can convert this time. Pass up to Fireman, who has the speed. Down to Alphamy, a great pass again. Gigablast doesn't find anything, but Alphamy pushing against this turret. They do time out the power play, but both goals open now.
Both goals open. Alphamy gets a bit low, taking a lot of damage from that Amy turret while it was still up, but has recovered since. Fiery now trying to walk up, doesn't have quite the flip to respond to Spartans though. As Core is now again bouncing around. Bloom doing a really good job holding off the Core from enemy side, but Alphamy with a nice dash and a nice redirect will just slot it right in.
Yeah, fantastic control by Fireman in the corner and set up Alphamy, who is just so comfortable on this Centauro. We talked about how it was a comfort draft for Flying Blobos, and you're seeing that there. A lot of control from Fireman with all the speed from the Among Titans. Alphamy has been doing a great job converting these setups. Alphamy now almost has a flip, so does Fireman. Spartan the only one really with no energy in this point so far, so it's going to be another close 0.5. Fiery does whiff the flip there, which is going to be important now. Passing ahead, the turret and Bloom's dash proving too much, and Average Alex sends it down. Another close set, but it is PPL converting once again.
It's a close set, but it's a second set for PPL, and it's yet again an MVP for Alex. Looking at these Awakenings here, you have that peak performance that I'm kind of expecting to be picked up here, considering the fact that Alex does have 2 sparks to their name already. Peak performance will give even more speed, and that will be just the case.
Yeah, just a fantastic build for Average Alex. That's going to be really hard to come back. Obviously, they're not going to let Centauro get that perfect form, so we'll have to be left with the 1-2 punch. They haven't really been able to find KOs, and the now has so much stagger now that it's going to be difficult. So that 1-2 punch probably going to be more for scoring than KOing, but it does seem like PPL got what they needed to hopefully finish out this set quick for them. A lot of cooldowns on the Amy, and the perfect form on Asher just going to prove to be a lot for Spartan to handle.
Yeah, a lot of cooldowns going into Spartan's way there with that perfect form, but as of right now, Flying Globals are on the attack, trying to get the second barrier, not quite able to find it though. Core is being controlled by Spartan on the defense, but it seems to be a little bit too much, as Bloom with a nice turret and Fiery up front with the Asher will be able to get both of the barriers down. Now attack still going for PPL, nice clear from Spartan, will defuse the situation for now, but for how long will it last?
Yeah, trying to make this two-pronged attack as they get it past Fireman, so that'll stall it out a little bit, but just so much speed with that Among Titans that he's able to keep up for now. It just really has been this Asher, the stuffing power has been so important. Not able to get it yet, but the Asher ultimate is there. They get it past, and the Mako ultimate's able to match it, so they survive for now. Spartan forces out the flip, but they keep the point alive. Now Alphamy right on the goal line, uses it to get that goal open. Good clear by Spartan to get it out of the way, but Fireman just not quite on the same page and misses it. So an unfortunate first point for PPL as a lack of communication from Flying Blobos there.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate for Flying Globos, but they are still very much in this game. They're 2 sets down, but they have a lot of attacks going. They have a lot of chances going. It's just about getting through that final push and getting it through Bloom, who's been doing so well on the Amy this game. You can see it again as well. These jumps of upwards are just really so threatening because they just add so much to the attack of PPL.
Yeah, and I don't think Spartan has been able to hold those secondaries for quite as long as they would want because the Asher just so good at canceling that and has so many cooldowns. Good hold by Spartan there as Bloom comes in to help on the offense once again. Fiery they force the flip out here to try to not get KO'd. Good secondary by Spartan, so they keep the barrier alive once again. Fireman a little bit low, but Fiery more so, and has no energy, but Alphamy's looking for the score, not the KO. Fireman now pushing ahead, but gets disrupted by the Amy turret again. Alphamy now turns around and does find the KO, so a power play for Flying Blobos. Unfortunate bounce off the middle there, but Spartan keeping it in control, and now Alphamy with the speed gate pushing ahead. This might be what they need as Fiery does come back, so now no more power play, but does get it in the middle, but the whiffed core flip means no goal yet. But now Fireman with a great find to the bottom. Alphamy dashes for good measure, and it is a point responded by Flying Blobos.
An important point that is, and overall as well, the energy economy being slightly in favor of Flying Global, Spartan having that flip available as well if he does need to use it on the defensive end. So hopefully being able to now hold a more aggressive line here as they're trying to get the barrier down from PPL. Find one, can they find a second one? They do just in time. Fireman and also walking up trying to get the core. Spartan passing down. Flip still on Spartan's hands if he does need to use it defensively. Is being attacked by Mloom, but gets it cleanly out of the turret. Yet again, just no barrier drop just yet, and I had to curse it. One barrier is down. Second one is not following suit, as a beautiful flip will clear that situation. And again, Spartan doing such a good job on his Mako, holding on to the second barrier, not giving PPL anything for free here.
Yeah, fantastic control, and if they can get it out, this Mako secondary should be close. Might not need it. Fireman passes ahead. Bloom into the corner, does use the flip, so they stay alive, but Alphamy and Fireman both on the verge of a flip. That could be what they need to get this second point. Spartan passes it down now. The glitch pop doesn't disrupt it too much, and Alphamy dashing ahead, but does whiff the core flip that time, so it'll be a little bit harder for them to score. Fireman now pushing ahead with the Giga to himself, doesn't quite get it, not quite enough speed to get it down to Alphamy there. Flip is finally used, but not to much avail. And now the goalie does go down, and Average Alex tried to primary, didn't use the flip, so a second point for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Mloom being a little bit too close to the edge there, not expecting that Centauro damage with that extra special 1-2 and explosive. It's just enough to take him off of the map, and they realize they had such a great score off of it as well. Again, Core going onto the defensive end of PPL as one barrier drops. Fireman and trying to set himself up to get a second one here as well, but Alex and Mloom doing such a good job diffusing the situation pretty swiftly. Spartan completely caging in Fiery, but not really enough, as it just simply walks out of it.
Yeah, the Asher with stagger as well, so able to eat those hits. Alphamy now has been in control of this set, pushes ahead, gets out the flip, and the dash finds it. This might be what they need to find their first set. Alphamy now with the ultimate in the corner, doesn't quite find it, pass ahead to Fireman, but struck into Bloom's dash. The core flip, though, by Fiery is whiffed, so that might be the chance they have to finally not get to a 0.5, be able to take one. Great save from Spartan there, and now has the secondary. So the forwards of Flying Globos have the speed, but they're not quite able to get it over the midfield line, and another turret is going to make it difficult. The Mako ultimate whiffs, and Fiery just forces it in with that primary once again.
Fiery doing what Asher does best, just sitting in front of the goal and saying, hey, if I'm getting core, it's going to go in. And it was displayed so nicely there as well, as again, we find ourselves in another 0.5. Both times they went in favor of PPL. Flying Globos now trying to change that as they're holding the core control, trying to get something going, but Fiery with a lovely primary will take one barrier and the second one right after. Mloom now dropping that flip as well. Fiery in a 1v1 with Spartan. Spartan does have a flip available to his name if he does need to use it. He drops it in the end. One barrier dropping on the side of PPL as well now. Alphamy has a flip, tries to use it, doesn't quite get a good angle though. Meanwhile, Fireman then getting close to a flip of their own though.
And maybe used it a little bit too far from the barrier there, but now pushing ahead and able to get it through that turret. Like you said, Fireman about one hit away from a flip of his own, and they're able to hold the Mako secondary for now, but they do get pushed back on defense. Fireman now with that barrage does have the core flip. They're going to need to use it here and find this last goal if they're not going to find the same story as these first two sets. Uses it now and does get it around Fiery, so they're sending it ahead. Nobody getting the speed gate, but now they do have it. They send it down to Fireman, just a little bit scared of this Amy and all the dash range. They keep it alive for now, and the dash does miss. Alphamy now close to a flip in that 1-2 punch, almost enough core speed, but not quite now. Spartan with the dribble, a little bit scary there, but still staying alive. And Alphamy, he can get this core flip. They'll be in great position. Spartan with a good cage there, so they keep it alive, sending it ahead to Fireman. Not able to get it over this midfield line consistently enough for him to be close, but he does use it now, forces the flip out from Bloom, who's sending it ahead. Spartan has a core flip and mispositions just a little bit there, so they're forced to use it. The Giga Blast sending ahead to Alphamy, who's not able to find the angle yet. Great pass by Fireman, and Alphamy times the glitch pop. Finally a 0.5 found for Flying Blobos.
A long point, but very much a deserved one for Flying Globos. Now they're looking for so many awakenings in this draft, and they're also hoping that not too many great ones are in here. Looking at the draft itself, you do have Heavy Impact, you have a Hotshot, you have the Deadeyes as well, maybe for the Amy. We'll see who's going to opt for what, and most importantly, I didn't even see it. There's another Spark in there, and that one has to be denied off of Average Alex.
Yeah, and really importantly for Flying Blobos, the two people picking ahead of Fireman are the ones without Sparks. So Fireman's actually able to get that for himself, get a little bit more stagger. And normally Kai, easy to KO, but with the two Sparks with Resilience, Stagger, Swagger as well, it shouldn't be too easy. And Alphamy getting that heavy impact along with the 1-2 punch and explosive entrance, really, Flying Blobos might be able to turn this around and get more KOs of their own. Alphamy was the one getting KO'd early in this game, but now it looks like Flying Blobos might have that capability.
They definitely do. It kind of depends on how they want to end up using their abilities, because I feel like Alphamy would have the opportunity to just kind of sit on Loom, but is not allowed to do that, as a nice edge KO is being found by PPL. Yes, there's a lot of damage coming into Xantaro's Awakening draft there, but that doesn't matter because the KOs are still being found by PPL. So they find a barrier in that power play, not quite able to find a second one though, but another KO from Fiery, Alphamy being a little bit too close to the edge yet again, as another attack is going into the defense of Flying Blobo. Spartan has to use the flip to hold on to the barrier, but in the end loses it as well, and Loom, making such great use of that Amy as well, finds a KO for his team, and a nice finish in the end from PPL.
Yeah, they were the ones who end up getting KO'd, and they were just playing on the back foot the entire time there. So just going to have to regroup and not get those easy KOs. I do agree. I think Alphamy, if he's able to just sit on Bloom, that's how they were able to get a few of those points the last time, and now so much more damage with the heavy impact. But they have to be able to hold on these kickoffs at least and get to the opportunity. They can do that. Fireman now matches the flip from Average Alex. So pushing ahead, a lot of energy on the side of Flying Blobos, so they could easily respond here. Pushing ahead now, Loom with the dash, trying to help that offense, and they are doing a great job. They get the second barrier and keep it open. The dashes from Loom have just been so important in this game. Has a core flip defensively. Alphamy uses that far away, but does find it with the dash and also forces out the flip. Fireman now uses the flip of his own, pushing ahead, trying to get it there. Alphamy has all this dash range, pushing ahead. It's the primary, but well struck by Average Alex, who has all those cooldowns, all that speed. Pushing ahead now into the corner, and a great flick to the top, but what a save by Blue, but the angle just slightly going backwards, so it's not quite enough.
Slightly unfortunate there, almost getting that strike to then clear the situation as well, but the goal does drop in the end, putting us in an even 1-1 score again. Both Alphamy and Fireman don't really have any energy to them. Spartan has a flip to use on a defensive end though, if it is required. Alphamy down to being half HP again and taken off again. Alex playing a KO character apparently on that now. Just doing so much damage there as well. Fiery and Alex both have a flip soon as available. Are they going to be able to get anything out of this power play though? Fireman being so annoying in that midfield as that Kai, just really not letting Core get into any offensive positioning there, as a flip now goes on from Alex.
Yeah, great timing by Fiery to set up the stun, so Spartan's flip buffered, and they got it, but KO'd again is Alphamy, just not able to stay alive against this Amy, and then now really it's Spartan who's having to deal with the Asher, but they're still finding those KOs. A tight clear by Spartan almost goes into that now primary, but they do stay alive. I think Fireman's been doing a great job in these power plays, keeping control and keeping it alive. So now dribbling ahead, Alphamy going to try to stay alive, and Spartan doing a good job to evade back in the goal line as they push ahead. Dribbled up, but what a strike by Fireman, who has all that speed, finds it through everyone. Spartan has to let go of the secondary, and no flips defensively yet, but Alphamy with a great job to cut that off, but down goes Spartan. Fireman gonna have to hold on to this, has the energy burst, but everyone whiffs their strikes, so doesn't have to use it yet. Now, used right after losing the strike ward. Great patience there from Fireman, and the core is going backwards. Sending it ahead now, Loom not able to use the flip, but a great pass by Alex up to Fiery, does get a second point, puts us on map point for PPL.
And you could just really see that strength in that Bloom Amy here, with the Twin Drive, with the Explosive, and with the Deadeye, just being such a threat to Spartan. Every single time Spartan does step a little bit too far back, it immediately gets caught by that Amy and will be translated into KO. Talking about KOs though, Alphamy being able to secure a KO on Alex, as they now have a power play in favor of Flying Blobos. Can they get the second barrier? They're looking for it, but Fiery being rather annoying, not allowing any of these strikes to just simply go towards the barrier.
Yeah, even against all the speed of the Kai, able to hold on there, so they're not able to get the goal open. Alphamy almost getting KO'd there, but it feels like once Flying Blobos is able to get past that kickoff stage, they're able to convert so consistently. Alphamy's been doing a great job, just needs to stay alive through the beginning of these points, and they do so far, but now both goals open as not quite overtime yet. Alphamy pushing ahead. Fireman, nobody in the midfield is going to have a flip in this point, it looks like. So pushing ahead, Spartan has one of his own now and able to hold the secondary. All this speed, Alphamy and Fireman closing in, and the strikes are just too much. Bloom with nowhere to go.
You just didn't really have a clear angle anymore at that point because Firemadden was covering the entirety of the top half with all of that speed, using that middle speed gate as well, just enabling that Kai so much, and hitting it down will just have it send it into Alchemy again. So really not a solid answer for him there, but PPL is answering immediately back in this point as they take both barriers. Alchemy has to flip as well to prevent the score. Firemadden has a flip to his name if he doesn't need it, and again, by the way, another 0.5.
Yeah, another 0.5, our fourth set here in a row. Alphamy pushing ahead now, and like I was saying, once they get past this early kickoff portion, it feels like Flying Blobos is able to stabilize, but they're going to have to deal with this flip of Average Alex. Sent ahead, not quite into the dash from Loom, so they're able to keep it there, but still back on the defensive end. Pushing ahead, Fireman doing a good job winning these strike wars to not let it get to Fiery, who just has all that stuffing power. Pass to the bottom now, but Loom able to get it out of there with the dash, and down goes Fireman. Sorry, down goes Alphamy, so Fireman's going to have to hold on to this, pushing ahead. All the speed, going to have to disrupt, but a great evade from Fiery means that the Mako ult does encage him, and Average Alex just wins the strike war. So many 0.5s, such a close game, but it's PPL who's able to convert when it mattered.
Yeah, and I feel like PPL just had such a great way of playing, and their team comp just really worked well together as well, because you do have like a rather difficult situation to defend against, because you have a Now and an Asher coming your way, just being that force that you seemingly cannot get the core through if executed correctly, but you also can't really swap to the other side because you have an Amy in enemy goal. She's just going to jump right on top of that and take control of the core again. So really well played by PPL, really understanding what their team comp is wanting to do in this game and executing on it perfectly.
Yeah, nine goals for Flying Blobos, but only one set in that game. Just 0.5 over and over again. But like you said, the team comp of PPL and how they were playing it, I think once they won those kickoffs, they were just in such good position to take care of the points. So first map does go to PPL, and that was their pick. So we'll be going to Flying Blobos map pick of Clarion Test Chamber. Will be interesting to see if the draft changes, because like I was saying, PPL banned the Juno, which was a pick for them when Pensando was around, but I think not as much of a priority now. So we'll see if they catch on to that or if they keep going for it.
It could also just be a matchup thing, right? But I would be expecting that the Juno might hold a little bit of a less priority, especially because I feel like on Clarion Test Chamber, it's not a bad pick overall, but I feel like there's just a lot stronger picks going around right now. And you saw with Firemadden, yes, it was a win for PPL this game, but Firemadden was doing such a good job on Kai. And I feel like Kai, again, being such a strong pick on a map like Clarion Test Chamber, might be something that they're going to be looking at, right? Something that they might want to disable. Or they're just going to go down the exact same route again and just say, you know what, this Now Asher stuff that worked really well for us, we don't care if we can get something like a Kai or something that can match our speed. We'll just run it back. And then the question is obviously here, what is Flying Blobos going to do against that? Are they going to allow that, or are they going to be adjusting their own draft plan?
Yeah, I would imagine they go for the Now themselves and let Average Alex be on the Kai. I think just maybe able to hold on a little bit more of space control. Even though Fireman was looking great on the Kai pick, I think those are really his two priorities. And it might just depend on the awakenings for which one is strong. But I would expect to possibly see both midfielders on those two picks once again. Just comfort for both of these midfielders. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it switches around. If I know Spartan does have an Amy and a bit of a Now goalie as well, so they could pick it as something like a flex, or if they continue to go for that play style that we saw a whole lot yesterday of the melee goalie, the Asher or some bruiser in the front, and the speed in the midfield.
Yeah, and I feel like looking at the awakenings for the next game, we do have Spark of Strength and we have a Monumentalist. So now definitely going to be in the priority list here. I would argue if you're not able to first pick it, there's even a chance that it might be banned away. We'll see how they're going to be approaching that, because that Monumentalist being such a strong awakening for now, just having such big area to just influence the play. And obviously synergizing so well with other awakenings, like potential heavy impact as well. Bans coming through, PPL opting to ban out the Atlas and Flying Blobos taking out the Rune. So now is open. I'm expecting that to get first picked.
Yeah, I guess I was wrong. I was thinking Flying Blobos were blue team this time, but yeah, PPL I would expect would go for the now here, but actually going for the Finny, which is really interesting. So going to be going for more of a damage playstyle, and I would expect Flying Blobos to pick up the now that it's there. Flying Blobos did not want to deal with Bloom's Rune, which you've seen quite a few times. Just able to hold on to that. But yeah, the first pick Finny, a bit of an interesting pick. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I am slightly surprised by it. Obviously, Finny really great for in the damage department, right? And also doing a good job in control wise. I'm not even quite sure what the best awakening is to go on her here because both Monumentalist and Spark of Strength have their own benefit. Monumentalist making that ultimate so difficult to deal with, basically keeping the core stuck. You almost need to have like a 3 or 4 strike combination to get the core out of that ultimate. But on the other hand, Spark of Strength being such a great snowball awakening if you're going down the damage route and looking at the rest of these picks, that Amy and the X also going to over 2 PPL here, I feel like it might even be that Spark of Strength just trying to take him off of the map completely. It doesn't really matter if you have a now with a Monumentalist if she's not on the map.
Yeah, and Flying Blobos looks like they're going for the Asher goalie here. So a little bit of a switch around. PPL did ban out that Atlas. But yeah, interesting if you go for the Finny midfield and the Amy goalie, or if you go for the Finny goalie and the Amy midfield. I could see it either way around. But yeah, if they're really going to go for damage, I can see either pick being valid here. So yeah, looking at the awakenings, it'll be interesting for what they go in. But yeah, Flying Blobo is really going for the same type of composition, just switching from the Mako over to the Asher here. The Mako was available, so I guess probably just more of a comfort thing on this map in particular. But I am interested in why they didn't just go for the Mako again.
Yeah, it could also just be a thing of matchups, right? The Mako into the X might be a little bit more difficult to execute than an Asher that can just plop down a primary and just be a solid wall, right? So it could be a comfortability thing, it could be a matchup thing. We have yet to see. And also looking at PPL's team comp, it now also very much makes sense to me to take out the Atlas because if you're going for a damage comp, you're not wanting to play into Atlas and now at the same time because that would be way too much sustainability. So throughout the entire draft, there a very clear game plan, I feel like, for the side of PPL.
Yeah, and shades of Bozo Bunch who we saw with that upset yesterday, going likely for the Finny goalie here and all that damage. So just refusing to go for the Showtime meta of those melee goalies and instead going for what worked last game and what worked for them all season. So they're going to look to 2-0, finish this series out 2-0, and Flying Blobo see if they can respond on their own map pick. They do have Fireman on the now, which I think is his most comfortable pick. And with that Monumentalist, could really dominate. But it'll be a target for PPL with that damage comp to go for. So interesting to see whose playstyle is able to prevail here. This is really going for the same things as last game.
Yeah, and considering the fact that we are on Clarion Corp here as well, do keep in mind that all of these maps favor differing playstyles. So it's going to come down to what maps we will be seeing within the sets as well and in what order. Because if you're starting off on a damage map for Clarion, the side of PPL obviously going to be a lot more happy than the side of Flying Globos.
Yeah, and it is going to be Finny in the midfield. So really interesting, and Bloom staying on that Amy pick, which was so powerful last game. But Finny midfield on this map with the Monumentalist, not something you see a whole lot. So it's obviously something they're comfortable enough to pick here in playoffs, but will be interesting to see what Average Alex does with that pick as they're pushing ahead. Alchemy taking a bit of damage so far, but not getting KO'd quite as much as we saw last game, but it is starting to ramp up in this middle. Nobody's even going for it as they're just attacking each other. Average Alex getting damage now a bit and still sitting at level 1. Spartan with this Asher still holding on for now, almost doubled there, but not quite. But it's Average Alex who's able to steal the middle from Alphamy, who thought he had it. Great dash by Spartan to keep that alive. And now these Monumentalist ults in the corner are going to be what they're going for. But Fiery, right as they think they have a power play, takes out the goalie, pushing ahead now and trying to take out Fireman as well. Alphamy has this core flip, going to try to help on the defense, and they do stall that out, but Spartan's still not back.
Yeah, Bob, the 3v3 back in play now. Flip on Alphamy and on Looms. Let's see who's going to be using it first. Fiery tries to get a dash here, but Spartan cleanly defending that. Core is in the side of Flying Globos, but not quite in a dangerous situation just yet. Fiery now has the orb though, and with just a normal strike will send the core red.
Yeah, that Spark of Strength giving enough power to make it red in the middle there. And Yeah, I think Spartan goes for the Pauldrons, interestingly, this game. I think we were talking about going for that over the Mako. I think it's really just tired of getting shoved in by the Asher last game, and the X able to do similar things, so just going for that pushing power of the Asher to match it, but a much different game plan than the Mako because you don't have that speed, especially on power plays. So going to be difficult. Alphamy getting KO'd, getting damaged rather, all point, and now the secondary just tossing him around, and he's not able to be a part of this play. Fireman and Spartan just having to play defense the whole time, but they are able to survive to an even game state, and Fiery finding himself low here.
Not really able to participate in any attack. It's going to try to walk up here, but it is more so just a potential threat of a strike than anything else. Flip coming out from Average Alex, followed by the Monumentalist Finny there, keeping the core in a very dangerous position. But again, the side of Flying Globals holding on to the core and holding on to the defense pretty well as they find the KO on Fiery as well. Alex down to half HP, core almost taking their own barrier there, but the power play is now being set up, trying to get an attack going, but again, early intercepts from Loom, from Alex, really disallow any kind of attack from being built here, as the barrier does drop in the end. Spartan has a flip if he does need to use it. It gets a bit iffy, but doesn't have to use it quite yet. Fiery being a nuisance with that X Maximus up front, almost finding some very lethal damage, but also almost getting taken out himself completely.
Yeah, both brawlers getting damaged pretty consistently early on, and the fact that Spartan went for the Pauldrons and the Spark of Strength means that in overtime, the strikes are just red coring. So much speed. Gonna try to send it ahead to Alphamy. Mixes up with the primary and the dash, but not quite able to get it. Not able to convert on this power play either, and both looking a bit low. So now that Fiery's back, they're gonna look to respond with another KO. Fireman pushing ahead with those huge secondaries with the Monumentalist. Middle gets popped to try to close off the end, but Alphamy and Fireman just standing a little bit on top of each other, not able to KO, and Alphamy does go down to that Fiery primary. So Fiery trying to get pushed out here by Spartan, but not able to do it, and Average Alex with the flip in the corner finds that second point.
Yeah, this game so far really just giving a pretty strong sense of just brawling. Almost like both of these teams are missing out on maybe potential Bestie Brawl or something, who knows, because they've just been fighting. And Alphamy, again, down to like 1 HP almost immediately. There's just so much damage being shot back and forth between both of these teams. One barrier down from both of them now. Obviously, the Bouncy Castle being a little bit more difficult to control where the core is going to be going here. So a little bit of an edge for the team that has a bit more control on the side of Flying Blobos. But again, like it's hard to really do anything in terms of control if your HP bar is just going down consistently, because you're just getting harassed back to back by Loom, by Alex on that Finny and Amy, and the Fiery just always being ready to get the KO in the end as well.
Yeah, and Fireman has the Monumentalist, which helps with the range, but I think just not enough cooldowns to score on his own, which is what he's needing to do a lot of this time as Alphamy gets pushed out every single time. The Monumentalist Finny ult's just proving so difficult to hold on to, and now Fiery with the flip in the corner and gets it through both of them. A 3-0 for PPL, and we just saw so much damage going on to Alphamy there. Will be interesting to see what Flying Blobos can try to get in this draft to counteract that.
Yeah, they do need to find something, but again, we find ourselves in a Spark start, right? So the first draft holds so much value as you are able to confirm yourself some Spark Awakenings. Unfortunately, Alex, the only non-Sparking member on the side of PP Legends here, not able to pick one up for himself just yet, is very happy with an extra special though, in combination with that Monumentalist. The Spark finding its way down to Fiery as well. 2 Sparks for Fiery. Alphamy finding a second Spark as well, giving so much more value to that Spark of Agility further down the line. Lastly, Adrenaline Rush is also a very solid pickup from Loom, just giving you all of those cooldowns back if Loom is able to find these KOs, which he's been doing so well and so consistently in today's series.
Yeah, but Spartan with the Might of the Colossus and Pauldrons all the way up to 196 base power here. So if Fiery has to go up to try to score, maybe Spartan's able to counteract some of that damage that X just got with the second Spark. But so far, Fiery pressuring, but an even game state here as Alphamy pushing ahead, wasn't able to get any survivability, so we'll be facing much of the same. And also a lot of these Monumentalist Finny ults with the extra special going to Average Alex there. Spartan holding on as Alphamy gets the middle and now pushes ahead. Just so easy to win those strike wars and finds it. Making good use of this variant as Alphamy pushes ahead, loses the size now, but has a core flip and looking for Average Alex, who's in the middle, but it's so hard to confirm those KOs with all these barriers in the middle. Flip by Average Alex sends it ahead, but matched by the ultimate from Spartan. who has all this power. Fiery uses the flip, but Spartan responds just in time. Fire Madden now takes the middle and able to stay alive with that extra size, pushing to the bottom here, but not quite a consistent attack from Flying Blobos yet. Back pass by Alphemy to Fire Madden, who sends it ahead, has the core flip now, and yet another Monumentalist Finny ultimate as Alphemy, what a mix-up, sends it to the bottom corner.
Just finds that angle that Bloom would not be able to reach, even with flip there, to get this goal for Flying Blobos. Very important. Overall, though, Energy looking very polarizing. We have 2 people with flip available and 4 other players that are barely have enough to evade ones. As one barrier drops on the side of PPL again, trying to get another attack going. Alex being so annoying with that Finny Monumentalist, so difficult to deal with, because as soon as core is even slightly close to your barrier, Spartan can try to strike it away, but it's just going to get answered by that huge gravity well. As now one barrier drops on both sides, Fiery slightly missing the core, but that doesn't matter, as the Bounce House will deliver the core into the barrier in the end anyways. Bloom has a flip as well, might want to jump up and use it, but doesn't even have to, as Alex, with a beautiful Finny ultimate, will be able to secure this first goal of this set for the side of PPL.
Yeah, and a 30-second point there, and Average Alex already able to use 2 of them, and I think every time those ultimates go out, it just forces energy use with evades, with flips to try to get it out, just burning down the energy of Flying Blobos with those ultimates, and I think that's really what they were going for with this comp here. A lot of damage that time, and Fire Madden and Alphemy both a little bit low. They're just going to have to use those energy bursts, but KO'd is Average Alex, so Alphemy finds the KO back, but now gets KO'd on the side by Fiery, who has a lot of power himself, and now the Finny ultimate trying to set up, but so far able to hold on to this power play. Bloom passing it ahead to Average Alex, who you know is just going to have another ultimate again, but they're able to get it out that time, but force the flip from Spartan, and Fire Madden and Spartan just trying to hold on, and Alphemy getting KO'd over and over again.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to stay on the map when so much damage is being sent your way. The Finny card will also take Alphemy off the map again. Power play in favor of Flying Blobos, in favor of PPL as they find the second barrier. They're trying to get an attack going. Fire Madden also down to being staggered, not really able to assist any much more at this point. Alphemy back on the map, but not quite able to get the core of where they wanted to go. Fire Madden now walking up with that now, using that mine to take one barrier. Alphemy almost finding a second one, but clean strikes from the defense of PPL will hold off the core from any further dangerous attack. Alphemy again, no evades, no HP. Needs to be careful getting closer to the edge here. Fiery very close there as well. And in the end, it wasn't Fiery that takes out Alphemy, but it was yet again Bloom just making such great use of that Amy kit, of that Amy damage. Just really coming into play here. The Adrenaline Rush as well, doing so much for them in terms of cooldowns. And in the end, Alex with a flip will find the hole past Spartan to secure the second goal.
Yeah, the Asher ultimate just barely missing there. The one saving grace is that with 196 power, Spartan is, when it's clean, able to just hit it through these ultimates sometimes, but if Fiery is there to match it, it won't matter. It doesn't get out fast enough to get it past him, so if they're able to keep Fiery at bay, Spartan can actually get it through these Finny ultimates, but if their forwards are going down, they're not going to be able to do that. Alphemy might be next, as Fire Madden already went down, and really what looks like an unwinnable situation for Spartan, but so far able to hold on to the barrier, taking a lot of damage, but it does stay up for Fire Madden to get back. Now another Finny ultimate, and it still stays up. What a hold by Spartan.
The barrier somehow is still up, and now Fiery needs to be a bit careful. A lot of damage being dumped into him as well. Needs to stay alive. Meanwhile, Fire Madden also down to being staggered. So again, it's just a lot of KOs going both ways. The barrier drops in the end. Spartan not able to hold on to it just yet. And Alex with a beautiful Finny ultimate will find the corner of the goal there and secure the second set win for PPL. PPL is now one set away from finishing off the series 2-0.
Yeah, and once again, it's Bloom who, sorry, not once again, but Bloom does get the MVP. No Sparks show up this time, but a lot of options. I think if you're looking possibly at specialized training, really would be good on any member of PPL, but if they're able to get that with the extra special, that could be even more damage. But instead they go for the Timeless Creator, so even more size and duration on those ultimates that are coming out constantly. That means that the Now has to deny the specialized training from X, and really the Zen is left with nothing at the back here, has to go for the missile propulsion. So another strong draft, more damage for PPL, and they have to be feeling pretty good about closing this one out.
Yeah, most definitely. Bloom picking up that Super Surge also is so high value, right? Being able to now dash basically throughout the entire map, and then the added damage onto that Cyber Swipe as well will be so difficult to deal with, as that just makes more damage. That just makes the survivability so much more difficult. And even though the specialized training will assist in the healing a little bit for the side of Flying Globals, I don't think it really matters when you just lose all your HP and you get healed fully up again, because you're just going to lose it right away again.
Yeah, the goalie and the midfield pushing ahead. Even the brawler, just so much damage on every member, and there's nowhere to hide for Alphemy, who is staggered, trying to run into the corner, and Fireman trying to find that last barrier really all on his own. The Amy turret and the Finny ultimate now pushing into this corner just so much, but the ult from Spartan is able to keep it alive, and they do actually find a KO on Fiery, trying to push ahead, but 2 flips from Bloom and average Alex means that they're able to do it. Flashy play there from Bloom, but it does go to Fireman, who's able to find it. Now that core speed from Spartan, sending it ahead so quickly. The Finny ultimate that time doesn't find anything, but Bloom with that dash range is able to stop it from getting in the hands of Alphemy, who does get KO'd by the middle now. Trying to send it ahead to Fireman, who didn't use the flip, so their barrier does go down. Gonna need to find it to him, and Spartan has a lot of core speed to try to get it away from Fiery, but these cooldowns are gonna send it back so quickly. Just core speed overload here as Fireman is trying to get this flip in a good position to score. Dribbles it now, sends it to the middle at lightning speed, maybe quicker than the flip would have, but still not able to find it. Alphamy's back now, so they have 2 attackers, but not able to do it yet as Spartan holds on. The dash from Bloom not quite able to do it. Alphemy with the primary is able to stop it for a moment. That Monumentalist secondary from Fireman dribbles it, and the core speed is just too much.
Yeah, Flying Blob was doing a really good job there, just kind of keeping switching sides, not allowing the side of PPL to set themselves up into any kind of close quarter damage situation. So the damage really wasn't being put out as much as they could optimally, which means it was possible for them to really get an attack going. But you can see it right here, the core was in a corner again, and almost immediately Fireman then losing all of his HP and now being taken off the map as well. PPL has 2 flips, finds 1 barrier, uses the flip, doesn't quite find the second barrier though. Spartan doing such a good job holding on to these barriers, but now need to be worried that a Finny ultimate doesn't just simply take him out.
Yeah, and somehow it stays up again. I think the Finny ultimate was maybe a little bit too big there, but they do finally find it now, and Fiery with the dash takes out Spartan. So easy for an X to score on the bouncy castle here, and he ends up with the double KO. Finds the first point in the set for PPL. Spartan doing a great job of holding on to that, but just having to eat so many abilities. And that point that we saw Flying Blobos is when they were able to keep it out of that corner. And they're having to deal with the Finny ultimate and the Amy ultimate. It's just too much, but if they can keep that core speed up and hit it around them, that's might be how they're able to win this. But with Alphemy going down so quick, it's going to be difficult to do.
That is so difficult to play, and you gotta feel for Alphemy as well, because it's just so difficult to really stay on the map when you have all of these projectiles being thrown at you by the Amy and by the Finny. And to finish it off as well, you have an X with 2 sparks, one of them being strength, just running after you as well, having that X Maximus to just add even more damage on top of you. So difficult to play, and an unfortunate clear angle by Spartan, or an excellent read from Alex with that triple take there to get the second goal and put PPL 1 goal away from taking this series.
Yeah, PPL close to a 2-0 here. And that first map, we saw so much back and forth, but really it's just been so much dominance from especially this Finny. It was a really interesting pick when I saw it, but their game plan working out so well now. Fireman goes down, and Fiery trying to find another KO on either member. 1 KO found. Spartan still somehow keeping the barrier alive, but it's an ace for PPL. Passed ahead using the ult, and Fiery will hit it in. 3-0 for PPL, 2-0 in the series. And what a crazy last map we had for them to find it with that Finny midfield pick.
Yeah, and that last point really just being the story of the game, right? Just KOs all around, so much pressure. And I feel like that Finny midfield also just really worked out well, because Loom was playing such an aggressive Amy. At times it even felt like they were playing almost something like a double midfield, right? And at that point the Finny that's not as mobile is less of an issue, because if you're only able to hold down half of the map, it doesn't matter, because the other half's being held down by your goalie. And you can see as well the damage numbers in the end. Not a single member on PPL below 26k damage. A total of 17 KOs for PPL, just really dominating this game.
Yeah, and most of the goals coming from Finny, not the X. So the X is the one finishing off the KOs, but so many of those ultimates, those big finishes, were finding the goal for average Alex. So it's a 2-0 for PPL. Flying Blabas is able to keep that first map extremely close, but that time just a unorthodox strategy they probably weren't seeing coming, and PPL able to take care of that. So they'll move on to winners finals. Yeah, winners finals in the next round. And Flying Blabas will have to head down to the losers side and play later today. But first, we will have a quick break, and then we will come back with Rose Petals against PLX for our other winners semifinals matchup. We'll be back for that, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back to NASA playoffs. We're here with our second winners semis game here between the 2 seed and the 4 seed, Rose Petals against PLX. And we're going to be starting on Atlas's lab, PLX's pick here. They have, in PLX fashion, a different roster than what's listed as their starting roster. I believe it'll be Miri Meg brawling in place of Zay. But we're close to getting into character drafts here. Starting on Atlas Lab, what do you think of this series? And what do you think of this first map, Slough?
I mean, again, it's playoffs. Every series is going to be a great series, and I feel like going into this as well. Obviously, you do have Felix and Rose both having a solid showing during the season, and honestly, personally, I'm just really excited at the maps as well. Atlab and Taiko are maps that I personally enjoy playing. So definitely a good guarantee to have both of these maps to be shown here as well. And Atlab, I feel like as well. Again, I really like it in terms of a character draft as well because I think it allows for a lot of different kind of characters to be played for and different kind of comps to be played for as well. Which means each team can kind of draft towards they can do best, right, and just kind of showcase their own strengths really well as well.
Yeah, and Luke for Rose Petals, I think a goalie who's capable of picking a lot of different things, going for ranged, going for melee as well. And the same over on PLX. So just a lot of optionality for both teams and how to go for these. Interesting to see in the character bands there that both the Mako and the Atlas that we've been seeing so much in these playoffs both gone immediately. So it'll be looks like a lot of range. As the Amy gets picked up for Rose Petals, a signature pick for Luke and one he's really comfortable on. And then the Juno and Juliet rounding out. So pretty standard comp for Rose Petals. What do you see with PLX?
If I'm looking at PLX, I'm seeing it be very speedy, right? We do have stacks, we have Monumentalists, and now obviously such a great awakening. If the Monumentalist being such a great awakening for now, and then just to add on top of that, you have a Kai and a Zentaro that both really like stacks as well. Just really playing for that speed, really trying to play into that control factor there. So I do not know which comp I just outright prefer here. I feel like both have their upsides and their downsides. But so it's going to come down to the execution of both of these teams here. And Atlab with a lot of speed, I feel like is always a pleasure to play and to watch as well. Simply just because it has so much variety to it and so many potentially funny moments revolving around the black hole as well.
Yeah, and theoretically, with both teams, you could see the midfielder and goalie switching out. But one thing I am looking at is that Kai into Juno is a pretty winning matchup. Those barrages can win a lot of interactions. So depending on where that is, if the Kai's in the midfield, if the Kai's the goalie, I think that's something to look for. But yeah, I don't think either team really has a clear advantage just from the character picks. Like you said, it's going to be a lot of speed. And those monumentalists on the now especially is going to be really strong. But will be interesting to see if these brawlers, especially, are able to keep those stacks. I think that could be something that either team, before any survivability shows up, goes for is just taking out those brawlers, not letting them keep that speed up. And especially Rose Petals, who have that Amy, just able to do so much damage and jump in, like we saw from Bloom all of last series. That could be something to look for. Targeting that Zentaro, just like we saw with Bloom and Alphamy. But yeah, both teams with fairly similar game plans, and yeah, just going to be a lot of speed control in this game.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like there's also an interesting factor here of what the Juno's going to be opting for Awakenings here, because Stacks is just great base value, right? Has a lot of speed, moves Juno across the map much further, but the Monu actually not terrible in terms of damage. Now, would you want more damage on Juno when you're playing into a now? Not necessarily likely, but there also could just be a point made for that. I'm personally fully expecting to see 5 stacks on stacks here, though, with the only exception being that now having those bigger mines. We've seen it earlier today already in one of the series. Now with Monumentalist just being so oppressive if played properly. And again, it just opens up for more drafts further down the line as well. That just make now such a big threat. Just really a strong midfielder in the meta as it is right now.
Yeah, nobody going for the Finny midfield that we saw last time. Maybe just a PPL special, but we do see more Monu now. So yeah, once again, just so much area control. All the players are in, but we're waiting for them to start taking a little bit. Um, we've said quite a bit about this game, but just have to wait for it to play. And now we finally are loading into the game. So it's a West versus East matchup with at least some of the players. So we are going to be on Denver. Interestingly, hopefully ping isn't a factor in this game. But yeah, as we get into it, I think Rose Petals have a little bit more KO potential early on, especially we'll see what they choose to go for as far as the Awakenings. But like you said, I'd expect to see 5 stacks on stacks.
Yeah, it's just such a solid Awakening all around. It's just really hard to pass up on it. So we will see how these Awakenings will find their way. I'm also very curious to see how well Twisty's going to be able to make use of that Juliet. Is she going to be using it to force it for barriers? Is she going to be that edge presence that a Julie can be as well? Just taking people off the map if they're mispositioning ever so slightly. And funnily enough, and surprisingly enough even, it's 6 stacks and stacks. Josh not opting to go for the Monumentalist here and would rather just have that base speed to be working with. Now, not necessarily being required to pick up something like the Monumentalist. So we'll see how that's going to pay out. And again, keep in mind, Monumentalist will now remain in the Awakening pool. And no one in this game really wants to be taking that away from you. So maybe that's the idea here as well for Josh to pick up these stacks. Because if Monu gets into draft, it's likely not going to be contested. Or you're going to have a Julie having to deny a pick like that, which you just don't really want to do if you are in the side of the Julia.
Really interesting thinking there. Twisty almost getting a double KO, but instead gets neither. So a lot of damage early on, a little bit more than I would have expected, but both sides trying to get rid of these stacks on stacks, which are starting to come up, especially for Josh and Twisty, who have been able to control the core quite a bit. Miribeg finding himself low and does get KO'd there into the corner. Twisty just able to hold on against that barrage, and now Vaga running low on cooldowns. Luke passing down to Doxy, stalling out a little bit of this power play, and Twisty having to drop back to make sure she doesn't lose those stacks. Luke just in control of the core, sending it down now. Vaga down the barrage, but still not able to quite time that dash punch for Twisty off the pass from Doxy. Luke holding on and dashes ahead, almost finds the barrier, but a great save from Josh and Vaga there. Still holding on as we hit overtime, and both goals still open, but finally now Twisty does get the dash punch off the Juno. All the core speed, able to find that finally. Luke dashes, twists, sends it ahead up to Twisty, who has the dash punch, perfectly timed pass, and first point goes over to the side of Rose Petals.
Not only the first point, it also is a KO and Vaga resetting those stacks. KO's holding so much value in this series as well, or in this game at the very least, because every single KO will completely reset that movement speed. And as it stands right now, the side of Rose being much better off, almost having 2 fully stacked stacks. Doxy halfway there themselves. Meanwhile, Miribeg taken off the map again, resetting those stacks again. Just those KOs being found by Twisty. Just really excellent Julie play. Uses the flip as well there to secure the second barrier. Power play still going. Core trying to be set up, not quite able to get into any lethal position though, as Miribeg is now back on the field.
Yeah, and the next target might be Josh, who has a core flip, but is the only one fully stacked on the side of PLX. Dribbling ahead, Twisty keeping it on an offensive position, and Luke with those dashes is able to help Doxy controlling the midfield as well. The Amy turret keeps it there for a moment, but Luke able to dash ahead and keep it from scoring there, but Miribeg wins the strike war there, so they finally have the goal open for the first time in this game. Vaga now passing ahead with the Giga Blast, sends it into the corner, but Luke and Doxy still able to hold on for now. The core speed from Juno sends it all the way around, and Twisty almost found the angle. Flip from Doxy now tries to get it to Twisty, who is low and at risk of losing those stacks, but instead Doxy with all the core speed just somehow gets it through PLX.
That overtime Juno really coming into play, sending that core so fast. It's so difficult to react to. And the second goal in favor of Rose. They're 1 away from taking the first set. So going to be interesting to see if they can find it in the end. One barrier now is being found by PLX though, but a KO again by Twisty finds one to reset Miribeg stacks. And again, the momentum is just snowballing in favor of Rose.
Yeah, and the morale momentum as well as literally the speed, because these stacks have not been taken down at all for Rose Petals. They're able to keep them all up the entire time, so they'll just be able to run circles around PLX, controlling the corner now, finding themselves playing more defense than they'd like to, but Luke with a well-timed flip is able to keep that alive and wins the strike war against Miribeg. So they get it ahead now. Twisty going for the dash punch, but doesn't find anything. Doxy a bit low and might have to fall back for defense. Doesn't want to lose the stacks, even if it means losing the point, but now Twisty ahead, and the eject button put Vaga just a little bit out of range for that core flip. An awkward goal, but it's a 3-0 for Rose Petals.
A 3-0 and a really well executed one, just really not allowing the side of PLX to get their stacks going and going into this draft as well. We again have quite a few high value awakenings here. The twin drive being pretty good among Titans to just enable even more speed. 1-2 punch being denied, not giving that to Twisty. Twisty already doing such a good job at finding KOs, not wanting to have that extra KO pressure. Pretty happy to pick up a spark of strength for themselves. So among Titans going towards Vaga, allowing Kai to be a little bit more speedy, a little bit more active on the map. Catalyst and Spark of Agility though, still pretty solid pickups for Doxy and Mirimag themselves as well.
Yeah, but Vaga taking that does make both of his teammates a little bit bigger targets, and it has been Rose Petals finding all the KOs so far. We talked about how it didn't seem like anyone had too clear of an advantage, if anyone, Rose Petals, but they were really leveraging that more than I thought they would. So many KOs, and Mirimag almost KO'd that time. The Now Ultimate is able to keep him alive, but Twisty just dominating these strike wars in the midfield against Vaga, who doesn't have that size after taking the Among Titans. Luke with the dash up ahead, trying to get it to Twisty, but not able to yet. Mirimag now dribbling, has the core flip, gonna try to find the first point for them, but they do find it, but Mirimag ends up winning the strike war against Twisty, and they're able to get on the board. PLX with their first point.
And also, if you look at the stacks as it stands right now, Mirimag has 116 already compared to everyone else that's still sitting below 50. So that speed on that Zentaro is going to be so valuable as Mirimag walks up and he gets able to force the first barrier as well. Is he going to be able to set himself up for a second one? Not quite. Luke clears it cleanly. Doxy and Luke both have a flip to their name as well if they need to use it. Luke uses it defensively, but doesn't quite get it out as the second barrier now drops. Josh with the primary set up perfectly will just send that core flying past Luke in a 2-0 lead for the side of PLX.
Yeah, and the 1-2 punch was more of a deny in that draft, but Josh able to use that core speed to find the goal there. I think this extra size from the Among Titans that Vaga took has been huge for Mirimag, just winning so many strike wars up close to these barriers, and you're seeing it once again, just pushing Luke down. Finding the first one, now has a core flip to try to find the second one, but Luke with a good dash to try to keep it on offense. Twisty now looking to find a KO on Mirimag. It does force out the flip, but Twisty herself low on stagger, and they're trying to get it ahead to Doxy to keep it on offense, but Mirimag just once again controlling these corners so well.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to really do anything because the Zentaro is just so fast, right? He can just walk in and out permanently. But a nice dash punch from Twisty will find both barriers flipped in front of the goal as well to secure this for Twisty. Well played on the attack there.
Yeah, great job to find the double and the goal. Keeps the stacks up. We're nearing where everyone is at full stacks, and we haven't been seeing the KOs that we did in the last set, so it might just turn into everyone being speedy. But if one side starts going for KOs more, that could turn the momentum around just like we saw last time. Twisty finds herself a bit low, has to go down for the orb, but Luke and Doxy, great defense in the corner to not even lose a barrier, and now Twisty does take down Josh, so the stacks will be gone. We'll see what they can do with the power play, but either way, the damage is done. Twisty now passes ahead in front of Luke, but Luke gets beaten by the Zentaro and the barrage. Great job there, but Twisty's able, with the help of Doxy's slime, to score that. Mirimag has the flick, but Luke able to react with the glitch pops, so they stay alive. If they can get this point, they'll have a big advantage of Josh being down those stacks. Doxy dribbling onto the corner, and the slime is just able to make it nowhere really to clear. Had to hit it into Twisty there, and a second point for Rose Petals.
Yeah, going into this point 5 now, Rose Petals definitely sitting pretty nicely here as Josh has basically no stacks. So it's just going to be difficult for Josh to really keep up with this speed of this game, with the control. As Luke with a beautiful jump up front, gets a second barrier, gets a flip out, doesn't quite get it through to Twisty though. Twisty in front of the net, trying to get a score going, but not quite able to in the end. Flip coming out as well defensively. Twisty though is patient enough, gets the flip, gets the goal. And the second set now in favor of Rose Petals.
Yeah, beautifully set up by Doxy, passing with the slimes to the other slime, and then right in position for the flip to hit the goalie and the core. So PLX had an advantage for a moment there, but it ends up costing them this set. They're not able to get it, and that means Hot Shot goes over to Juno.
Yeah, if the game was already going fast and going fast in favor of Rose Petals, it's going to go even faster now with that Hot Shot finding its way to the Juno. The second spark though for Mirimag gonna help a little bit with survivability and with speed, as Mirimag already has a speed spark of their own. Deadeye finding its way to Luke as well might be enabling a little bit more KO play as well from the Amy here. So I feel like everyone's kind of picked up something that they're happy with this draft. Josh also, a Size Awakening, is now getting to a point where winning a pure Strike War 1v1 against him is going to be rather difficult.
Yeah, but more damage for Luke as the Deadeye, along with the Twin Drive. Just these dashes are going to prove to be so much. We'll see if Josh and Mirimeg can stay alive. Great defense there from Vaga and Mirimeg, comboing their strikes and the barrage. And then a great primary from Josh does get the goal open. So now advantage for PLX in this first point. Like we saw in the last set, Josh with a great pass down to Mirimeg, but Luke wins the strike war. Vaga pushing ahead with the eject button and good defensive positioning from Josh there is able to keep that alive, but Twisty does win a few strike wars, but finding herself low, and the Giga Blast will find the KO. So early on, the sparks go down. A bit of a misclear, though, ends up costing them as Luke with the Twin Drive has another dash, now sends it ahead, and Mirimeg with the flick to the bottom side doesn't even need to core flip.
Yeah, really nice play there. It holds the core flip. Luke still has his available though as well. But more importantly, that KO and Twisty will reset those stacks. And again, we'll just delay that extra speed and extra lethality off of the Julie ever so slightly, but no speed needed. As a dash punch will find the second barrier. Really well played by Twisty. Flip has to come out from Mirimeg there, finds one barrier, not quite able to find the second one just yet though, as Doxy uses a flip defensively. Luke running up, has a flip to his name as well if he does need to use it. Doesn't use it just yet though. Twisty taking a lot of damage again, but Stagger Swagger immediately resolving that issue. Well, great ultimate from Twisty as well, will hold that core. Vaga not able to shoot it anywhere in that flip, and we even it out in this set.
Yeah, Luke with great coverage dashed in ahead, so you weren't able to clear it up, and then once it was in the Julie ultimate, there was nothing to do. Great job there. Twisty did lose her stacks. Almost everyone is close to that 150, but she'll be a little bit slower, but doesn't really need it, like you said. Just doing a great job finding so many double barriers early on in this game. Almost has a second one, but a good flip from Vaga from Josh there, does send it out. So Luke and Doxy now having to play defense, one barrier down on each side. Mirimeg trying to dribble it into that secondary, but Luke just winning so many strike wars in the corner here. The Juno Slimes being as disruptive as ever. Twisty finding herself a bit low, but has the core flip, gonna try to get in range, but ends up missing it that time. The ultimate now, though, pushing Josh out of the play, has to get the orb, but a lot of speed, able to just get right back into it. So no KOs being found like we did earlier in this game. Mirimeg with the ultimate, saved for a moment by Luke there, but just too much to hold on to. All of Rose Petals being a bit low, but Twisty once again with these dash punches is finding these barriers so consistently, but Mirimeg just runs down the goal, uses the flip at the line, and finds the second point.
Yeah, not much to do for Luke there. Mirimeg just in front of the net, basically given a freebie with that flip, but has to invest the flip more importantly. Energy economy slightly in favor of Rose Petals as well here, has to find one barrier, the second one as well. Doxy trying to farm a little bit as well of that energy to give herself that flip, which she now has, and a beautiful KO from the Amy Cyber Swipe will be giving a power play in favor of Rose Petals, but Vaga with a nice clear will defuse the situation for just a few more seconds. Is it enough for Mirimeg to come back onto the field? It will be enough, but it is not enough to hold the defense completely as Doxy invests that flip and gets the second goal for the set.
Yeah, great patience with the flips for so long there. They didn't want to use them, but Doxy used it just at the right time. And once again, the same story as last set. PLX, it feels like they've been playing so much better, doing so well, but these random double barriers have just been costing them so much, and we'll see if Twisty can find another one. The core speed from Juno does find one there, and Twisty now trying to dribble it to herself. Flip from Josh doesn't get it out for long enough, and Twisty finds the second barrier, now dribbling ahead with the punch, and the Juno Slimes, just too much core speed, and it's a 3-0 in this first map for Rose Petals.
Convincing showing from Rose Petals, really just playing into that Julie, allowing those dash punches to be so difficult to defend against, and Vaga just being overwhelmed, not being able to deal with it, because if Julie is in front of you with a dash punch, there's not much you can do about it. And even if you somehow get the core past him, you had the defensive side from Rose Petals there to just catch that core almost immediately. Both Doxy and Luke just being ever present on that Juno and that Amy pick. Well executed from Rose to go take this game lead.
Yeah, and that was PLX's map pick as well, so they'll be heading over to Taiko Temple, which was the Rose Petals pick, possibly more comfortable for them. But yeah, it felt like PLX was playing those points in the second and third set a lot better. And like I said, it's a difficult matchup for Juno, but just felt like the Julie was able to find too many double barriers, and it proved too much to come back from. I think PLX can't be too mad. Like you could have a worse 3-0 than that certainly, but the fact they weren't able to get a set puts just Rose in a lot of position to be confident, and especially going into their map pick of Taiko Temple, they have to be feeling good about this.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see how the character draft for Taiko Temple is going to be looking, right? Both teams in this game, one opting to ban out the defensive goalies, saying, hey, Mako Atlas, they're kind of good right now, but we don't want to deal with any of it. So I'm curious to see if that's going to happen again in Taiko Temple as well. Obviously, Taiko being a map that does pretty well for defensive goalies. That is very strong if you just have that character in the back that can completely lock down the barriers. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see a similar draft where the defensive goalies are just going to be taken out, or if maybe this time one of the teams is going to opt into maybe a more consistent pick for the defensive line.
Yeah, and even if those two do get banned out again, Dubu I think is a really strong pick on this map and something I know at least Luke is really comfortable with. And then the Asher also could be an interesting flex because it's really Miri Meg's main pick, or at least one of his main picks. So both of those would be interesting. Like if you choose to ban the Asher and let one of those defensive goalies that we saw banned last game instead. But yeah, I could see it going a multitude of ways, and also just it's always going to depend on the awakenings. And if there's something strong for a Juno, I could certainly see PLX not wanting to deal with Doxy on that pick once again.
Yeah, most definitely. And I'm really looking forward to the awakenings again because the awakenings, they can just decide that character draft so much. We can talk about all of the potential gameplays that will be happening, but then suddenly we're sitting in front of a dead eye and the complete priority pool will be swapped and swapped around and just made a mess of essentially. So I'm curious to see what we're going to be dealing with here, but in terms of mentality, PLX does need to find a pretty convincing set one, I feel like, for this Taiko Temple, simply just to kind of regain some of that confidence and go into the series and contest that series win as well.
Yeah, and another stacks on stacks start here for the Awakenings might mean it's sort of the same story. I mean, really similar, just Timeless Creator instead of Monumentalist here. But you could see another game of 6 stacks on stacks. PLX opting to get rid of the Amy, which I think is a really strong pick, and especially comfort for Luke. But that might mean that Luke is able to get onto one of those melee defensive goalies, which I think are really strong on this. But it will at least force Rose Petals into a different play style. And like I said, that Asher, a really strong pick for Mary Meg. So Rose Petals do decide to ban it out.
Yeah, most definitely. Going to be curious to see what the first pick is going to be because with Timeless, you do have something like an Atlas as well that can just completely lock it down, and that Atlas will go down in favor of PLX here. So complete lockdown shutout goalie for PLX, saying, "Hey, we might have gotten a little bit overwhelmed at some points in that AtLab game. We're not going to let that happen again. We're going to have something that just completely holds down the defensive end with that Atlas pick." I'm expecting to be watching seeing a lot more control forwards then as well for the side of PLX, making use of that stacks on stacks.
Yeah, but it will mean that Doxy is able to get onto her Juno and Twisty onto the Zentaro. Really, I think the most comfortable picks for both of them. Strong picks on this map going to have a lot of speed. So it will mean that Luke is last, but if they want to, probably able to pick up a Mako, which was banned in the last game, if he wants it. We'll see once we get there. But first, we'll have to see what the forwards end up going for PLX. With stacks, you can see a ton of different things, but we do see the Kai again like last time. Last time it was in the goal box, but this time presumably in the midfield. But if you're able to keep the stacks up on that, really strong pick. But we do see the Julie change hands over to Miri Meg this time, and then we do see Luke pick up the Mako in that last slot.
Yeah, double defensive goalies on Taiko. Who would have guessed? It's just a really strong pick for both sides here. So we'll see. We'll see how it's gonna be played out. I'm also curious to see how well this guy is gonna be able to stay on the map. Right, Stacks is a great awakening for him. It's gonna be there, keeping that, giving that speed, giving that control. But you're going into a Juno and a Zentaro. Both of these characters really good at dumping damage and even passively doing damage. Right, those Juno blobbers are gonna be ever present. And as Kai, you're gonna be walking through them quite often.
Yeah, we had Utopia for just a moment. Atlas and Mako both gone, but they're both back, and so we might have a bit of a slog as they hold down. No cooldown things for them, so it might not be quite as strong of a pick. But the Timeless Creator on Atlas might be really strong. But all the speed on the midfielders and the brawlers means that they might just have to pass around, which is what they always say with these melee picks, but it can be harder to see. But it'll be a much different game than last time, no matter what, as the goalie's completely changing play style.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're gonna go start loading into the game soon as well. I'm just really gonna be curious to see how well though that Juno again is gonna be executed, right? Doing so much work for the side of Rose last game, and having it again is definitely gonna be a good showing for them. So curious to see how the side of PLX is going to be able to deal with that Juno, as she's just been such a annoying pick to deal with.
Yeah, and if they're able to pick up an early set, I think both Juno and Centauro have those picks that have those awakenings rather, that if they get, it just feels like it's lost, like the hot shot and the perfect form. So I think this first set, being able to have the opportunity to deny those for PLX would be really important. So I think they have a good team comp to take down this first set. As we see Timeless Creator just going to Atlas and everyone else going for the stacks. So a lot of speed. But yeah, I think this first set rather, leading into the draft could be really important depending on what shows up.
Yeah, most definitely. But as it stands right now, Core being bounced around in the midfield, no barrier drop just yet. Never mind, Twisty finds one, almost second one being found by Doxy there as well with that Juno blob. But PLX still holding on to that one barrier, trying to set up a potential Julie dash punch on the attack here to force it through Luke, but Luke holding on quite well there, holding both of these barriers. Now Twisty on the offense with that Centauro ultimate will try to get something going, but doesn't quite find anything as a barrier drops on the side of Rose Petals now.
Yeah, Twisty with the early lead on the stacks, Centauro is able to stack them so quickly with all those hits that he finds. Trying to get it out to Twisty here. Luke holding the secondary into this corner, and a lot of damage found for Mirimeg, but not the barrier, not a KO. Twisty, though, getting staggered now and gonna have to probably use this flip and try not to lose these stacks. A great flip, but the primary sends her off the middle drum and not able to get the barrier either. Now, Mirimeg does find it in the corner. Josh passing it ahead. The dash punch misses, but Luke's still holding on to the flip, so might be able to hold on to this power play, but oh no, the slime hits it into the drum and it goes to the bottom end of the goal. What a way for PLX to get on the board.
Lovely Taiko Temple. We do enjoy interactions like that. Always unfortunate though for the side of Rose Petals there. Doxy not really wanting to have these Bloodbows go the way they did, but they recover swiftly, they get another attack going, they get a first barrier, and Josh getting rather low as well. Needs to be careful to not be taken off by Twisty here, as a barrier gets it taken in return though. And Mirimeg in front of the barrier now as well, has a dash punch, has a flip, and will use that flip to translate that into a quick 2-0 for PLX.
I mean, 3 stuns for Mirimeg. The flip finds it past Luke, who had flip but had no opportunity to use it. What a point for Mirimeg there. And with Twisty losing the stacks back there, she's not able to keep up with the members of PLX so far. Gonna have to build that back up, but a lot of energy for Rose Petals to try to get this point back past to Luke, who sends it ahead with the secondary. Doxy and Luke trying to get it through this bottom side, and now both flips in the corner, only one used there, but Twisty might find herself KO'd so far. It's been Zen who's not able to quite keep these stacks up and keep the stagger up, but she is able to get an orb in the corner and stay alive for now, but just so much offensive pressure for PLX in this corner.
Yeah, the side of Rose Petals do have 3 flips to work with. One is being used by Doxy, the second one being used by Twisty here to try to get the skull going, but not quite able to get past the defense of Vaga right there, as Twisty again just needs to be so careful. She's just so low, no evades, nothing really to be working with here, just going from orb to orb. But the attack will be built again. Doxy with Juno up front, tries to get the core past Vaga, is able to also set themselves up correctly though, with Twisty finding the first goal in favor of Rose Petals for this game.
Yeah, great setup with the primary into the passive there, and that means full stacks on all 5 members who have it. Vaga the only one who doesn't have it, but everyone has the speed now, and Twisty with a great evade to not lose them all there. That was dangerously close, and getting bounced off these drums but still staying alive for now. And dashing into the corner, trying to find this, but instead it's Doxy who goes down, not Twisty. She loses the stacks, and now they'll try to convert this power play into this first set. Josh dribbling it to Mirimeg, and a great strike shot from Vaga. Luke was able to get the clear, but just nothing he could do, and Vaga with great awareness to find that. 2 flips for the side of PLX on their forwards, pushing into the corner. They both use it at the same time, but it doesn't matter. They take out Doxy once again, and a quick 3-1 for PLX. their first set in the series.
Optimizing their play for experience as well to get the KO first and score right after. Now going to the set, a lot of high value awakenings we see. Fight or flight finding its way onto Josh almost always. Just enabling that Kai even more, giving even more speed to be working with here. Other than that, perfect form in the draft, not finding its way onto Twisty as it's going to be taken away by Mirimeg, but still a very solid awakening for Julie herself as well. Peak performance going to help Twisty stay alive a little bit longer, while the Among Titans is being picked up by Vaga again. So again, that extra size going towards forwards of PLX, while tanking a little bit of size in that goalie spot.
Yeah, Rose Petals didn't get bad picks by any means, but I think really just a perfect draft for PLX. You know, you have the chance now, even if you do lose a set, you're not going to have that perfect form show up, and it wasn't able to get in the hands of Zen. They just found so much, and that size, once again, an unfortunate clear by Doxy, gets it right into a double barrier for Mirimeg. The Julie, both games of this series, finding so many of those early on. Doxy now pushing into the corner, and Josh is the one finding himself low this time, but the Atlas ult is able to heal him up a bit. Twisty dashing ahead, trying to find some more damage, trying to find a barrier, but not able to yet. Pass ahead to Doxy. No core speed yet on the Juno, so able to defend it that time. And Mirimeg wins the strike war, now dashes into the corner, but a good clear by Luke does get it ahead. The ultimate by Mirimeg now, and has the flip if they're able to get it to him again. Josh now being patient, dribbling off these drums, sends it into the corner. Twisty with a good pass ahead to Doxy, but just not enough core speed to be able to find these consistently. The strike shots battling each other in the midfield. And Twisty now into the corner, uses the flip, and they're able to get the goal open, but a lot of energy on the side of PLX still. But all of it is burned without a goal found, but now it is. What a strike board by Mirimeg, gets it past Doxy, and they're able to score before Josh is KO'd.
Yeah, and how unfortunate as well for the side of Rose Petals, because Josh was about to be taken out, but the Mako Ultimate's wall was there to save him just in time, so those stacks have not been reset. But a first goal now in favor of PLX. Not a lot of energy to be working with, but both forward pairings don't really have a lot to be doing with energy, as now the core is being shoved up into Rose Petals' defense. Both barriers still staying up though. Josh going after the core, just really not allowing the score to go in anywhere close to Vaga almost, as the first barrier is taken. Mirimeg now up front as well. Maybe tries to look for a dash punch here. Not quite able to get it out though. And a lot of damage being pumped into Mirimeg as well here. So a little bit difficult, but Vaga showing the value of that Atlas pick, just almost immediately healing up Mirimeg to full HP again.
Yeah, great strike wars won by Luke for a moment there, but unfortunately that one not quite caught by the slime. Holding the secondary now, so Twisty and Doxy have the speed to try to make a play happen here, but they're not able to get it. And I think you're seeing Vaga wasn't the only one who didn't take the stacks the first time, but now with that Among Titans is able to push up more. Wasn't quite able to do that before because he was just so behind on speed, but now Strike Shot sends it ahead to Josh, who's trying to get it to Mirimeg, all of them with a lot of energy, but Twisty trying to disrupt with this ultimate, but unfortunately it sends it right back to Mirimeg. Josh now uses the core flip, tries to send it in, but matched by Doxy and Mirimeg. Miri doesn't use the flip there, and it ends up getting around. Now Twisty's able to open the goal, and the greed almost comes back to bite them, but the core does find its way to Mirimeg again, and it's another point for PLX.
Yeah, the Among Titans really coming into play there, making the core sneak past Vaga and giving those two barriers in favor of Rose Petals, but with an unfortunate bounce, able to find a goal in favor of PLX again. Anyways, Twisty finds a barrier now on the defense of PLX, but a dash punch from Mirimeg will secure one right in return, as now both teams are down one barrier. It's the second one going to drop soon for Rose Petals though, as again a lot of attacks are being launched towards it, but Luke doing such a good job on the defensive end here. Mirimeg almost finding a kill on Twisty as well, and the Mako Ultimate coming in to add some extra pressure here. Twisty still very much low HP though, so she needs to be careful, but the Juno Bubbles from Doxy will be able to secure the second barrier, as we're now going into an open goal situation, and a nice dash from Twisty will secure the goal for them.
Yeah, great combination of the Zen Ultimate and the Juno Blombos was able to get that barrier, and then a perfect dash from Twisty's able to find that. Everyone who has it is at full stacks here, so just a lot of speed. It's going to be who can win these interactions. And I think especially if the Mako is able to hold secondary with both members on offense, that's going to be huge for them, but they're just not able to stay on offense quite as consistently as PLX has early on. Twisty, though, pushing into the corner, dashing into that Atlas secondary, always a little bit dangerous for Zentaro, but doesn't get KO'd there at all. Twisty pushing into the corner, and it just seems like no one's really able to find the KOs, but Luke, an unfortunate missed strike there means that the goal gets open. PLX now just needs to find the goal here and they'll have a second set. Josh finding himself a bit low there, but the Atlas ultimate is able to keep him healthy. Doxy now dashing ahead and has a 1v1 for a moment for Twisty, but all those Atlas cooldowns are able to keep it out. The Zen ultimate saves the goal for now, so Mirrimeg is low on HP and doesn't have any energy, and another flip is matched, so this is a chance for Rose Petals. Fantastic play and a great pass by Twisty to Doxy there. This point, if they could get it, would be so much momentum. Doxy now dribbling ahead, almost has flip, sends it ahead, Twisty, but what a save from Vaga. So much defense being played this time, but it's sent ahead to Twisty, who had the dash, but not quite. What a clear from Vaga again, who's nearing a core flip. The Giga ends up sending it ahead, so not able to find it there, and a great evade from Doxy means she doesn't get KO'd. Pass down to Josh now, and the barrage does get it through, but secondary from Luke, released at the right time, gets it ahead. So much back and forth here, so much defense being played. The ultimate from Twisty keeps it out for a moment, but Luke trying to get it ahead. Good patience to get the cooldown away from Mirrimeg, but still finding it. So much core speed. Now we're seeing that Juno. Good dash from Mirrimeg and mixes up the timing on Luke. PLX eventually able to find that point.
I was starting to be a little bit confused when the dash went upwards, but I was wrong. That mix-up went perfectly and just got the core past Luke. PLX now in a 2-0 lead. Going into this draft as well, we are looking at a few of these awakenings here. You have a heavy impact, which will potentially find its way down to Twisty, which could be an issue. Josh not wanting to deal with that at all, denies that pick. 1-2 punch, still a very solid pickup for Twisty here though. Twin drive being picked up by Mirrimeg. Also likely again a deny pick off of Luke there. And I feel like overall this draft, even though PLX has won the set, they were much obligated to just deny awakenings off of the side of Rose Petals.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one. And they, getting the twin drive on the Julie instead of the Atlas is a bit strange. And wow, a quick double barrier for Twisty and Doxy there. Doxy was able to get that spark of strength to hopefully get some core speed, which found them a lot of goals last time. It's not going to be enough to red core too consistently, but a little bit more for them. But Mirrimeg just dominating this whole game, pushing into the corner again. The dash punch doesn't quite find the goal there yet. Josh trying to control this midfield and get it ahead to Mirrimeg with those cooldowns again. Misses the timing that time, and Luke's able to get it out with the strike shot now. Doxy with the slimes, able to get it past Josh for just a moment. And Mirrimeg now uses the flip, but great coverage from Doxy there. But oh no, it gets through both of them. Without a strike being up, Josh just finds the goal somehow there. And it's another point, another set lead for PLX.
Yeah, and if we're paying close attention to the levels as well, you can see how much Josh is doing, almost getting towards that level 10 already, while the rest of the lobby is all hovering around the 6 and 7s. So a lot of great control from Josh in that midfield there, making use of that Kai so well. And the attack, again, they just keep on getting built. Josh just delivering that core all the way up to Mirrimeg. Mirrimeg trying to get the dash punch in, but not quite able to find it. Flip coming out from Josh as well, not finding a result though. Twisty has a flip to her name if she does need to use it, but the core again finds its way to the defensive end on Rose Petals. A flip coming out from Twisty finds the KO. Power play in favor of Rose Petals now. Are they going to be able to find the barriers off of this though? No, Vaga with a nice expanse will hold on to both of the barriers. Flip coming out from Vaga as well now. Nothing to be found, and the power play is over. Josh back on the field, and even though Rose Petals found a massive KO, they weren't really able to do anything with it.
Yeah, great passes, but now they find it once all three members are back, but Twisty goes down right after, so they got momentum for just a moment, but now Twisty down, the stack's gone. Mirrimeg dashing ahead, but what an evade clear by Luke. Keeps the point alive for now, but doesn't have it that time, and Mirrimeg's cooldowns are back. One more point is needed for PLX to find this map, and it just feels like they're firing on all cylinders in the midfield here, and like you said, Josh, with all that speed, just taking control.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to deal with this Kai. He's just executing it so well. But again, the attacks are coming. PLX not giving any room for the side of Rose Petals to really get an attack going for themselves. And again, Vaga doing such a good job with using that Atlas as well, just locking down those barriers as the barrier now does drop on the side of Rose Petals.
Yeah, Luke trying to get it ahead. Had to use the secondary there, so they won't have the speed on offense here. Doxy trying to get it past Twisty, but Josh just doing such a good job in these strike wars. It does finally get past now. Not quite the core speed you want from the Juno, but still able to take control with all those slimes. Good rotation down to the bottom side here, but it's such a long way for a Zen to make it against the Atlas, who has those huge secondaries with the Monumentalist. Now, dribbling to the bottom. Luke trying to keep it out of this corner, but misses the primary and the strike and stands still for just a moment. They're able to keep it alive somehow with Doxy covering the top side of that goal. Secondary gets it past Mirimeg, so they stay alive for now. Twisty now gets it behind the expanse somehow, and the flip is forced out of Vaga. The strike shot sends it ahead. They have a power play now. The core speed with hitting overtime. Juno starting to get those red cores that you had in the last game. But Mirimeg keeping it on that middle, able to stall out most of this, and has the core flip. Trying to find a KO on Twisty or find a goal with this core flip. Sends it to the bottom, but Luke still able to save it and keep the core flip of his own. Doxy sends it ahead with the primary. So many slimes, so many dribbles off the middle. Vaga wins the strike war again, and Twisty just not able to get it past. I think the speed on this Atlas has been huge in this point. Luke sending an ult, but not finding anything, and Twisty sending it ahead to Doxy. Great passing from Rose Petals, but they're still not able to do it. And wow, great strike layering from Josh and Vaga, who have held on to so many opportunities this point. The Zen just not able to soar consistently enough against this Atlas pick and all these secondaries. Doxy now with the core speed sending it ahead. Gets to Vaga, forces out the secondary again, and Luke trying to push ahead. Gonna have to use the core flip, but misses, but still able to get it out. Twisty just over and over in this bottom corner is not quite able to get it past Vaga, who has so many cooldowns. It's sent ahead to the bottom now. Twisty wins the strike war against Mirimeg, who used all his cooldowns and wasn't able to find anything. We'll see if this core speed from Doxy can get it down again, but they're just still not able to do it. And I'm out of breath. You go, Slough.
It gets rather difficult because that point was going on for ages, but in the end, Twisty was able to find this goal, and what an important goal. Obviously, PLX is 1 goal away from finding that game victory, forcing us into a game 3, but Rosepel is not really wanting to give that for free, and you can see that off the kickoff as Twisty finds a beautiful double barrier flip as well, and finds the angle up top in complete contrast to the last point. This one lasted 6 seconds. What a point.
Yeah, incredible there. You did I did the last point, you did that one, and we're even now, I guess. But Doxy now, they have a chance to find a set here out of nowhere. It felt like they weren't able to find anything but Twisty. 2 double barriers, 2 points in a row, but now does get KO'd, loses all those stacks. Doxy pushing ahead, trying to use this flip, but doesn't quite have a chance. But Luke stalling out the time. Mirimeg trying to find a KO, but Doxy still with the flip, uses it and sends it to the bottom. So somehow Rose Petals are able to find that set. And now if this hotshot can show up, if something can show up to turn this game around, it will be Twisty who's MVPing, but this map goes on.
And a game that felt like PLX had it in the bag already is suddenly going into a set 4. Rose Petals just really being here, not wanting to go into that game 3, trying their best to keep the core alive. Stagger Swagger being picked up by Twisty here for that extra speed and survivability. Hotshot finding its way into Vaga. Definitely going to be a great awakening for the Atlas for cooldowns and core speed, but prime time Rapid on Doxy now. Those bubbles are going to be everywhere. Other than that, Catalyst, solid pickup for Mirimeg, explosive entrance for Kai, gonna give even more speed, and extra special for Luke is gonna hold that core away from the goal even more by having Cage up almost permanently. As we go into this next point now, Doxy tries to use the bubble, tries to get an attack going, but core bounces around her ever so slightly as the barrier drops on the side of Rose Petals. Twisty up front now, trying to use the Centaur, trying to get that core past Vaga, but Vaga holding on, but the core does not leave their half just yet. Luke walking up aggressively, trying to get any kind of play going here, but again, the defensive end of PLX just holding up so well, not giving anything for free, as now Josh walks up, the dash punch goes wide, doesn't quite get the second barrier though, but Luke takes a lot of damage. Mirimeg has a flip through his name as well, uses it, but not quite able to find a KO. Vaga using the Atlas ultimate as well to keep his teammates alive here, as the core is trying to be set up for both sides here. Now PLX again on the attack, Josh controlling the score perfectly, flip coming up from Doxy to keep the core alive. Meanwhile, Mirimeg finding the KO on Luke there, power play in favor of PLX, as now the core is bouncing back and forth. The flip has to come out from Vaga, not quite able to get the attack going into the net though, but never mind, the expanse will send it flying directly into the net. Doxy has to jump to try to save that, but doesn't quite hit the strike.
Yeah, not quite able to. So many stacks got stacked up there, and Mirimeg's almost at 150. Doxy nearing it as well, but Luke all the way back to 0. So not going to be able to push up as much as he might want to with the lack of speed, but good quarter control for the Rose Petal so far, and a great rotation. Perfect passing, and the flip from Twisty finds the second barrier there. They can get out of this corner with 1 barrier up. They'll be in good position here, but Mirimeg and Josh both threatening. All of Rose Petals having to come back on defense, but you see Twisty gets to the 150 stacks there now. Mirimeg with a great flip and the punch finds that, and now Josh uses the flip of his own, dribbles it down, tries to get it to Meg, who's trying to win these interactions. Luke with a great strike after the slime sends it down there. Twisty finding herself a bit low, but has all this speed, zooming ahead with those mag souls, sending it ahead. The primary mix-up, but ends up leaving the core behind, so not able to get it yet. And Josh just has too much speed to get it around him. Vaga sending it down again, and the Kai able to get it past this Juno pretty consistently, but the slime sends it down to Twisty. A great redirect there, and Twisty's able to get a goal and even this set out.
And what a play by Twisty as well. Her read to dash downwards there, it seems completely like, I wouldn't have thought of it like ever, but it works out perfectly as the clear is being read. But the kickoff immediately commences again. Flip has to come out by Luke as the barrier drops on Rose Petals. Josh though being really low and being hunted by Twisty now. Atlas has something to say about it though with the ultimate as the second barrier drops on Rose Petals. Miramac now up front with a flip is going to likely try to use that to secure the KO. Also needs to make use of it pretty soon because otherwise you're going to be taken out, but never mind. Josh with a nice bounce off the middle drum will find the second goal for PLX, and again PLX is one goal away from taking this game, but we've been here before.
Such a big play there to keep the flip on Meg as well as the stacks. What a goal by Josh. And just like we said, has been controlling the midfield so well this game. Twisty's going to have to make a miracle happen again. They can continue this set, but they did it in the last one. Meg now dashing ahead, just so much speed. With the Mako secondary being held and not canceled at all, has the core flip now, and she sends it down, gets the barrier before she uses it, but maybe just a tad bit early and not able to find it. Good strike shot by Luke, keeps that alive, and Twisty now at danger of being KO'd and losing all those stacks. Runs all the way back, gets the orb, so able to stay alive for now, gets unstaggered, and now as Luke holds this secondary, they might need to find the goal here. This might be their best chance, but they don't quite yet. Great strikes by Meg, gets it out, and then a great punch finds the barrier, so both goals are open. Meg, the only one with a core flip right now, isn't able to use it there, but sent down to Josh, who just has all this speed with Vaga. They're controlling this defense so well. Doxy trying to get it ahead in good position for Twisty, who doesn't have the energy that Meg does, but winning these strike wars, and the Mako able to hold the secondary, but those Timeless Creator Atlas secondaries are so much. What a clear angle, gets it around to Twisty for a moment, but the primary gets it ahead. What a strike shot from Luke. They're still keeping this point alive, just like this last set. A crazy point once again, but Meg with the flip finds the gap in the defense, and the map goes to the side of PLX.
I think Miramac heard you when he mentioned the last set, because the moment there was an opportunity to use that flip to secure this game, the flip came out and the angle was found. PLX taking this game, now evening up the series, forcing a game 3. But overall, I feel like PLX just had such a great showing, and honestly, Josh just holding down that midfield so well. You can see it in the redirects as well. Almost 300 redirects on Josh alone. There's so much influence and so much power on that Kai pick.
Yeah, not a ton of KOs, but Meg, especially early on in that game, was able to leverage so many of those into those early sets that they needed to deny in the drafts what they had to. Twisty found some miracle plays in those last two sets, like we were saying. Did a great job to extend that game as much as they could. But yeah, Josh and the control, the speed on that Kai was just too much to deal with. And like you said, 292 redirects. And we're going to have a third map of this series. It will be Night Market. So each team taking the other team's pick, interestingly. Both pretty close games, but you know, this third game, we've had two very different games as far as the goalies, but this third game could really be anything. And what a series we have on our hands.
What a series indeed. And I'm again just curious where the character priorities are going to lie, right? Because we've seen similar characters in both games with the exception of the goalie pick. Julie has been played in both games. Juno has been played in both games. We've seen Kai as well. Just a lot of like overlapping characters and priorities that both of these teams will be fighting for. And the same three characters are also very playable and very strong on a map like Night Market. And again, Night Market, Speedgate, fast characters. We might just see another masterclass from either from these midfielders.
Yeah, and we've seen the Zentaro a lot. We've seen the Julie a lot. So those picks both really strong on Night Market, and all the midfield picks as well. Like you said, I think any of these characters could be back that we saw from these last two games. They could be on either team, so just really hard to parse where we're going to be going this time, and the goalie picks could be different again. We'll see if we have a third stacks on stacks start, because that's just been so much of how these games have been going, has been the stacks. But this time, as we get into the night market, yeah, I think if it's a really strong start for Juno, it wasn't quite as big of a problem in that last series, but still, Doxy has been doing a lot with that core speed, and that's how they were able to find so many of those goals in that first set. Um, but yeah, just a really interesting series, and we might see that chess match of who decides to ban the Atlas, and if they ban the Atlas, do you ban the Mako, or if we go back to those range goalies? Could be a lot of things.
Yeah, and all kind of playable on the night market as well, as we now have the Awakenings, and it's a heavy impact catalyst. So no stacks on stacks for this game, but we are getting other Awakenings that do just hold so much value. The catalyst enabling these evades and these flips permanently, and the heavy impact just doing so much in that damage department. So we'll see if picks like I'm kind of expecting a pick like Zentaro and the Julie to maybe resurface again, because both of these characters just have so much value when being paired together with that heavy impact.
Yeah, really strong again, and the Catalyst as well. Interesting to try to keep the survivability up, but no stacks to deal with this time. Rose Petals do ban the Atlas, which is a strong pick for themselves and the other team, but I think Vaga especially was looking great on that pick last time, especially when he was able to get the size. We'll see how PLX responds with their own pick if they ban the Mako and send us to an all-ranged goalie matchup once again. But yeah, the heavy impact means that damage could be really strong this game. And, it's kind of an arms race of how much damage you go for if you try to survive and take that catalyst.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting the Rose Petals to maybe go lean into that damage a little bit as well, because they did take out the Atlas, Atlas being such a great tool with that healing, with that ultimate, and more bans have come through. PLX taking out that Amy pick from Luke makes sense, and the Mako pick now being locked in, one of the second defensive goalie that has been just in every single draft so far, is now being picked up. Wonder what PLX is going to be opting to play in net for themselves now that the Mako is gone.
Yeah, the Mako going to Luke once again, and I think was playing fantastic defense that last game. It really wasn't that Luke was losing any quick interactions. It was just that there were so many, and you eventually run out of cooldowns. The Estelle making a first appearance in this series is interesting. It really could be in either position, either midfield or goalie for PLX. But you get Mary Meg on that Juliet again, and was looking so strong last game, especially early on, just taking so many barriers, a few double barriers as well. We're going to see Doxy go to the Juno for a third straight game and Twisty go back to the Zen. So same exact team composition for Rose Petals, but PLX switching it up a little bit.
Yeah, Rose Petals looking at the last game and saying that was not a comp issue, because they're just locking in the same thing again. And again, it can work so well, especially this time around when you have the heavy impact. Just hand it to Zentaro like that. Twisty's going to have a field day with that KO pressure that they can bring to the table here. And again, the defensive prowess of the Mako is not to be underestimated. Now the Asher lock-in for PLX is likely mean that Estelle is going into that midfield position, and the Asher's going to hold it down defensively. Asher being sort of like this third pick to the Atlas Mako main priorities on the defensive goalie. So it's still a very solid pick here. However, Asher just can't really enable the forwards quite as well as the Mako can. So we'll see how much that comes into play. But again, a Julie pick is always a threat in my eyes, because a Julie pick can easily just take someone off the map and just give so many huge advantages, especially if you have something like the heavy impact.
Yeah, and interesting that PLX, I think Josh, we talked about, looks so strong on the Kai, and it wasn't banned or anything here, but they decided to switch him over to Estelle instead. So less speed, possibly more damage if you go for the heavy impact. Just really going for comfort, I think, for PLX. But yeah, moving away from that Kai, just maybe a little bit too scared of the heavy impact and the damage that might come on the other end, is an interesting choice. But obviously, it's a comfort pick for Josh, and it'll be a similar team comp to what they did last time. But I think without that Atlas is just so strong right now, and Asher can struggle a little bit more with being passed around with not having that expanse that he does.
Yeah, most importantly as well, the Asher cannot assist with any type of healing, so all of this passive damage that Doxy is going to put out on that Juno, and the active damage that's going to be put out by Twisty with that heavy impact Zentaro, it's going to stay there. You're going to have to start playing for the orbs if you do want to regenerate some of your HP, and that's going to be something that can make playing out this matchup so much more difficult. Now, there is a catalyst that will help you a little bit, giving you more evades, more energy overall. So I'm expecting there to be some catalyst pickups, and never mind 4 heavy impacts. Miramac, Vaga, Twisty, and Luke all opting for the heavy impact. Meanwhile, both midfielders opting for the catalyst.
Yeah, and I think the core speed of Juno can be so hard for Estelle to deal with. So especially if they're able to get an early set and get either power or a hot shot or a 1-2 onto Doxy, it'll just be even more difficult. But early on, it'll already be a struggle. Great passing by Doxy, and Twisty gets into the corner there, and they're able to find the first barrier of this series. But Miramac, what a play, able to find 2 quick barriers, and Josh with the stun on Luke makes the secondary send it backwards. A quick goal for PLX.
Quick goal, and obvious, and a very strong mental boost as well. If you can go into a game 3, a deciding game like that, this swiftly and just quickly get that score going, it's definitely going to be good for you. What's not going to be good for you is when you do drop a barrier like that, but Miramac immediately recovering the mental, finding a huge KO, creating a power play for PLX.
Yeah, Miramac taking over early on. Great ult by Luke, will keep it out for now, but has the flip. But if they're able to kill him before he uses it, has to use it defensively there, and now found with no energy. A great dribble, and then the punch does find it open, and they're still not able to kill Miramac. Now Josh moving ahead, and great patience after the flip is able to find that goal. A quick 2-0 for PLX, and just in control of these points.
Yeah, Josh is reading the entirety of Rose Petals there and just getting that score convincingly there, as we're now in a 2-0 lead for PLX, and they're looking to close off the set soon. Other than that, though, you do have Doxy with a flip available to her name now. Is she going to be using it soon or not? Luke also has a flip soon. Miramac threatening the KO with the Juliet ultimate, will be able to find it as well in the end. But Doxy finds the clear past both the midfielders there to take 1 barrier, and currently we're in a negative power play.
Break clear from Luke is able to keep the barrier up until Twisty gets back, and I think Doxy and Twisty haven't even really had a chance to find their footing on offense so far this game. Just such a good job in the midfield of Josh, and Miramac finding all these KOs, and he finds another one this time on Doxy. Twisty gonna have to try to help in defense. The flip used from Luke, but responded right back by Vaga, and Miri taking up that space means the primary doesn't get there, and a commanding 3-0 first set for PLX.
And seemingly every single goal, Miramac just found such a valuable KO in front of it before it. So such a high value pick for this Juliet right now. Miramac punishing that positioning on the side of Rose Petals, and being a first pick here as well, they do have options, but opts to take away the Stagger Swagger, making sure that these KOs will continue to go through, but that allows Doxy to pick up something like a 1-2 punch, which is going to make those Blobos be so much more stronger, so to accelerate the play so much more as well. Other than that, Spark going towards Vaga, starting that sparking early, and Super Surge being picked up for Luke, going to be able to enable both of his forwards even more now.
Yeah, interesting that you don't go for the 1-2 punch and instead takes the Stagger Swagger. I feel like the KOs have been so knockback that I'm not sure the Stagger Swagger was too much of a deny, but more so just insurance for Miramac to not get KO'd himself. So far, it's Luke finding himself low on Stagger this time, able to evade that Estelle primary, but the strike shot just barely misses. So once again, PLX just getting the goal open so quickly and not letting Rose Petals stay on offense. This time, they are able to get in the corner in a one-strike court. By Twisty is able to get that first one in. The ult keeps it in the corner for now, but Josh and Miramac, wow, Miramac just finds all that open space and perfectly finds the corner of the goal. And so all 4 points for the side of the PLX.
And seemingly this feels like a completely different game. PLX seems to be having everything under control so much to a point where it almost feels like they're toying around with Rose Petals here. As again, another attack is being found. A flip is on Josh. Is he going to be using it soon or not? No. Has to use it defensively now, though, as it does come out. The barrier still does drop on the defensive side of PLX, but again, Miramac with another KO.
Yeah, and Twisty probably not even wanting to get the full flip there because it meant she had to use all of it there, not able to get the barrier, and then in such a good position to get KO'd. Doxy now pushing ahead with a flip of her own, trying to find it, but what a read on the strike shot from Luke. They finally have the goal open for the first time this game, and we'll see if they can find their first goal. All the Juno Slimes are disruptive, but Vaga is still able to win the interaction, and oh no, Doxy gets KO'd now before she can use the flip, and it just feels like every time they start to get momentum, one of the forwards goes down.
It's just so punishing on a map like Night Market, where the play is just close to the edge almost always, and Miramac is so aware of that and just takes advantage of it over and over and over again, as Miramac almost finds a KO and Luke there as well. And you can just really see Josh and Vaga, they're holding out the defense so well, just allowing Miramac for a playstyle like that as well. As now the core is back on the defensive end of PLX, but again, no real solid attack being found by Rose Petals here, as the second barrier drops now as well. Josh does have a flip, uses it. Miramac trying to go for a dash punch, but not quite able to find a KO. Meanwhile, Miramac has flip soon to his name though, but doesn't even need to use it, as the core bounces up just for free to Miramac, and 2-0 for PLX in this second set. It's just feeling like such a different game right now.
Yeah, the ultimate from the Estelle is able to send it up there, and like we said, much different than the Kai pick, but doing so much work here, helping support Miramac, set up the core in the perfect spots. And once again, just the same story, Rose Petals having to play so much defense, and Miramac finds both barriers, the flip, and a 10-second goal. 6-0 for PLX so far, and Rose Petals gonna have to find something in this draft to try to turn this game around.
Yeah, they need to find something quick, because we're at the end of the second set and the entirety of Rose Petals is sitting at a level 3 right now, compared to almost everyone on level 5 on PLX, Vaga being the only exception there. And obviously Stax has been defining the series, and Miramac picking that up for himself is going to help quite a bit. Hotshot not being picked up just yet though, probably going to be a deny pick on Vaga then. Never mind, Hotshot being picked up by Twisty here.
Yeah, interesting there, because you know, you had Missile Propulsion, Timeless, and Siege Machine, so really absolutely nothing for Zen. So since you already had the 1-2 punch on Doxy, I guess you're okay denying the hot shot, but just a terrible draft for the Zen there, especially to be later on in the draft. And yeah, these stacks for Miramac, I mean, so far the points haven't been going long enough that he's going to get to that 150, but if Rose Petals is able to start fighting back, that speed will ramp up, and they haven't been able to find any KOs. Twisty now the one who's low and dashing in, trying to find something. Doxy passing it ahead. Luke able to hold this secondary for feels like the first time in this game, but Twisty not able to get through Josh and Vaga, who are just layering their strikes and playing this defense as well as they have all the last two games. And Miramac now, the first time in this set, finds the KO on Doxy.
Power play now in favor of PLX. Cannot find the barrier just yet though. Flip does come out, not finding the core, but the core finds the barrier in the end nevertheless, as now a nice strike shot from Vaga will prevent the second barrier for dropping on the side of PLX. Miramac has to be a bit careful, does not have any HP to his name, but has a Stagger Swagger, is able to pick up an orb as well, so no worries there, as the side of Rose Petals are trying to get an attack going, but Vaga and Josh just again laying these strikes, layering these abilities so well, not much you can do about it. Flip comes out from Vaga, doesn't connect to Miramac quite right there though, as the core goes back onto the defense front for PLX, but Asher just such a good character to deal with these flips. Twisty not really able to do much for herself there, as now the core stays at the bottom here, but again, Vaga just keeps finding these strikes and just does not want to give this barrier.
Finally goes down now, so the goal is open. Rose Petals have a chance now here in the primary, going ahead to Twisty, who finds herself low. And Doxy did take the orb right before Twisty wanted to go for it, but they're able to get all this speed passed down to Doxy, and a great flip, super well timed to get it past that Estelle secondary. So finally, Rose Petals able to hold on for that point, and they get their first point of the map.
That first point is important because they need to keep on having this momentum and play off of it. Luke has a flip as well as available to his name. Is he going to be able to use it any productive way though, or is he just going to have to use it on the defensive end? The core does go over to the side of PLX again. Damage being dumped into Josh here, but I don't think Josh's out of danger of dying just yet, as Miramac again, you can just see it, that extra speed, that Julie, he just consistently fishing for those KOs. Flip coming out, not quite able to KO Doxy there though, due to a great evade, as now the second barrier drops on the defensive side from Rose Petals.
Yeah, what a primary by Josh, and what a pass to Miramac, who kept the core speed up and sends it in the corner. Josh and Miri just firing on all cylinders and able to find another goal. I mean, the levels of these two forwards tell the story. They've been in charge of everything so far. And now they're going to try to find 2 more points and move on to winners finals. Vaga now dribbling ahead, all this core speed early on in the point from that Juno 1-2. It's being kept up. Josh now pushing into the corner, trying to get it to Miramac. The Slime's disrupting so far, but the Asher ultimate helps keep it on that side. Good win for Twisty there, who has the flip and now ends up missing it. It got buffered right after it went out. Miramac went for the punch there, but it is missed out. And the flip from Luke gets met by the Estelle ultimate. Been finding those at the perfect times, and now Twisty gets KO'd, and a perfect primary from Josh. 1 point away for PLX.
PLX just playing this game in such a convincing manner as well. It's going to be difficult for Rose Petals to really do anything about this, as we're now going into a potential last point of the series. Force going over to the defensive end of Rose Petals again. No berry drop just yet. No, one does go down. Myrmec tries to secure the second one, but isn't quite able to get it past Luke there. Twisty needs to be careful again. Low HP though. Tries to go for the Colior, but is getting hands thrown at him by Vaga as the second barrier now drops as well on the side of Rose Petals.
At least got the energy out of Vaga, but he hasn't needed it now. Luke is able to get it away from Twisty, but just 1 point away. Twisty going for the double, but only able to find one, and now they do find the KO on Doxy. Miri just being patient and walks it all the way into the corner. A 3-0 map for PLX and a 2-1 victory to send them on to winners finals.
PLX in a convincing manner taking this third game here, moving on to winners finals to meet PP Legends there. So just a great showing in this game 3, and I feel like this game just really told a different story. The entire series so far has always been a very close endeavor from both teams. PLX just found something in this game and just really took advantage of it. Yeah, having a very convincing third game win here. Well played.
Yeah, and the fact that Doxy and Luke have pretty much the same amount of saves, I think kind of tells the story that just having to play way too much defense and Vaga not really having to do much, just sit back there and watch Miri, Meg, and Josh win every interaction seemingly. So a great job from PLX. They'll move on to winners finals to play PPL, like you said. But before that, we'll have a few of our losers quarters finals right after this. Me and Sloth are done, but we'll have Flying Blobos against Nauis Bureau of Striker. Thank you everyone for watching NASA Playoffs as they continue. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NASA playoffs. We're here in the losers bracket. We got Flying Blobos versus Nasborough Strikers, and now it's a bit of a do or die situation. To move on, you must win the series presented in front of you, and the 4 teams in the lower bracket will have a bit of a tough time here. But Gormella, you're subbing in for Yoshi after a bit of a long day yesterday. How's it been?
I mean, I called him to see if he was up for the cast, and I don't know if I've ever heard an individual so close to death as I heard him. So I'm subbing in for him. He did have a really long day yesterday, I agree. But for me, I'm having a good time. I really enjoyed my cast yesterday with yours truly. So I'm excited to take another opportunity to cast another lower bracket playoffs game, and all I gotta say is crickets in chat. Crickets in chat.
Oh yeah, but in this particular matchup, we're seeing the maps already selected. Taiko Temple, Night Market, Atlab. No big surprises there. Pretty popular maps, all things considered. And with the map pool being like this, right, the draft's a little bit predictable.
Yeah, Oni is a big sore spot for a lot of teams nowadays. Inky's obviously pretty famously hated. Gates also a weird map, so that just leaves Flareon, Taiko, Night Market, Atlab, which I think are all really similar maps. They've got some kind of obstruction in the middle most of the time. They've got like this lane-oriented gameplay that's less present on these other maps. So the fundamentals you take from one map, you can easily transition to another map, so they can feel really comfortable. So yeah, not super surprised. I don't know as much of the statistics, the history behind these teams, so I can't exactly speak to what I think they'll be picking, other than I wouldn't be surprised to see like an Asher from NBS on Taiko Temple in the brawler position. That's a really strong pick. And Fire Maiden now is probably his most famous pick, so I could see that on either side today. And I guess Striker Kai, it's in the name. But yeah, it's going to kind of come down to who's better at navigating this lane-oriented gameplay. And then if we get to Atlas Lab, I think it'll come down to who's better at navigating what happens when that black hole has been popped. Because that's what changes that map to make it more different from the other two. So, the more flexible team will have a better time. But we don't even know if we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. I've really liked how the Spartan played. Of course, they lost to the PP Legends, right? But Spartan held it down quite well. And of course, I think the biggest star of this Flying Blobos team has to be Fire Maiden. There were a lot of cases in that earlier series where Fire Maiden was holding the 2v3 power play, basically solo in the midfield. And as long as Alphamy can stay alive, do a little bit of brawling, a little bit more than against the top seed, I think this Flying Blobos team should be pretty favored here.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the games, but one pick that I'd like to see out of Alphamy today might be the Juliet. I don't know how comfortable they are. I haven't talked to them much, but the Juliet, from what I've seen yesterday and today, has just seemed to be a little bit more consistent than a pick like Centauro, because Centauro's base stagger is just so low that he doesn't really get to choose whether or not he lives a lot of the time. Because, like we were talking about yesterday, we're in a bit of a chip damage meta, so Centauro can really struggle there, and he gets staggered just a little bit quicker than like alternative brawler picks. And based on the draft, we did get the Juliet for Alphamy. Really happy to see that. Oh, Octavia for Striker Kai. That makes a lot of sense. It is Ad Rush, heavy impact start, so there should be a lot of KOs flying around. Fire Maiden picking the Estelle because the Now's Hero of Strikers banned now. And then Spartan on the Aimi. So really aggressive, high octane damage picks to try and shut down the Octavia. Of course, the Atlas in the back will be keeping her healthy. And the Asher, kind of as predicted, will do well on this map. I think comp-wise, I'm going to give it to NBS here, but anything can happen.
Yeah, he talked about the Juliet and it came through here right away. And looking back to yesterday as well, right, in that final series, the Bozo Bunch versus the Sad Boys, the Juliet
KO.
pick came in clutch, and also right here as well, Alphamy getting the KO here. And you mentioned Zentaro not liking it not being picked here, and yeah, Bells in that series was it was just too squishy. Just took too much damage in a lot of cases, but when the focus is here, when Alphamy gets chipped down, the KO still could come through. And Striker Kai, what a crazy bounce on the Taiko drums.
Yeah, and the Adrenaline Rush with Octavia proc, it's kind of interesting. If you're able to get her secondary out and she gets KO, she can get another secondary, and they convert on the power play really, really well. It kind of comes down to how well this Asher can burst down this Juliet. She's got a lot of burst damage, but if Alphamy can kind of navigate those difficult situations, we hopefully will see something a little different from the side of the Flying Blobos.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case, but Octavia, in really, really high win rate in Nassau for a reason. It's picked by players who know how to play the character. It's picked in good spots, and right here, Striker Kai is taking over the game. The KO onto Alphamy, but the power play stalled out by the Flying Blobos, and in the corner, Alter still pushing forward. Spartan trying to cyber swipe it, but assertive, walking up really well to the midfield, keeping the offense going, and NBS are looking dominant as they take the first 2 points.
Yeah, I think this team, this blue team from Flying Blobos here, they really need an aggressive kickoff and a way to maintain possession after that kickoff if they kind of just want to avoid falling apart to the Astra Octavia, because Astra Octavia is such an efficient like stuffing comp, getting it through the corner or just getting it in your face and getting it onto the barrier. Oh, and there's a KO from Alphamy. Well done on the punish there, transitioning into the power play for Flying Blobos. Spartan able to come in, drop the turret, maybe get some good damage on Striker Kai, take both the barriers, and things are looking good for the Flying Blobos.
They definitely are. The Flying Blobos now looking for a final pass to close this one out, but Alter, strike warning in the midfield, gets it all the way to Striker Kai.
Ooh.
The Flying Blobos managed to get it away for the moment, but with a flip available on Striker Kai. Alter still pushing forward, and the barrier sniped out with a really nice bounce, but Alphamy, the KO is huge. The flip takes away from the primary, but assertive with a good strike shot, and strike shot's dominance needs to be studied right now because that awakening is just taking over the melee goalie meta. Spartan, on the other hand, playing that range goalie, trying to break that just like the Bozo Bunch did, but they still have to score on this Atlas, and it's looking like a very difficult task as Alphamy is staggered and out of the play.
Yeah, I think a big difference between... Oh, really great strike from Firemaiden to get it around assertive there. No strike shot available. You know, you had mentioned that the Bozo Bunch kind of had this anti-meta goalie strategy, but Aimi was not something they were picking because she's not quite as strong at keeping pressure up forever. She's really good at bursting a bunch of pressure out. So, you know, we might see her secondary here flip. If they have turret, they could drop the turret and keep the ball up for one really strong push, but they're not keeping the ball up there forever, which is what I think was really effective against the melee goalies, as Alphamy does a great job keeping possession in the bottom corner. Turret comes in, doesn't do too much, and kind of rotating around. Alphamy, great elusive on the Octavia, special there to prevent the refresh on the flow state. Some good high-level thinking. And now we're heading into the corner. Things are looking really, really dicey for Flying Blobos. Firemaiden feels the pressure, kind of has to flip, and great damage on a Striker Kai from Spartan. If they can convert this KO, then they might be able to transition that power play into a win for this point.
Good defensive firewall sentry for the moment. A great bounce by Alter, but it barely doesn't contact the barrier. And now Alter being chipped down a little bit, but Firemaiden's primary doesn't connect. Kai on the crossfire with the strike. And despite the KO, there's a hole left in the defense. NBS taking the first set, and the first set with the Octavia almost guaranteed getting the MVP here. Yeah, it is. Striker Kai is going to have a huge draft ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, this Octavia is going to get whatever they want. Fight or flight, you could even go Spark. I actually don't think that's a crazy pick here, but fight or flight's almost certainly what they're going to be taking. The Estelle, oh no, they do take the Spark, so they value the potential high roll with Spark of Rezil or maybe Spark of Focus. Pretty smart pick, but the fight or flight does go over to Firemaiden. Gives him more ability to kind of keep pace with the speed of this Octavia. Sides for the Juliet, pretty expected. Extra special for the Atlas, denying the Aimi. Monumentalist Asher really, really scary. If they can get this ball to bounce off that drum in this like long corner on the second barrier, that Asher ult is just going to be an absolute checkmate for this IME.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to deal with. They can't keep possession on the other side, and so far, NBS has kept most of the possession on the half of the Flying Blobos. The pass splitter, you mentioned it, sets up a
Ooh.
perfect situation. The late strike from Striker Kai makes sure that both the barriers go down, and with Alter just controlling the midfield, Asher able to midfield quite well on this map. No space available, barely getting it out of the corner. A Strike War win by Fire Maiden. Finally, buys a little bit of time, but it's still such a tough spot. They're constantly on the defense.
Yeah, I want to shout out Assertive there. I actually think it was an Assertive strike shot that took that barrier. Really well placed. But, you know, this Octavia, if you're not just chain KOing it and abusing its lack of stagger, which has just been really difficult for teams to find a way to do in this meta, she will just flow state all over you and make things really hard. But, you know, that being said, Flying Blobos were able to recover. We're now in an open net situation, which I think is decently favored for Flying Blobos if Spartan can get himself involved on the offense. But Strike War wins in the midfield by Striker Alter are keeping up the pressure, and now Striker Kai coming in through the bottom, looking to score with the flip, not quite able to get it. Spartan misses the glitch pop, but Fireman with a great dribble wins a defensive possession that probably they shouldn't have, and unfortunately, Alchemy can't convert with the flip now. Going to be looking to set up in that penalty box. Comes back to help on the defense. Goes around Striker Kai and Fire Maiden keeping the ball up. If they can get the ball to Alchemy, this could be a goal here. Spartan, great clear and great patience from Alchemy. This should go in. Desperate flip from Fire Maiden. No flip from Alchemy. And KO and Striker Kai is big. And they should hopefully be able to commit on this power play. But the Atlas, defensive stalwart, going to be hard to break through. Fire Maiden rotating away from Striker Alter. Good play in the power play, but Alchemy just not quite able to be in the right spot on this really short range Juliet to convert onto the Atlas. I think they might just need to go stand right on top of the Atlas if they want to be able to get the goal, or just hope Fire Maiden can put it in, because it's just really, really hard for this Juliet here.
Oh, and a perfect flip by Alter as well before the Firewall Sentry can form. Yeah, the Flying Blobos offense just couldn't quite get the secure in, and I think a lot of that is, like you said, the power of the Atlas on the defense, and the fact that Alphamy was trying to position back for a dash punch, but when the core's going around the world like that, it is so hard to find any hit on the core as the Juliet, with relatively low speed, not having that much size yet in this game. Just difficult to deal with compared to the Asher that can just scoop up the core from a much more approachable distance. Alter now continuing to dribble the core forward, defended away by Spartan for the moment, but still, it's the Flying Blobos offense. Wait a second, no, Alphamy finds the second barrier, and the Flying Blobos offense a much better start than the last point.
Yeah, and just great strike war wins by Alphamy. I think they won like 4 in a row in the corner to set themselves up for a dash punch, but I just wouldn't be surprised if they struggle to score. You know, Alphamy lose the flip there. They're looking for a KO on Assertive, because, you know, if you can't get through him, I guess you can, but if you can't get through them, you might as well try and KO them. But I will say that the damage pressure, you know, forced Assertive to move up and out of the way and rely on the strike shot. And when the strike shot went just a little bit wide, the ball was able to find its way in its back to net. We have a tied up set.
Yeah, if they can put enough damage down and force her to back away like that, that is a potential win condition. But the issue is that it's inconsistent, right? Alter also evading away, making sure the dash punch doesn't come through after the Flame Flurry, and with the flip available on Fire Maiden, this defense should be very doable, especially when the flip is faced with the Firewall Sentry. Spartan now getting a little bit more confident to go on the offense, as the pressure has no longer been as dominant by NBS. Flying Blobos find their footing in the midfield, keeping the core up a little bit more reliably, but again, it's kind of hard to deal with the Asher in the midfield like that.
Yeah, I would guess that the adjustment that they felt after turn 1 was that Alphamy needs to make a little more use of these max souls and the size awakening that they were able to pick up and help out in the midfield by standing on the midline a bit more. I've noticed them walking back a lot, and while that's been hurting them on the open net, they have been very noticeably keeping the ball up more. They got damage pressure on Assertive last point, they got damage pressure on Striker Kai this point, and if Estelle's got any abilities here, they might be able to take out Striker Kai. And so, yeah, that's a good adjustment out of them. It helps that if Alphamy is taking more of the midfield pressure off of Spartan, for example, then Spartan can save more abilities to to go try and score on that second barrier as Fire Maiden flips in the midfield, doesn't feel comfortable with the Strike War against Striker Alter. And the Octavia falls as the second barrier does, and great play from Fire Maiden. That's what you love to see out of your Estelle. KO assertive on the goal line, and we've got a game here, Style.
We definitely have, but they're not out of the set yet. They got to be careful of that flip from Alter. Of course, they do have a lot of meter on their side as well, but a really good kickoff here from Spartan. But Striker Kai just stands still in the corner, just keeps striking those. The Alphamy overcommitted abilities, and another good save out of the corner by NBS means that although Striker Kai is staggered, just has so much speed to just run away now. And NBS are pushing up on the offense, assertive, stepping all the way to the midline. Striker Kai coming in to take the second barrier, and this open net is a lot more vulnerable on the side of Flying Blabos here. One good shot could do it.
Yeah, I think this open net for NBS with both goal gates up for NBS in the back end just makes things so safe for them. Sort of has the flip. Things are looking really, really scary, and as long as they can kind of maintain that possession, they should be able to convert, especially against the slightly weaker defensively IME. But good dribble by Spartan. Keeps the ball out of threat range, but Striker Alter picks up the ball and is able to put it in.
Very, very well done there. NBS keeping this set close as we approach the 0.5 here. Although, I looked at the bottom two members on their team and saw, okay, no meter. I looked at Striker Kai, who's forced to burn meter there. Wait a second. The energy economy looking pretty fine for Flying Blabos here, especially with a quick barrier take like that. But Spartan can't quite reach the other barrier.
Oh.
It is 1-1 now, but it's going to be so hard to get past that bottom corner.
Yeah, that was a really, really important strike from Fire Maiden there to clear it around the Asher airship. And Spartan, little panic moment there, loses the ball in the corner against the drum. That core speed just made positioning a little too difficult, and now we're seeing possession go back towards the side of NBS, and crazy bounce off the drum from the strike shot. Things are actually not looking too bad if they can get it through the forwards, because they're really, really out of position. Alphamy not able to find the barrier. Fire Maiden used the secondary, couldn't quite stuff it in, and now NBS just really strong defensively. They've got 3 people back, and the Octavia on defense is able to stack up the flow state. Just barely is able to stack it back up. Loses it though. Tries to keep it on Alphamy with no meter. Not quite able to. Fire Maiden just pixels off the barrier, but finds it with Alphamy anyways. Beautiful punch. Great team play out of those two. And as long as they can hold here, Spartan, a little bit of a panic flip in the corner. It's all right though. You can see Alphamy tries to convert in the open net. Fire Maiden, a little bit of an ambitious bounce off the drums. Strike into primary, looking really good. Striker Alter now looking low. Alphamy not quite able to kill with the dash punch. But Fire Maiden able to pick it up with the beam from afar, and this power play is looking really good. Striker Kai, great cut on the pass there, and as long as Fire Maiden's got abilities up, things are looking good. They burn the flip, and now this Asher's coming back. New possession for the NBS. We'll see if they can convert, but things are kind of coming up all Flying Blabos right now.
Yeah, they are. The Flying Blabos maintaining possession, making sure that their barrier doesn't fall just yet. Fire Maiden doing so much work in this midfield, but Spartan overcommits to the bottom side. And Assertive now can breathe a little bit easier as, oh no, a perfect pass, a perfect bounce to Alphamy. It is Flying Blabos equalizing this game. It was incredibly close at the very end, but NBS let it slip away for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, great glitch pot from Spartan there. It's one of those situations from Striker Alter where you want to glitch pop, you want to strike board the glitch pop as soon as you can, so that you can keep up as much tempo as possible. But if you miss that strike, a crazy bounce is going to mean it goes right through you, and so it gets perfectly to the Juliet. They're able to maintain speed. And looking at the draft here, I love the Stacks and Stacks pickup for the Estelle. That is such a big pickup. The Twin Draft for the Atlas also huge, and the second spark for the Octavia. I mean, everyone just got an amazing awakening. Like the power level has skyrocketed in this game after that draft, and if that draft had happened with Fly going down 0-2, I would say that I don't think they can come back, but they've built up enough wiggle room that they can keep pace, and I think that's the first revive of the game that we've seen from this extra special Atlas. Maybe just not a point of comfort for Assertive, but regardless, offense being generated in the bottom corner here, restacking from side to side from the side of NBS. and find the second barrier off of an unfortunate bounce off the drum for NBS. Fire Maiden dribbling through. Striker Kai says no thank you to that, and kind of going to enter yet another likely exhaustive open net situation for the offense of Flying Blobos.
Oh, but Spartan tries to go for the out clear, but Striker Alter predicts it, and that blows the point wide open in the favor of NBS. They got flips available. They're pushing forward. Being careful around Alphamy, though. Heavy impact 1-2 punch means that Juliet is such a threat here, and Striker Alter's got to watch out for those dash punches potentially. But lots of meter available on both sides. Looking for one flip to close out the point. Striker Alter finds the opportunity, but it's blocked away. They just lost all the speed there, and now that's a combo coming in from Alphamy. So much core speed with the 1-2 punch in overtime. One dribble into strike might close it out. A big win condition against the Atlas unlocked in that last draft. And the Firewall Sentry, perfect from Spartan, blocking the bottom of the net. Flying Blobos, I think they scaled enough. I think they might have what it takes.
Yeah, something I wanted to bring up earlier but couldn't quite was that I was going to say that we should be looking out for Aimee to get a Dash Awakening this game, because on this map, with these drums and the core speed so high, she has to play a little further back or else she risks completely falling apart defensively as a crazy KO happens. The reverse KO off the Dash Punch. The Adrenaline Rush procs for the Octavia, her secondary, is going to be back up soon, and great patience from Spartan to hold this top barrier, stalling out for Alphamy, uses yet another Dash Punch, and Spartan blinking forward, trying to generate some offense. Nothing quite can fall for them, and Striker Alter is just so large. These strike wars, it's really hard to get around them. And Striker Kai, great position to punish, take the second barrier, but this aerials from Spartan means that even though they have to play further back, and in these open net situations, they might even have to play all the way back in their net, they now have the dash range to meaningfully enter the opponent's box despite being so far away. So the offense is a lot better for this Aimee, but as I say that, ball slowly dribbles into the corner for Striker Alter, who is easily able to convert on the Asher.
Yeah. Well, we will see if things change in this one, but Striker Alter having basically a full core flip now is huge for NBS. A good revive coming out from Assertive, making sure Striker Kai doesn't fall, especially with all that meter available. 2 core flips on the forwards of NBS, as the Flying Blobos are also not too far behind in the energy department. Fireman continuing to patrol the midfield, but Striker Alter picks it up. The Firewall Sentry ineffective. The flip perfect through 2. And now Assertive walking forward, helping. But it's emotional support only as Striker Kai comes in and scores another goal for NBS.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk that you're taking with this team composition, especially into an Atlas. You're risking the revive, just completely stealing all the value from your abilities. You're risking the Aimee falling apart defensively into the Asher Octavia, and you're really betting that you're going to get efficient offense with this Aimee, and that you're going to be able to play through the midfield with the Maxwells on the Juliet. And we see the flip from Spartan get stuffed out just a little bit, and that's something you're probably kicking yourself for a little bit if you're Spartan, because this Atlas with the flip in the net, she's just going to be such an iron wall. It's going to be really difficult to get through, and it's going to take a well-placed flip from either Fire Maiden or Alphamy in one of these corners to be able to convert. Spartan able to dash in with that dash range and convert beautifully with the glitch pop. Well played to them, and now that there's 2 flips in the open net, things are looking really good for the Flying Blobos.
Very, very good here. But they need to get out of this corner first. Striker Kai patrolling on the bottom side. Assertive getting it away. They got to be careful of Alphamy, though. A flip available to the top side. Blocked away by Striker Alter, who walks all the way back to help out. But the offense stalls for NBS. That means Spartan has room to move forward. The Firewall Sentry holding it. But the core speed's too much. The barrier goes down. NBS now with a big opportunity as the core gets away from everyone. Fireman is setting it forward with the primary. But it's still in the hands of NBS. Finally, a good bounce for them. But Assertive will just deny it with the strike shot. Alphamy looking for the dash. Secondary available. Alphamy one more time. And the clear caught by Fire Maiden. The Flying Blobos, when they need it most, they find the goal.
Yeah, great play. That's the value of this Estelle. She's basically sitting on the midline, but is able to put it in the net with that piercing shot. We're entering another 0.5, and I gotta say, I'm really impressed with the Flying Blobos this game. I think their team composition is so much harder to execute than NBS's, so things are looking good for them in that regard. It means they're playing well, especially Fire Maiden, who I think has been so good in this, arguably pretty difficult midfield matchup. Crazy Bounce keeps possession for the Flying Blavos. KO comes out. Turret comes out. Spartan with this flip might be looking to try and get a cheeky second barrier, but they're going to have to wait for that secondary cooldown. Come back up. I wouldn't hate it if Fire Maiden tried to rotate the core down to this weaker bottom side, and they kind of just lose their entire power play by striking it into Striker Kai up in the top. But nevertheless, entering that offensive possession once again. Finally, the rotation comes out from Spartan, and things are looking really, really dicey for Assertive. Secondary goes down. Beautiful beam from Fire Maiden with flip and stacks in the open net. 2 flips go down all of a sudden. And things that could be looking a lot worse for NBS, but nevertheless, things are ultimately looking great for the Flying Blavos here.
Yeah, but with one barrier going down, they got to be careful. Spartan
2.
can't quite reach that one. Both barriers falling now, and the Flying Blavos need to be careful. They need to score fast because Spartan is looking quite vulnerable without any barriers left. Assertive still pushing it forward. Spartan has to deal with so much core speed here with not that much ability to cover the entire net, but still handling it so far. Firemen trying desperately to find an opportunity. So much core speed to the other side. Burns the secondary. The shot isn't good from Alfie, but there's a strike shot anyway. But Alfie will have one more chance here. Firemen and sets up the passing plays attempted, interrupted by Striker Kai. Good positioning by the Octavia, but they gotta watch out when the core speed picks up as well, because Fireman's primary is down for the moment. Should be back up by now, trying to send it forward. A really good patience to get it around Striker Kai, and now Fireman trying to do it all alone. Flip available, but a great primary by Assertive holds it down for the moment. Spartan not getting mixed up by the pass splitter that time, thankfully, and moving forward. Perfect pass by Spartan to Alphamy when they needed it most. Make sure that Assertive can't even use the core flip, and they take the lead.
Wow, I mean, that bounce off the drum, I'll be honest, a little unlucky for NBS, but beautifully placed by Spartan. Incredibly well played, and unsurprisingly, this Estelle is going to get first pick in this draft. Probably going to take that Spark focus away from the Octavia. Don't want to let her scale to the moon. Octavia kind of gets free picking here, takes the cast last. It's a huge punish, and a really unfortunate draft for the Flying Blavos, but the perfect form. The Imi looks great. Prime time for the Atlas, not a huge surprise. Peak performance, I really like that out of the Juliet because, you know, as we were saying earlier, this Juliet's having a lot of midfielding pressure being applied to them. You know, they can't play as aggressively forward as they'd like because they are relying on this Imi to actually get the job done. And the peak performance, really, really nice for keeping Stagger up in case there's a lot of chip damage from the Asher, or just giving them the move speed to maneuver through the midfield and keep the ball up and away from Striker Kai.
Yeah, but with the dash punch going wide, that gives an opportunity for Striker Kai and Alter, and they convert very precisely. The Asher making it so easy to convert onto the barriers. This composition so straightforward to pilot, and they do stuff it forward. And that's something that continues to be a challenge, right? Although the Flying Blavos are piloting their comp pretty well, it's very easy for things to go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that point was a great example. If they lose just one too many interactions in the midfield or in the corner, it's just lights out for them. And with the prime time from this Atlas, there's going to be just a little bit more forward pressure there to help out, to kind of counteract this more defensive Juliet and aggressive Imi. The ball moving into the top. Really scary, great strike from Spartan. Really impressed with that one. Striker Alter, unfortunately, able to walk in, gets the flip off, and this chip damage is kind of adding up. But don't forget, this extra special Atlas still has it up, and great conversion from Striker Kai to punish the pass from Spartan, and it's a 2-0 lead for NBS, and I'm not too surprised that this is happening. That draft was looking really good for that Octavia, and they're able to just mount so much pressure so far.
Yeah, it was pretty overwhelming here. This time trying to push in the corner. Great secondary by Fire Maiden. Dash punch by Alphamy. Flips all three. A lot of chip damage onto every single member. Now a flip available. Fire Maiden waits all the way past the barrier beam. The Asher primary stalled out perfectly. And that will be Flying Blavos getting a very, very quick point.
Yeah, I mean, that was some swag out of Fire Maiden there. Really, really great patience on the strike. Huge call out on Striker Alter. I mean, you can't really blame Striker Alter for going for that strike war like that in such a high pressure situation. You know, you're down in a playoffs game, and great conversion in the corner by Alphamy, getting that valuable chip damage on Striker Kai, who maybe regrets not taking the free stagger from that peak performance. But as I say that stagger is helping out Alphamy, who's low in the corner but not out of it yet. And if Striker Alter can convert with the flip here, as they do, things are looking really, really good for NBS. It's going to be difficult for this Imi to find a way out of this point, especially with Assertive's flip now up. And Alphamy trying to go in. Blink goes wide from Fire Maiden. The ult committed in the midfield, but The special also committed from Assertive. KOs are possible from dash punches if they can be found. Alfie picks up valuable orb. Dash punch goes wide. Spartan alone in the open net, but the KO comes out onto the Octavia on this power play, meaning things are looking up for the Flying Globos. Dash in by the Aimi. Turret comes out, not quite able to convert. Striker living from a fortunate bounce off the drum, and Fire Maiden entering the corner. Great punish from Assertive with the strike. Nice try from Alpha with the primetime Atlas primary punishes, and Fire Maiden now desperate to find a way onto that barrier, but just not quite able to find it in the 3-on-2 in the corner. Cross player from Striker Kai. Castellast keeping up the core speed. Drum puts it in the net, and unfortunately Spartan not able to make it in time, and that's one of the risks you take when you go eject button Aimi on this map is once it hits overtime, the ball could just fly right into your net.
Yeah, the core speed getting a little too fast, and now in this draft, the core speed's gonna speed up even more with the hot shot being available, and of course with the sparks previously, that's gonna be even more scaling for Striker Kai on that Octavia. Gonna be much more difficult to kill, and that is a scary proposition for the Flying Blobos, where they had to play a lot around the damage, right? The 1-2 punch, heavy impact. Of course, they still have a lot of damage. You get Deadeye on the Aimi as well, but it's gonna be so much more difficult to deal with that Octavia.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, the most efficient way for Flying Globos to win this set is for these Deadeye, Glitch Pop, or Dash Pop KOs from Spartan. He's been going for them this game, but hasn't been able to convert on a KO off kickoff yet. Isn't able to there yet, but there we go. There's the Dash Punch KO. Something I want to point out is that Assertive has not been quick on the reaction time with those this game. Their revives have kind of only come when it was pretty obvious that a KO was coming due to the health bars of her teammates. So I don't think it's too crazy to think that an Estelle Beam could take a KO, a Dash Pop from Spartan could take a KO, or Striker Alter could just take the barrier, because the Asher is so potent offensively against this Aimi. But the second barrier falls for NBS. Great evade clear from Spartan, and now Assertive moving up in the open net. Spartan trying to punish. Great punish, giving possession back to Alpha. Firing loses their mind a little bit, but Striker Kai looking worse for wear. Spartan with a crazy dribble on the net, and everything kind of falls apart as Fireman walks too far back and gets KO'd, and Striker Kai, with that spark of agility plus 2 other sparks, is able to catch the clear from Spartan.
Yeah, I saw the vision too. Like, it was almost a good play, but I think Spartan just waited a little too long at the end of it, right? Just tried to find the perfect opportunity, and unfortunately, the situation only got worse as time progressed. So, need to get out of there, but it's a tough spot. Alphamy, though, in the corner, making it a tough spot for NBS. Spartan sending the core forwards perfectly now, but oh no, you gotta watch out. Striker Alter just flips everyone off the edge pretty much, and with the midfielder gone, this team comp kind of collapses in terms of their presence in the midfield, right? It's so difficult for them to do anything, but Firemen in back, and maybe another chance for the Flying Blobos with this flip, stalling out the secondary as well, perfectly angled, and if they can get one good passing play, this could be the Flying Blobos turning it around.
I mean, Spartan's got flip. I'm going to be looking at that the next time the secondary comes up, but this point went from complete disaster to relatively even, but Striker Kai with the flip, really scary in the corner, going to try and put it through the top. Spartan feels the need to use the flip, and the core speed looking really scary. This hot shot Estelle is going to be so strong, but an unfortunate bounce off the Glitch Pop sends it backwards into their own net, and things are looking dire for the Flying Blobos.
Completely dire. This is 1 point away from NBS erasing this close game into just a 1 on the scoreboard. Flips available for Striker Alter and soon to be Assertive here. Fireman and Alpha trying desperately to push forward, but they're just facing a brick wall in the face. The Asher playing the midfield role, making sure the core can't move forward, and finally the flip burned. The offense coming up, and the firewall sentry having to be burned for defense. Alphamy unable to find an offensive play because it's so easy for the Atlas to just get it out in that encounter, and once again the Flying Blobos, it's so hard for them to get something going. But wait a second, as I say that, the Glitch Pop unlocks everything from Spartan, but the Pat Splitter does so on the other end as well. You take over.
Yeah, just a little bit of a word salad there. We're back in an open net situation, and Fire Maiden appears that they're out of here. Really, really unfortunate for this to happen on a game point situation like this. Everyone, I think NBS has kind of recognized that they don't really want to convert Striker Kai, not playing the most aggressive, but realizing that it's in the rules. You got to just take it. Fire Maiden gonna be cursing, maybe even cursing out their internet service provider later. Unfortunate crash, and NBS, they were in a really dominant position at that point. That whole set, it's not entirely realistic to say that the Flying Blobos got completely robbed there, but that does do a lot of damage to your mental. And looking at the stat sheet here, Fire Maiden redirecting the entire lobby, so their presence definitely missed, especially at the end there. The old EMP tactic pulled out by NBS, really well done by them, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. But just a cursory review of the game, the scaling from Striker Kai, the aggressive Spark of Agility take in that first set instead of, the more immediately powerful Fight or Flight did pay off, did manage to get 3 sparks, including that pivotal spark of Rezil, which kept them alive from the pressure from the Aimee and the Estelle and the Juliet. If you're Flying Blobos, I think you're really looking at that second point in that 5th set, where things just kind of fell apart right at the end. They had an opportunity to tie it up, and then if Fire Maiden disconnects there, they would be forced to wait for him to come back, and maybe you can kind of mount a comeback on those last 2 points. But nevertheless, really impressive performance from both teams. I think NBS had a really, really solid game plan. Were able to capitalize. Assertive, I thought, played really, really well that game, holding it down. 129 saves with Spartan on the much less individually defensively capable goalie, finding 105 saves of their own in what I think is a really difficult matchup. So things are not looking lost if you're a Flying Blobos enjoyer out there, because I personally think they played really, really well that game, and they kind of had a mountain to climb ever since character select ended.
Yeah, it was not really tough, and next game's also going to be a little bit tough, I think. Night Market, bit of a core control map, a bit of a slog sometimes. And I do know that NBS has some interesting picks when it comes to this map sometimes. Striker Kai has been known to lock into Drakkar sometimes. We'll see how this one goes.
You called out the Drakkar yesterday on Night Market. For NBS's sake, I hope you don't call it out again. But
the pick might be a little bit weak, and not in the sarcastic sense.
Yeah, Drakkar's looking a little washed this patch and the past many patches. And then for anyone that is looking in the background of my camera here, you might notice the slightly inferior sporting event going on today compared to the NASA playoffs, the Super Bowl. But I'm glad that everyone is here watching Omega Strikers. Yeah, for my predictions for this draft, I think we're going to see another now ban from the Bureaus of Strikers. A little hypocritical of them, but when you're against Fire Maiden, it's something you got to do. If the Estelle comes back out, Car actually looks pretty good in that instance. Spartan, I have a feeling Spartan didn't feel comfortable picking. Well, I guess they just wanted to go for the KO, so that's why they went to Aimee. But I wouldn't be too surprised if a melee goalie comes out from Spartan. We've seen a lot of Aimees lose in the playoffs today and yesterday, and then just convert back into a melee goalie afterwards, because it's just such a mountain to climb for them. They have to execute so much better. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another Asher come out from Striker Alter. I think that pick has been really, really, really strong recently, and teams that have been picking it have been winning on it. Octavia is totally up as well. It's kind of scary. Personally, I think the Flying Blobos have an angle in draft here where they let neither melee goalie go down. Maybe they ban the Octavia. They seem to have this read that the NAS Bureau of Strikers are preferential towards Mako. And if that's the case, then if they're willing to give that over and they pick the Estelle again, that Estelle might be able to punish the Mako. Defensively, it's really hard to deal with an Estelle as Mako, and you're kind of relying on your forwards being able to maintain absolute control with the speed advantage that you give them. But the Estelle Beam is on a 9-second cooldown, and the Mako Secondary is on an 18-second cooldown. So that discrepancy there can give Estelle a slightly favored matchup, that's an angle they can go for. Fire Maiden looked great on the Estelle in that 2-lane map on Tycho Temple. I'm sure that they'd feel comfortable with it on Night Market as well. Alphamy looked good on the Julie. I wouldn't hate to see that again. I think Centauro, like we were saying earlier, it's just too liable to be KO'd, and Spartan kind of has a bevy of picks here. They can go into their bag a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised essentially to see something really similar out of NBS, and something either remarkably similar out of Flying Blobos, who are saying that maybe it was the map or the goalie pick or something that wasn't favoring them. But yeah, I guess if I'm looking for one main change, it might be changing from the IME and also maybe changing to an Octavia ban. But we'll see how things go on the Night Market.
Yeah, they should be heading into character draft pretty soon here. And that should be an interesting thing to look at, especially because the Awakenings will determine quite a bit here. And just waiting for character select to get going, especially because of the server issue, the teams are taking a bit. There's been a bit of policy stuff going on as well because of that. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I blame Jeffrey Bezos. It's his fault that we're having server issues. Do I clarify that that's a joke? I guess.
Well,
But
after what Ian said yesterday, I don't think that's that extreme.
yeah, I mean, Jonathan Bezos, please bless us with a stable connection for Fire Maiden here so that we get as competitive a playoff series as possible. I mean, I like the damage angle Flying Blobos took last game, and I think they could go for it again. I think the drums meaningfully make Imy's life just that much harder than the Speedgate does on Night Market. And if Alphamy is willing to play a little bit more of a midfieldy role once again on the Night Market, stacking on that speed gate, abusing that speed to maintain control, whether against the Mach or the Atlas or whatever assertive ends up pulling out this game. But nevertheless, it looks like we're heading into Striker Draft here. We've got an extra special start, which clues a little bit in to either of those melee goalie picks. Maybe the Imi gets picked again. And a Might of the Colossus, as we see the now getting banned by NBS. Flying Blobos, waiting to see what they ban. They are on the red side, so if they ban a melee goalie, then NBS is very likely to take the other melee goalie and kind of leave them out to dry. So, kind of, as you can see here, Saya, I believe you're a little bit more live than I am on the Striker Draft, so you might have a bit more to say than I do, but there's the Octavia ban.
Yeah, Octavia ban Mako pickup as the first pick for NBS, and especially on Night Market, right? That Mako is so powerful. I'm interested to see whether we see an Era, because Era X might be a powerful 2-character combination on that Might start in particular. Of course, Era, not seen as the strongest character, but on Night Market, more than serviceable, especially on Might start with the potential X. Very, very solid, but it looks like Fly are heading to the Comfort Centauro.
Yeah, I think Alphamy must think that the Centauro is a better matchup than the Julie. I think that opinion's a little split, but overall, a lot of Makos I know tend to like the Juliet matchup, so I'm not too surprised to see it. Also, that Centauro primary, a really good tool at eliminating the Mako speed, which is going to be the name of the game in this draft here. The IME comes out, once again, not sure if that's going to be on Fire Madden or if that's going to be on Spartan once again. Spartan, I will say, looked pretty good on the pick, and there it is, Simon. There it is. You've done it again. Ricard for NBS. Probably pretty happy with the midfield matchup, regardless of whether or not that's IME or the Estelle. There comes the Juliet, really strong pick on this map for Striker Alter. And if things go like they did yesterday, this IME should do great into the Jakar, but it kind of all comes down to this pick 6.
Yeah, it all comes down to the final pick, and it also comes down to how it's being piloted too, right? Because Daimi does have a lot more that she has to do in terms of mechanics compared to the Dakar. Of course, the Dakar has to position well to not get glitch popped off the edge, but the IME has to mind a lot more angles, while Drakkar just has to be concerned about pushing forward mainly. And I do think that Zentaro is going to be suffering quite a bit here. Drakkar Juliet is a very high damage forward combination, so that's something to be worried about.
Yeah, I mean the lethal range from the dash punch is obviously just a little bit lower when you're against that Centauro. So going to be looking out for that. And if this Drakkar is able to fanboy the Centauro a little bit, we might see him going down. But a combination that we did see yesterday, and we're seeing it again, is the Centauro with the Atlas to help keep him alive. And with the Juliet not being so immediately active in doing chip damage in the midfield, compared to like an Asher who might be primarying, or like a Kazan who might be using his abilities, or obviously like an X who's doing anything in the midfield to deal damage. There's hope that they might be able to outlast this Juliet. The IME does end up in the midfield, just like it did yesterday in this Drakkar matchup. We'll see if those glitch pop KOs off the wall are able to come through like they did yesterday. But the extra special Atlas with the extra special IME and probably the extra special Centauro is making Flying Globos look really strong in the set one, but the size and the speed assisting the Might of the Colossus pickups on behalf of NBS also looking pretty scary, especially because there are so many size awakenings for this Juliet to pick up later in the game should they pick up Might of the Colossus. And I think if Centauro and IME aren't being proactive with getting rid of this Mako's speed, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to keep pace with just the sheer simplicity of the strike shotgun and the ability of this Juliet, who takes an aggressive pummeler's pick. Try and get those KOs. We'll see if Spartan's on his A game with his revives.
Yeah, it's really going to be on Spartan with that extra special to have those revives on deck. But right now, Striker Kai is the focus of a bit of damage here, a bit of potential for maybe a turnaround. But with the orb pickup, no, it's Alphamy still putting on a lot of damage. Striker Kai losing a lot of the early interaction, but the first barrier is taken by NBS. Big opportunity here, but both barriers down. Spartan can't strike it in time, and Assertive as well. Both goalies looking to be lagging a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. Jeff Bezos, I think, heard what I was saying earlier and is kind of exacting his revenge on me. But nevertheless, as I was saying, this speed from this Mako has gone uninterrupted twice so far, and both times have resulted in some pretty decent offensive pushes. That being said, Alchemy gets, I think, an entire third of their energy bar off of that special out of them. And Striker Kai coming in. Great pass. Striker Alter, beautiful angle on that dash punch. Kind of fakes out Spartan a bit, recognized that the Atlas was going down, and goes through the middle.
Yeah, a good drift by Alter to secure the goal there, focused on scoring once again, but it has to be some kickoff damage pressure coming out from NBS. They got to be the ones not getting overwhelmed by the Firewall Sentry, and this time they hold on. Striker Alter, of course, taking a lot of damage here, but no barriers going down.
Yeah, and his Zentaro primary goes wide. Mako secondary once again uninterrupted. Nice try from Alchemy, wanted to get the dash into flip for the KO, but is paying almost with his life for it. But the Atlas ult being dropped in the middle of the map makes it difficult for Alchemy to survive. I wouldn't hate if they just walked back and grabbed that orb, dodge on the punch, and the ult comes down. And it's just been a really difficult point because Alchemy's basically been out of it for the past 30 seconds. Great damage on Striker Kai, and if Fire Madden can find a conversion on the KO, looks great. But instead, it's Alchemy that goes down, and now Fire Maiden needs to play this midfield 1v2 really well, and strike around Striker Kai. Rotating up to the top, great glitch pop, and Firewall Sentry, unfortunately, barely unable to hold, and Striker Alter looking a lot worse for wear. Can they accomplish KO off the stagger? But they just barely can't because the glitch pop knocks him out of the Zentaro ult, but the dash punch goes wide. Striker Alter going to use that speed to rotate up if they can to flip in the penalty box in that net. Just kind of outmaneuvering all of Alchemy's attempts to KO. Strike barely goes wide on the barrier. Fire Madden walking in. Great strike forces the flip out of Assertive, and with this, Mako speed interrupted this time. Striker Alter in the bottom corner. Atlas going to be able to stop that one. Great strike war from Spartan, and I think this point actually looks okay for the Flying Globos at this point as they take the barrier and almost get the KO on Striker Alter. Juliet special used to keep possession of the ball, but it's like we saw last game. It's really, really difficult for this Juliet to convert on the open net unless she's able to get the ball perfectly in that penalty box. So Centauro might have an easier time unless the Drakkar strike shotgun able to get it through. Not quite. Striker Alter dribbles, but just can't do anything when they get the ball. Alphamy now looking. Striker Alter once again sends it towards the goal box and still getting chipped down, but great dash punch. Punishes Spartan for being a little, I guess, greedy with the clear there. Wanted to see if they could take the clear up instead of just immediately going back down. And great conversion from Striker Alter after struggling for a little bit there.
Yeah, and with this flip available, it's a bit of a flip and dip from Striker Kai. Doesn't want any of that damage that's coming out from Fly there. And good to retreat as Striker Alter pounces on the opportunity. Both barriers going down here in NBS. Looking very comfortable on this night market. Alter trying to find a flick to the bottom side. Not quite going in, but Spartan burns the flip. And now it's a big opportunity for Striker Kai to push forward. The strike shotgun, a possibility. Continuing to hold the flip in the corner. But now it's the Flying Blobos finally getting it out of their side.
Yeah, and the Juliet finally goes down, and I think Drakkar, without the missile prop, and Juliet are just going to have such a difficult time converting on the open net. It's going to give the Centauro and Aimi a lot of time to find these KOs, especially as the game progresses. As long as these awakenings, like a bunch of speed for the Juliet or the strike shotgun missile prop for the Drakkar, don't come in, I could see things kind of going the other way, but beautiful set of Strike War wins for Striker Alter in the corner, and a great punish on Spartan, who didn't preserve their primary or strike shot, sends it to the top corner. It's a 3-0 set for NBS, and aerials could be a pickup for the Drakkar here, but peak performance, not a big surprise. Counteract that damage. I think we'll see the Aimi taking the fight or flight. Juliet getting size, which is a big deal with that Might of the Colossus. Those dash punches are going to be killing just a little bit further from the wall. Atlas kind of free to take Glass Cannon, Siege. You don't really want to take the aerials here, but the Mako is going to love to pick that up, or I guess the Super Surge to take it away from the Zentaro. Zentaro decides they want the Dash Awakening instead of the Catalyst, and Catalyst goes to the Atlas. Interesting draft here. I think Zentaro doesn't want to bank on trying to get that last remaining explosive entrance later and just wants to get the dash now. Obviously makes their kickoff a lot more potent, makes their ult a little better, and makes their scoring a little bit stronger. And we'll see if fortunes change, but that stagger pickup for Striker Kai is going to make things just a little bit harder for the side of Flying Blobos as they pick up both barriers, though, and maybe their fortunes have changed, Sire.
Perhaps Striker Kai strike shotgunning in the top side, and it looks like the NBS offense is just business as usual still. Assertive walking up to the midline to send a primary forward. The Firewall Sentry halting it for a moment, but the strike interactions constantly being taken by NBS, and a final dash in, just enough hit stun to prevent Spartan from striking at the very end, and it's NBS continuing to take the lead.
Yeah, this Juliet's been getting so much space. Spartan, a little wary of walking up and trying to contest that Juliet, because constricting that space is obviously going to give her more ability to hit stun you, but at the same time, working with all this space for her is just giving her so many options to convert on the open net. And Striker Alter just really, really impressed with them this game. I think they have kind of been taking over. Fire Madden, presence of mind to cancel the Mako speed. Atlas healing, really, really valuable. But that play right there from Assertive is, I think, something we're going to be wanting to see out of Spartan. Where you walk up aggressively, because when you play so far back close to your barrier, you're giving Juliet the opportunity to use her short range abilities to stuff it through like she did on the second barrier there. Spartan feeling the pressure, has to flip. If Striker Alter has their special, then Fireman is going to go down. Exactly what happens there. Alphamy almost goes down too, and this is going to be a really easy power play conversion for the side of NBS with the Mako speed. And I mean, this game is just all going the way of the Now's Bureau of Strikers.
Yeah, that last Striker was desperation from Spartan, right? You don't want to take the easy way out, because the easy way out is into the other enemy's face in the bottom corner. So you go for the hard Strike War, but it's not one too difficult to get through an entire Juliet hitbox, hitting the perfect timing. Not very realistic. Great clears out from NBS, converting to a barrier on the other side with sheer core speed. And I like what Alter is doing on a lot of these dash plays. Instead of committing the dash punch into the expanse, doing the dash and trying to get a follow-up strike has been so good for NBS.
Yeah, I think right there, the space that Striker Alter had was just a little bit too far away from the barrier to convert, but you're right that this adaptation from Striker Alter has just kind of been ripping through Spartan all game. The the defensive prowess of the Atlas just not quite able to convert. It's one of the big downsides of these melee goalies is that if they're not holding it down, as much as they possibly can, that they're just not going to be providing as much offensive value unless you're a Mako who's giving size and speed to your team in the midfield, like Mako is here. And there we go. We're seeing a little bit more proactive canceling. Great revive from Spartan. Really well played there. And Alphemy able to convert on the second barrier. Things are looking good for the Flying Blobos. Can't quite get to the ball in time. Spartan sends it up and around using that core speed. Can Alphemy put it in with the Centauro in the open net? Great special. Not quite able to catch it with the passive strike. But nevertheless, Striker Alter in the corner with the flip, looking really dangerous. This Mako speed going completely uninterrupted. The secondary strike from the Dakar almost catch the barrier with that overtime core speed, but still not quite able to convert. Fire Maiden looking worse for wear. Almost goes down, but the extra special Atlas ult looking to keep them alive. Grabs the orb, but looking perfectly safe for now. And crazy bounces means Spartan's not quite able to catch the core. The strike is down, and Alphemy wants to use this flip in the open net. Great patience. Can Fire Maiden get the ball over to Alphemy? Alphemy once again trying to cancel this Mako secondary with secondary of his own. I'm really appreciating this proactive secondary canceling from the side of Flying Blobos. Crazy KO comes out onto Striker Alter, and as long as the power play goes well, I think Flying Blobos can convert. But right now, Striker Kai, this Drakkar, so simple, so aggressive in the midfield, able to keep things down, and Alphemy isn't quite able to stop that speed from the Mako. And if that secondary had hit onto Assertive, we would have been able to cancel the speed, and Striker Kai wouldn't have been in position there to put in the net. But nevertheless, the Mako speed does come out. It's another 3-0 set for NBS, and I don't want to say anything too soon, Saya, but I think this game's not looking too good.
Yeah, NBS are just finding their offense very well. They're playing the midfield with this Drakkar, kind of similar to how Striker Alter fell back on the Asher, except it's the actual midfielder doing it. They're very, very comfortable with burning abilities in the midfield and then walking up, just confident to win those strike interactions, and that's doing a ton. The Monumentalist even denied away from Spartan to make sure that Alter can continue to get a lot of those creative dash plays around it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that pick. SeaWorld is notoriously a pretty huge nerf to your special out of the Mako, but I mean, this game has all been based around the Mako speed and that super surge that they picked up in that first draft there, looking really good for them. And just not super impressed by the Centauro this game. Like, that's nothing against Alphemy. I just think their job is really difficult. And Striker Alter once again trying to use that space, not quite able to convert on the dash punch. Speed used, and here comes that Mako speed once again. And Striker Alter just a little bit too big, just a little bit too fast, and able to find it past Spartan. And unfortunately, the Firewall Sentry kind of eats Spartan's clear, and strike isn't up in time. And once again, we're seeing NBS, this overwhelming offense and exceptional play from Striker Alter is getting them across the finish line.
Yeah, I'm really liking this Juliet pick. Alter is playing very comfortably on it. It's doing a lot of work in terms of immediate pressure, forcing out a lot of abilities from Spartan, importantly. And Spartan, you mentioned it earlier, but really just playing very far back, relatively speaking. And whenever someone approaches, he instinctively taps backwards. And that just gives so much pressure to the opposing team if you tap backwards as a goalie. Like, that is just making so much space available for Striker Kai and Alter. And Striker Kai stealing the orb from Alter there. A little bit of tomfoolery, slowing down the offense for a moment. But because Spartan is holding back, giving that space, it makes it so easy for the offense to continue for NBS.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, Assertive has been tapping forward to take aggressive strike wars, willing to take the trade of, I'm going to get this out just a little bit sooner, as a KO comes out for the Juliet. And the power play is generated for Flying Blobos. Things looking pretty good for them. Great strike from Assertive. Just so much presence of mind with where the ball needs to move to stall as much time as possible. And these speeds just continue to go uninterrupted. Mako is just generating so much value. Unfortunately, the ball misses the Firewall Sentry that might have been the barrier if it had hit. Striker Guy misses the strike. Everybody kind of missing strikes out here. Alphemy almost great play there. And Fire Madden gets the flip out. Really aggressive flip back, but Striker Kai is ready for it. Not willing to go with the outplayer's Spartan. And the SeaWorld Mako ult actually does a great job there of keeping up the pressure. Fire Madden regenerating down in the bottom corner. Alphamy with the flip, blocked by Striker Kai. Once again, that's 2 and 1 point. Spartan backs up there, but Striker Alter had no follow-up on the strike. Great secondary. See Fireman walking into the corner, stopping any play before it can happen, and great out clear. Looks like Spartan's not quite on the same page there, but it's okay. It ends up working out. Wonderful primary from Spartan, who does take that aggressive walk up, and seeing finally a little bit more aggressive play out of Spartan, converts into a barrier and makes this point look a lot better for Flying Blobos. Mako secondary does get interrupted, and it feels like Flying Blobos are kind of recognizing, and maybe they're listening in, they're kind of making all the right choices to turn this point around, but, you know, we'll have to see how it goes with Striker Alter having flip here.
Yeah, flip being available is so scary, and these bounces not that favorable for the Flying Blobos. Alphamy desperately burning every ability to keep the core in the hands of the team, but it's still such a difficult endeavor. Alter with flip available, could have used it for the barrier there, but instead it goes to Alphamy, who finds a shot right past Assertive. Very rare miss coming out from that Assertive primary here, and Flying Blobos stay alive.
Yeah, I think if you're rooting for NBS, that is, like you said, a rare miss from Assertive. I wouldn't be too worried about that replicating itself later, but we get a great kickoff from the side of Flying Blobos, getting a lot of damage off on Striker Kai, but they pick up the orb, their staggers coming back, and Striker Alter just getting a ton of damage on this Intaro. It's like we were saying earlier, this base stagger is just so low, it's so difficult to keep up, and Spartan's strike goes a little wide, but able to keep up the pressure is Flying Blobos. Striker Alter dash punch goes wide, Firewall Sentry. Spartan doesn't want anything to do with it. Flip comes out, great barrier take, but I'm looking at Fire Maiden's flip here to take this barrier. Assertive secondary speed once again going uninterrupted. So much pressure out of Striker Kai, who loves the extra speed and size, especially with the strike shotgun, and wins every strike war in the corner to put the ball in.
That extra speed making it so easy for Striker Kai, right? Has the ability to back up slightly whenever necessary to just catch the strike over and over again, and that additional size, the cherry on top, making it such an overwhelming, controlling game for NBS. 1 goal is all it takes now, and we're going to need even more proactive play out of Spartan here, but the offense does take 2 barriers early, and maybe Flying Blobos can speed this one up, but Alter, what a good follow-up strike, what a good follow-up dash, just stuffs out the flip entirely. Striker Kai with the shotgun, good save by Spartan, but this is such a dangerous spot to be in. The flip answered by Assertive's flip, and now Fire Madden pushing in, but Assertive's patience is perfect here, and NBS continues to push forward.
Yeah, things are looking really, really good for NBS, but with the dash going down, we're going to be relying on this Drakkar to be able to put it in. Wow, crazy strike from Spartan. The strike will win by Striker Alter. Puts the ball in the net. That is an NBS dominant showing. They want to make day 2 incredibly well played to Striker Alter. That game was super duper impressed with how they were able to convert on the offense. Drakkar goes a little bit better than it went yesterday, Saya, and obviously Assertive, I think, has just been playing exceptionally today. Their job wasn't too difficult this game. They end the game with 132 redirects, and but it really was that speed, and you could argue even dodging some of Alphamy's abilities that was able to keep up so much pressure. We see a 9-1 coming out from NBS. If I'm the rose petals are passed on the other side of the bracket, I might be starting to get a little nervous with how good NBS is looking today.
Yeah, it is a little bit scary how confidently they took that game. The Flying Blobos, they looked pretty solid versus PPL, but NBS dispatched them, honestly, pretty similarly as dominant to how PPL did. And PPL is that undefeated team, that team that everyone is scared of right now, so that is bad news if you are potentially facing NBS up next, but you gotta focus on what's in front of you. Rose and Pass are fighting each other first, and we're going to see that right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, we're back and we're here with the other losers quarterfinal, the Rose Petals versus Pass. The Rose Petals, of course, a very close match versus Platinum Exclusive in the winner's side. Now they face Pass to keep their playoff hopes alive here. What are your thoughts, Gramoa?
I'm gonna take a look at this map pick ban. It's Night Market, Clarion, Atlab. We've gone full standard for these teams, and we're getting right into things. We're already loading into this game. Luke playing the IME, which, I mean, I'll be honest, the IME goalie has not been super successful in playoffs recently, but Doxy on the now, looking really good. Juliet picked up by Twisty, maybe a little unhappy with how squishy they were on Zentaro earlier today. David on the Rune, Coin on the Rasmus. They got some signature picks in here, and the Mako for Mangoes are yummy. I do like this Pass comp a little bit more, but I still do, I think, ultimately favor the Rose Petals.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case here. Looking at that Rune, though, if David's able to play that well, that could be a big win condition. And we know that Coin has been very comfortable this season on the Rasmus, and with that having a lot of agency to speed, kind of patching up a bit of Rune's weaknesses. I do like the comp coming out from Pass.
Yeah, it's really difficult, you know. The Now can't pop this Mako speed at all, really, unless she's just super far forward. It's going to come down to Twisty being able to punch it out, and we'll see if Twisty kind of has that presence of mind. Great clear by Mangoes are yummy to keep things going. Doxy winning the midfield. David looking a little worse for him. Great strike from Twisty to take that second barrier. Almost gets the KO. Might use the flip for it, and does. And we got a strong power play coming in for the side of the Rose Petals.
Mango's defending well so far, though. Great strike shot to get it away from Twisty, and Coin hits it away with the pendulum swing as well. As overtime ticks over, the respawn's going to come in, and Mango's buy space with the primary, but the core bounces right back. Davey doesn't strike it away, and a bit of a tragic first point for Pass, but I think we saw signs of life there.
Yeah, Ghost of Gumi haunting Mangoes are yummy there, but nevertheless, a great first point for the Rose Petals. I think they're feeling super comfortable. When you're in these playoff spots, it's really easy to fall from winners into losers and have kind of like that mental debuff compared to the loser side team who kind of comes in guns blazing. So it's going to be important for Rose Petals to make sure that their loss to PLX does not sway their confidence or change how much they believe in their ability to win. And personally, I see Luke on the IME, and I think he's, you know, still full levels of confidence.
Yeah, that is a pick that takes confidence, and walking up to the midline to flip like that for the goal takes confidence. Luke with the second goal for this team. The Rose Petals advancing to 2-0. And this is a team, they got second place in the regular season for a reason. They are looking very strong to start this one off.
Yeah, I want to mention that I've been really impressed with how Twisty's been able to convert so far. Not really known for playing the Juliet, you know, much more known for this Kazan. And, you know, maybe the Rasmus and definitely the Zentaro, but, I mean, look at that. Just like clockwork, Juliet puts it in. Super aggressive plays from Twisty, and, you know, like I'm saying, I think they're doing a really good job so far.
And with that, we head to the first draft very early. We get a fighter of flight showing up incredibly early here, and that is a scary proposition. But because the goalie on the other side, Mangoes are yummy, is the second pick, they can safely pass down to fighter of flight. Even if it's denied, it's not nearly as effective on the goalie slot. But it is Luke as well who picks it up, who is also the goalie. But I think that this could be also a pretty scary situation for the Rose Petals, as the Speed Awakening is picked up by Mangoes and Deadeye is on the Rune.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the draft was a little bit of a disaster for the Rose Petals. The Rasmus got hot shot, which is really, really scary for this Aimee. You know, that core speed can just be such a threat, and she can get caught out of position so easily. The speed for the Mako is a big deal, and now they're just going to be running around really, really fast, and they even got a Deadeye on the Rune for good measure. But Luke is just playing fantastically this game, and so is Twisty. And they convert beautifully on the offense in 18 seconds from a point that looked like it was going to go a lot longer.
Yeah, it's looking quite good as that one comes through. Galactic Space Cows being represented here from Pass, but They'll have to hold down these barriers a little bit more. Twisty, though, with the patience, running along the barrier, finding one take, but Coin does the same on the other end. The pillar to back him up, patiently striking still, but is defended away by the Rose Petals and Luke. Such explosive offense coming out from the IME. The barrier already taken. Twisty dash punching it in, and the Rose Petals, draft or not, they're still continuing to sweep this game.
Yeah, they are just playing so well. They're making every read correct. They layered their strikes properly in the corner. They just are converting so efficiently on offense. Mangoes Are Yummy is just kind of not able to quite hold it down. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe some lacking midfield goalie synergy between David and Mangoes Are Yummy here. I think that's entirely possible. But nevertheless, that, you know, does not take away from how well Luke and Twisty have been playing so far this game.
Absolutely, as the core bounces all the way around. It doesn't even take a Twisty strike. A perfect shot by Luke into the opening goal gate. That's a set over. That's another draft for the Rose Petals, and they're one set away from the first game being over already. This might be the fastest night market game of all time.
Yeah, I mean, how long have we been here? Like, like 5 minutes, maybe, if you count the drafts, and then if you take them out, the in-game time is just like nothing. The extra special for the IME is really, really dominating. I mean, if we want to see this game end in record time, that is the Awakening that'll be doing it. The peak performance for the now. Such a huge pickup, and this Mako is just struggling to find the right picks to make in this draft. It's a little unfortunate they keep ending up second pick here. The Rune getting a pretty decent build with the Deadeye, with the Cast Blast. If these Banishes are able to hit and able to kind of blow up maybe Doxy, we could see these points go a little longer, but you know, that being said, we're hot off the races for Twisty here.
Yeah, and Twisty continuing to put on the pressure with that KO onto Coin, and now the Sincere Drums mostly ineffective as the strikes are good from Doxy and Twisty to the top side. The core is going. Luke, the glitch pop attempted, and Twisty pushing forward with the dash, finding the follow-up strike and trying to close this one out here. The strikes have been precise, but the KO's found onto Doxy here. A power play, big opportunity for Coin and David, but they can't get a pillar down, and the offense stalls out.
Yeah, I mean, good strike from David there to keep things going, but not quite able to finish the job as Twisty picks up another KO. Luke comfortable playing it down, but might get punished by David with this Cast Blast. Oh, wonderful ult from Mangoes Are Yummy to keep things going. Signs of life for the side of Pass here in this midfield goalie duo, but IME extra special turret generating a lot of pressure in the corner. Coin walking up, has a lot of space to work with, but Twisty able to steal the pass from Mangoes Are Yummy. Great strike around from Mangoes, and the Pillars making everything go wild. The points going crazy. Mangoes makes the save in the bottom corner. Luke gonna hit it into the Dorito here, and things are kind of slowing down a little bit.
But the pillars just can't form. They're being interrupted so well by the Rose Petals. Flip burned by Mangoes just in case, and now Coin in a dangerous spot, but Luke has perfect coverage in this net. Doxy helping out as well. Flip available now, flips it away just to be safe, and now Twisty looking to close this one out. A precise strike after the Flame Flurry, and the first goal of the final set goes once again to the Rose Petals.
And that, I think, is something that Juliet's need to be doing if they want to be adapting to these high core speed overtime open net situations. Sat along that bumper, that corner wall, knew the ball is pretty likely to at some point ride along the top and end up exactly in that spot, which gives you a great Flame Flurry to get the goal. You know, we saw it a lot out of Dropletto yesterday, an efficient use of the Flame Flurry. We're seeing it again today, that it's just such an oppressive ability in the open net. But as I'm saying all this, Coin gets a great play, helped by the Mako speed, takes the barrier, flip, goes a little wide, not able to convert. And David, these pillars, like you said, just aren't forming. And Twisty, great dribble into the barrier. And Coin able to convert as Luke messes up, uses the strike, and it goes right through him. And that's a point for the side of Pass.
That's the first point. That's the start of something at the very least. And with David building up a lot of meter, maybe they have a chance here. But the main concern is always that it's nowhere. It doesn't really feel like a safe time at all. Doxy and Twisty rotate to the offense so quickly with the now speed. And Luke, of course, dashing in makes the offense so explosive for the side of the Rose Petals here. So even if Pass get a good push going, if the core's stolen away one time, if it's flipped away to the other side, then Mangos is in trouble. But here with a double banish, big opportunity for Coin as Luke misses a rare strike, but it's okay because Doxy's there to cover, and now the rotation comes in for the Rose Petals.
Yeah, and Twisty, like you said, just able to absolutely tear through the defense as soon as they get their one opportunity. Finally did. Luke has the flip. Beautiful patience and great strike to get that ball through the duo of Pass. Doxy, kind of difficult to strike war. This giant Rasmus with secondary and size and speed in the midfield. The Firewall Sentry keep things going. Twisty sends it just a little too soon on the dash punch. Otherwise, that was a goal. But this Rune Pillar causing a lot of mayhem, and Coin kind of cherry picking a little bit. Wants to find a good opportunity to score another good Rune Pillar, keeping things going to that Flame Flurry in the open net, applying a ton of pressure. And Twisty able to dash punch as David walks into the Now Mine, and it's unfortunately taken out.
And now it's a match point here as the Rose Petals are 1 away from a 1-0 lead. And like you mentioned, in that last point, they rotated so fast. We saw it right there. And a good evade away from the Ensnare Drums keeps the pace up for them. A flip available, speed available onto Twisty. Coin trying to make a solo play on the top side, but Dash Punch flipped off the map. And the Rose Petals, unrelenting, continue sending the core forward, continue maintaining possession. Doxy with so much speed, that burst catches Mangos off guard. And another passing play forward to Twisty. The barrier's down. The Rose Petals one shot away from closing this out, but maybe not, as Coin sends the core forward to hook to keep possession, but it drifts on back and it slows down.
Yeah, Mangoes Are Yummy has the flip. Going to be difficult to get it through them, but is forced to expend it there. And we're going to hope to see some Rasmus magic in the open net here. He is using Magician's Skin, so maybe he'll find a way to get it through. Doxy just opts out of the play, sends it down, and Coin almost puts it in the top side of the net. Super valuable to get Luke's flip out there. That's his best defensive utility by far. But things looking scary on the other side. Coin goes down. Power play generated. Going to need some heroics from David here. Big strike war win. Doxy with flip. And I think things might be ending pretty soon here, Saya.
Yeah, but Davies winning strike wars. Mangos is getting it out of there. They're holding for now, but that hook. Twisty in the corner, looking for the strike. Struck away by David, who is incredibly low, but so is Twisty. A flip available for David. Maybe a desperation flip might do the trick here. Doxy to the bottom side. Twisty,
Wow.
a precise strike, and the Rose Petals close it out.
Yeah, I mean, great field presence from Doxy there to find that opening, and equally good presence from Twisty to trust that that play was going to happen. Really, really good patience on the flip. I think the initial flip was a little bit panicked, losing strike wars in the midfield, but the conversion was beautiful. The hole was found, and that was a nice little 12-minute night market game. Not super typical of that map, usually a little bit more defensive, especially with the Mako there, but Luke piloting the Amy so well, and Twisty piloting the Juliet so well that the game just ends so fast.
Yeah, in that first map, Night Market looking dominant. It was a battle of just offensive pushes, and Rose really, really good at rotating to there quickly. It never really felt like Luke was in a lot of danger, right? That's the weakness of the Imigoi that's been exploited a lot over the past bit, especially on this patch. But it never really felt like Luke was put on the back foot, put in a huge pressure situation.
Yeah, Luke had a lot of really proactive uses of the IME secondary and the glitch pop to just keep the core out of those dangerous spots. And to be honest, on Night Market, I actually think the Rasmus has a little bit of difficulty generating enough space against the IME to actually get that checkmate, especially in the corner. That corner, because the second barrier is just so large, that corner doesn't actually end up giving you a lot of space. And you'd rather maybe have seen something like an X or an Asher to push it through the IME, because if IME has any abilities up, Rasmus wants to play far enough away that that glitch pop has enough time to get it, or the secondary has enough time to catch the core before the hit stun can come through. Really great play from everyone on the side of the Rose Petals that game. They really made a statement. They thought that their loss to PLX in winners absolutely did not define who they are. Their mental's looking good. Luke playing, like we said, with a lot of confidence. I don't think you would see that if their mental was a little bit more shot. And Pass, I think they got to scramble a little bit to find the solution to this overwhelming offense from the Rose Petals.
Yeah. And on Clarion Test Chamber, what do you expect to see? That is different, of course. It will depend a lot on the Awakenings, but we got to see what's going to be different here because Pass, of course, they weren't able to put up really too strong of an offense on this night market map. What do you think they could change to make that different on Clarion?
It does come a little bit down to David. David, if they're piloting the rune again, it's notably really, really strong on Clarion. There are a lot of little avenues through which the pillar just kind of takes up the entire space, so you don't need to actually enter there. You can completely cut it off. I think that just like the sheer changing of the map might help them out quite a bit. Coin, it really depends on what goalie Luke ends up picking. We saw no Atlas this game, which, we might not see it again on Clarion, depending on whether or not it was banned. But I wouldn't be surprised to see something pretty similar from Pass. I don't know how much wiggle room they have in terms of changing the composition. That being said, Coin might opt into a different brawler that might have a little bit more stuffing potential. Like I, of course, personally would love to see an Asher out of Coin. I don't know how comfortable they are on it. I don't know if it's something that they have been practicing recently, but I think it has a lot of midfield presence. And if you can get the ball into that corner, it can shove it all the way through, which would have been able to help them a lot that game. And it also has a ton of defensive value if you're able to rotate back. So that would probably help patch up a lot of the holes on this team if you're Coin and you're looking to kind of make a name for yourself in this game. But I feel like Rose Petals kind of can do whatever they want on this map just based on how the last game went. They could pick the Julie. They could pick the Zen if they're so inclined. Kazan looks pretty good on this map and might be able to outmaneuver a melee goalie if Mango picks it again. Luke pulled out the Aimi and looked really, really strong on it, contrary to how everyone else has been looking so far this weekend. And Doxy can pick the Now. If Mangos picks the Mako, Doxy might be able to pick the Estelle. Doxy could pick the Juno. They just have so many picks here, and it's going to come down to what those starting Awakenings end up looking like.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they indeed do. Pass opting for a blue side here. We should be seeing the draft in just a second. And I'm really not sure. Like you mentioned a lot of possibilities, but Pass is gonna have to figure out a way to get through this draft playing to their strengths, and I think a lot of the issue could be that the brawler pools do overlap, right? Quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think that Rose can draft pretty defensively here, take away a lot of the picks that Coin would otherwise be comfortable on, and of course, it feels like Rose isn't really dependent on getting through Mangoes on like one of those more defensive picks, right? The Mako, the premier goalie pick of the patch, they had no trouble with, so yeah, I think it's really going to come down to that.
Yeah, when you're in such a defensive meta like the one we've been in for the past few months, and you play a game like that where your uber defensive goalie just kind of gets broken down so easily, it can really shake your confidence and it can kind of question what direction you could even go, because if you go something a little bit less defensive, well, you might just get torn through even quicker. We might even have a faster game. But I think there's an argument. I think one angle that Pass could look for is the Now goalie. Mangoes historically has been comfortable picking that, if I'm not mistaken. And similar to what Obscure Breads was able to do yesterday, I think that might help David in this midfield matchup against basically the entire roster of Rose, who was so proactive at generating control of the ball last game. But we're heading into draft now. Pass on the blue side. Spark of Focus, Glass Cannon start. Opens up a lot of possibilities. Atlas looking really good here. But kind of not the most direct start. So there's no pick that really stands out as a must pick here. I would be surprised to see some sort of melee goalie trade. Rose could potentially make the mistake of giving the now over by trying to pinch the pass goalie pool and take away all of those mainly goalie picks without realizing that the now could come out and punish that. But nevertheless, it should be hopefully a better game for them on Clarion. It is, if I'm not mistaken, the Rose Petals pick, though, so they should be favored. And if last game wasn't favored, then I don't know what is. So, we'll kind of see how this draft progresses.
Yeah, and getting started, Pass immediately taking away the Atlas. They do not want to face that particular melee goalie on the side of Rose. Luke being able to pilot that quite well, and it might be a Mako first pick here for Pass. I think they put a lot of priority on that melee goalie pick, and especially with it banning the Atlas away, I think they will be prioritizing it here. But they might be focusing a brawler, and indeed they do. It is the Juliet coming out for them first. That's really interesting. I did mention like the brawler dynamic a little bit heading into this one. I didn't expect they would first pick a Julie here.
Yeah, I didn't either, but it makes a lot of sense. Julie's, like I said, it's been looking really strong. Flying Bravos in their much more competitive game against NBS, they were piloting the Julie. The Julie was just so aggressively strong last game. And it's just been finding a lot of success. Drop Leto yesterday as well. So I'm not too surprised to see that pickup. The Imi comes out for Rose again. You have to imagine that that's going to be in the goal box. They're not taking what you could argue is maybe a Mako bait kind of gambit here from Pass. They said, nope, we beat you with the Imi last time. We're going to beat you with it again. The Juliet, I think, gives them a lot of consistency in that stuffing power. So like the Rasmus last game just wasn't able to get the right spacing against the Imi, and there's the Juno. So we know the backcourt duo for Rose here, that Juno was picked up by Doxy, and we're going to want to see, Juno historically actually does pretty well into the rune, so David might not feel as comfortable picking it. Could opt into the Kai here. Kai Mako actually could be really, really scary. That's just so much speed and power for the side of Pass. But it's kind of hard to tell that now could come out too, and there it is. There's the now picked up for the side of Pass. It might be in the midfield. I don't think it's a crazy pick, but no, it is the Kai midfield. Or actually, no, both of those could be in the goal or in the midfield, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Kai midfield and now goalie here. Really interesting draft from Pass, and this pick 6. I think Centauro's like a pretty reasonable pick for them here. I don't know if Twisty's going to be inclined to pick that. It could be Kazan, and yeah, it is the Rasmus ultimately to try and break through the now. Now has a little bit less of an ability to push through that space that Imi does, so maybe the Rasmus will have a better matchup this game, but nevertheless, pretty exciting draft from both teams. I like that Pass are trying something different because they saw how last game went, and Saya, we just had a draft with no Mako picked or banned.
Yeah, that is quite possibly the most interesting thing. It looks like Pass are trying to shake things up, but I don't think the Mako was like super strong for them. But I also think I don't think it was the problem, and I think we might see them struggle a lot more on the defensive end in this one, especially in dealing with the core speed from the Juno. Potentially, that pick could be so devastating if you roll an early hotshot or 1-2 punch, as we saw when the Bozo Bunch struggled against it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Doxy has a couple different options here. The Glass Cannon, great for set 1 power for this Juno. It makes it so that you just can get that core speed going as long as you haven't been hit. And the Spark of Focus is another great option for the Juno because you could high roll into a Spark of Strength, at which point that's like having Hotshot because you got CDR and extra power. So either option here, the draft looking really good. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Glass Cannon out of the now. I think that's a really nice pickup for them. Like I was saying earlier, this now goalie pick, if it is the pick, commands more presence in the midfield, which should hopefully mean that they don't end up on defense as much. But with how Luke was playing last game, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see something similar go down.
Yeah, we're gonna head right into game pretty soon. This could be the final game for Pass in this playoffs. They will be looking to try and extend their run here, but with what we've seen so far, the Rose Petals, they're looking very confident in moving on here.
Yeah, they had a really great showing last game. They had a good showing in the upper bracket. This is their map pick. I think everything is going up. Rose, and if you put your bestie bucks down on Rose, you're happy that you're going to get your reimbursement here. And we're loading into game. It is Mangoes Are Yummy on the now goalie. It is the Kai midfield. And Pass has, to give them credit, they have sufficiently shaken things up. Things are way different this game, and we're hoping that maybe leads to a significant difference in the result.
That's what they're hoping, but we will see when the game plays out. A lot of glass cannon on the side of Pass here. David also opting for it instead of just Mangoes, and that will mean that the drafts might get a little awkward before Pass heading into the late game when the sparks come through on the other end, right? You mentioned the Juno combination. That is a big threat that really just adds to the draft flexibility of Rose Petals. And as this bouncy castle, the Inky Splash Zone of Clarion Test Chamber plays out, I think both teams handling it quite well so far.
Yeah, Luke has done this exact same clear out of the corner 3 times in a row now. Up into that bumper, really a safe clear if you can pull it off. Mango's unfortunately not quite able to replicate that success, and the Blabo, I think that primary just hit that ball like 6 times, but nevertheless the ball gets through. Mangoes Are Yummy, and first point goes the way of Rose.
Yeah, it was a really tough clear for Mangoes too, because Twisty was completely covering the bottom side. Well played by the Rose Petals. Their offense has consistently been very strong. They're keeping the core forward, but I do like the pick from David. This Kai has a chance to shut down this Juno quite a bit. A very comfortable matchup with the barrage. But when the core speed picks up, it will be a lot harder to do so. And Luke continuing to put on the offense. But again, David's Kai doing so much work, and Coin getting a KO. Pass coming alive here.
Yeah, this is what they were hoping for, and this is what they're getting. The Juliet is providing that pressure in the midfield with the threat and actualization of those KOs. Power play doesn't really lead anywhere, and the next dash punch does go wide. But nevertheless, Mango's comfortable here against Twisty in the goal box with the now. David feeling the pressure and compelled to flip, goes straight into Luke, and Luke's just going to keep rotating this ball into the face of that barrier. Very comfortable save for Mangoes Are Yummy there. Doing a great job holding it down, and Coin. Big Striker one, great dash punch, and we're seeing the power of this Juliet. Just like last game, this power pick is really adding up for them, and it's not super surprising that they did take the first pick on it.
But it's overtime, and the core speed's picking up with the Juno Slimes. Coin now in position, but can't quite get a strike on it, and Twisty as well. Can't get a good push forward. A great glitch pot from Coin, from Luke onto Coin prevents the offense, but Luke stepping up so aggressively. The first defense was amazing from Luke, but couldn't quite get it the second time, and Coin will equalize.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super surprised that this game really feels a lot closer, right? Whatever happened last game, it seems like it's been completely erased from their memory. Every point is so much longer and so much more competitive. These adaptations from Pass seem to work really well. A ton of damage from the Juliet in the corner here, just so much pressure, and if they can find a KO on Twisty or just almost putting the ball in the net for Coin there. Oh, Mangoes flies a little too close to the sun, but nevertheless, Doxy goes down.
Yeah, Mango's in a bit of danger, but healed right back up, and now Coin and Luke in a 1v1. Luke playing it very patiently here, and Twisty helping out, stopping the core at the midfield. A perfect hook now, stalling out so much, but Twisty's on death's door. Needs to be very careful. Allowed to grab an orb, though, and Twisty now a huge threat in enemy lines. Coin trying to prevent that from happening, but the Slime send it forward to Twisty once again. Up to Doxy, the passing plays from Rose coming through here, and the Slimes and Luke in the end will do it. The Rose Petals, it looked like they were out of that point, but they turned it around so quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate miss from Coin in the top corner there, is able to keep Rose in that point, and they had a great conversion. Really well played by Twisty in that power play to stall out as much time as possible, especially that hook that you mentioned, I think saved Luke really a lot there. Good flip from Davey, takes the barrier and gets the pressure going. Coin trying to capitalize on it. Mango's also flipping on the midfield line, but feeling the need to just dip out of there. Twisty coming into the corner, and things are slowing down a bit as we head back into the corner for the other side. Davey, great play and flip up available for Coin.
And a very quick usage of it to close out the point 2-2 now. And David, the cornerstone of the offense there, right? That Giga Blast just automatic right afterwards, taking the barrier, providing a lot of coverage. And that's the kind of offense that PAS needs. They need to find multiple things in one push. If they just get one barrier at a time, they'll get outpaced by the Rose Petals here. So far, they're a little bit behind pace in this point. They got to watch out.
Yeah, things are picking back up for PAS, but Luke really, really aggressive, stepping up with the glass cannon, not afraid to leave the net. Davey trying to go for a KO on Twisty, but unfortunately not able to find it. The Juno Slime almost takes the barrier, but Mangoes Are Yummy is ready for it, and now the rotation easy for Luke there, and the face of this barrier looking weak as Coins. Dash Punch goes wide. Great flip from Doxy, but not quite able to convert on the barrier, and this is PAS's time to make a good offense. If Coins Dash Punch is able to come up soon, but just a little bit too worse for where David, being so aggressive in the corner, takes the barrier, and things are looking really, really good for PAS.
Yeah, 2 strike wars that David won, making a big opportunity for them, but David staggered now, potential KO hooked away, and that's just enough. And without the midfielder that's been getting it done, it's just Coin, but Coin sends it to the top side. Doxy doesn't read the angle in time, and well played by Coin. Kept the core very close, made the angle hard to read.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think that looks a little bad for Doxy there. You think, why didn't Doxy just cover that corner? But the angle changes so drastically with just the smallest micro adjustment from Coin that it makes it really, really difficult to read exactly where it's going to go. Doxy saw the distance between herself and Luke and figured that Coin would try to go to the middle, so cheated down a little bit, but Coin just went to that top corner. And now we've entered this set. The Kai feels the need to deny the Deadeye from the Aimee, and then the Aimee, who didn't take Spark, takes the Spark of Rezeal. Julie gets a big 1-2 punch, which is a fantastic deny. Dash Awakening from Doxy, a little scary, and Saya, go ahead.
I think that's a huge drafting mistake from Luke there. Taking the Spark, of course, if you give you don't want to give the Spark to Coin for 2 Sparks, but if Coin takes a Spark, then your Juno gets 1-2 punch. I think the best case scenario there is just letting your Juno get the 1-2 punch, or maybe the Juliet taking 1-2 punch anyway, and your Juno getting the double Spark.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the Spark of Rezeal is actually going to do just exactly nothing for Luke this game. There's not been enough damage pressure for the Rezeal to really matter, and unless Luke gets another Spark, it's hard to imagine the value, but this Juliet Dash Punch so much better than the Rasmus was last game in this corner for developing pressure on the Aimee, and the flip on the goal line sends the ball into net. And yeah, I agree with you, Saya. I think the Juno's not super happy with how that draft played out.
And you got to play for that win condition too, especially when you're on the back foot like this. The reason why EKC took that game against the Bozo Bunch, right, with the core speed slimes from Katsuna, was because of a 1-2 punch pickup like that. They created an opportunity for a win condition to appear from the midfield, ability to bypass the Juliet and reduce the number of offensive opportunities that PAS got. And they don't have that right now. They have to use flips for that. But if they had core speed on the Juno, they could just do that with an ability, not a flip.
Yeah, you're going to want to see a spark of power for this Juno, essentially, to kind of make up for that 1-2 punch, or obviously the hot shot. But nevertheless, things kind of just slowing down a little bit. It's hard to imagine that either barrier is going to be going down anytime soon. But Coin decides to speed things up. Big KO. Davey, great flip. And even though Luke was massive, the evasion on that secondary allows for a big conversion on that barrier. And now Mango sends it in the top corner. Beautiful play, and Coin puts it in.
PAS looked like a new team. They got a good draft. They've been finding connections over and over. Coin being precise, and Davey just playing this offense so well for this PAS roster. Mangoes getting it past Twisty there. The primary kind of got hidden behind the core.
Yeah, I was a little clever, cheeky play from the now there, but the ball rotating back up to the top side. A little scary. Opts to send it down into Twisty, but great strike from David. I mean, PAS have just completely come alive this game, and it's not just a comp gap. I think they're just playing super well too. David kind of losing the strike a little bit there, sends it back around, and got a bit of a scary situation, but Mangoes navigates it beautifully. Twisty with a great punish. Kind of a 50-50 there for Mangoes. Twisty kind of react to wherever it was struck. But open net situation, KO found for the Rose Petals, and if they want to win this set, this is the kind of play that they're going to need to make. Come back.
Yeah, with that slime in the corner with Twisty making the pressure in the firewall sentry bearing down, that is the kind of point that the Rose Petals need to set up more often. And now on the bounce house on Project Base Drop, they're going to need some early offense or else this Kai is going to overwhelm on the sides. And Luke, the wrong angle, an own barrier. Now Davies running forward, Coin's there as well. The defense is made, but again, this is the game where Pass is the more explosive team.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a big bit of a slip up from Luke there kind of eventually leads to both barriers being lost. But the bounce house can giveth and the bounce house can taketh. So, you know, we'll see how this conversion happens. The spacing for Coin, in my opinion, is actually going to be really awkward unless they find a beautiful shot to the top corner. Doxy wanders just a little bit too far to the net, and Pass takes the second set.
A big forward pass, even more draft presence here. David didn't take a spark, and no sparks will appear here. So Pass actually kind of rewarded for how they played the starting awakenings here, getting a tiny bit lucky. And Among Titans, such a powerful awakening, gonna give David even more speed, and that is just gonna overwhelm the midfield.
Yeah, Sai, I'm gonna disagree with you. I hate this Among Titans awakening, and I think it's maybe the worst awakening in the game. And there's a chance that David is throwing the game by taking it. So we'll see what happens. The stacks on stacks or the Juliet pickup. I just think with this Kai, especially against the size that this Rasmus picked up, your spacing needs to be so perfect with your speed, whereas losing that size just makes these like individual strike wars so much harder. So we'll see David, if they ever directly interface with the Juno or with the Rasmus, things can be really difficult. But if you kill the Rasmus, you don't have to worry about that at all.
Yeah, but speaking of the draft there, I think the reason why this is such an overwhelming point for Pass is because I think that the Rose Petals made a huge draft mistake. They denied the heavy impact from the Juliet using the Juno pick. And Juno's heavy impact on Juno, like Doxy has just been getting dead awakenings basically. First the dead spark of resilience on Luke, and now the dead heavy impact on Doxy. You're giving up way too much power, and because you denied the heavy impact, you don't get to deny the Monumentalist, so Mangoes comfortably gets Monu, and that just means that the overall power level of Pass is like 3 times higher than that of the Rose Petals. It's just a complete drafting set of errors from the Rose Petals, and I'm not surprised that these are so one-sided when Pass has so many more resources.
Yeah, I agree. I think the heavy impact take, when you're down and you're behind in a game like this, like you just have to be okay with giving them that extra power, because you need some power of your own to give yourself some room to play with. But, you know, nevertheless, Coin playing beautifully so far this game, finding KOs, finding really good conversions in the open net. Doxy, a little worse for wear, and goes down. Power play generated for the side of Pass. Mango's aggressive flip, wants to get the double, isn't quite able to find it. And, you know, I said David took that Among Titans, and, well, there goes David. I said David took that Among Titans, but that wasn't looking too good for them. But with how Mangoes and Coin have been playing, it doesn't matter how small David is. He just needs to be able to cover the remaining space.
Yeah, now David running in, looking like a bit of a fly there. Just tiny and walking all over the place. Doxy with a chance now, but Mangoes finds a good strike. And Coin now looking to try and make a passing play to David. Forces out the flip from Luke. Bit of a dangerous spot with the slime there. But Pass running forward, looking to try and close this game out. Looking to take it to game 3 in record time. A jump forward from Doxy, unsuccessful. A great clear, but Twisty finds the perfect pass through from Luke. And secures it into the bottom corner. The Rose Petal's not out of it just yet.
Yeah, I'll say it. That was a psychopath hook and a psychopath play. Your Imi was blinking forward. There were a billion slimes in the area. There was very, very little reason to believe that the ball would end up where that hook was thrown, but some people just have a greater vision. And so Twisty makes an awesome play, and we could see things going a little bit better. Doxy ends up jumping out of position, and Coin goes down. Things might be going the other way for the Rose Petals. We'll see if they can convert in this corner. Mangoes flip and dip, gets it out of there. David, difficulty taking that strike or against the Rasmus. Exactly what I was saying earlier. Strikes first because it's so much smaller, and Giga not quite able to convert. Things looking good, though, as Pass move up for the play.
Yeah, but David is low, meterless after the flip. So is Coin. Big opportunity for Twisty to get something done here with this flip, but the strike wars are being won by Pass. Sent forward, the slime's nullified. David still in the corner, still staying alive. The flip attempted to take David's life there, but Twisty still has to try, and now Twisty's the one who's vulnerable. One ability could do it here, healing up a little bit, and Doxy taking over to midfield. Luke as well to Slime. Core speed picking up here as the Rose Petals try to stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, great clears from Luke. Really, really great presence of mind that he would have that angle available. But this Monu now, like you said, just generating so much pressure in the midfield. And double KO on the map. Only the goalies and the brawlers left alive. Some people might even say AMAP to that. And Twisty, great conversion in the net. And it's not over for Rose.
Definitely not over. This is their big opportunity, especially with the meter situation not being that high on both sides. Bit of an ideal last point situation to be in here, especially with the goalie having that flip almost available. But you got to watch out for the speed of David, maybe the speed of Doxy, as Twisty looks to follow up on the bottom barrier, succeeds. The Rose Petals trying to turn this one around. This Coin's dash punch is a little bit too far from the barrier, and the Flame Flurry expended as well. And now with the resources gone, Pass are the ones in trouble, but with a massive Coin, maybe they can get something done.
Yeah, I mean, great flip from Coin. Really, really nice try on the pass play there, but I mean, their energy's gone, their size is gone, but nevertheless, they still convert. And if Pass want to win this game, I'm going to be honest, I'm a little scared for them if they can't take this set. But Coin, with an absolute hero play, takes out the flip from Twisty, and things are looking really, really rough for the side of Rose. The game might just end here, but Doxy coming up with the flip almost goes down. Giga Blast Coin has so much space, and David, great shot into the bottom corner, and that is a statement from Pass. Going to game 3.
They capitalized so well off of honestly, that might have been one of the worst drafting situations I've seen in a playoff game ever. Like,
yeah,
Rose found no win conditions for themselves, gave away all the win conditions to Pass. And props to Pass, like they converted that into a pretty clean game, right? It was very, very straightforward. We saw a lot of their strengths, but the Awakening draft was just so much of a factor there that, like, Rose, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think there were quite a few fumbles there, and well, now things are suddenly turned all the way around. Rose completely dominated that game 1, and you know, maybe they took their foot off the gas in game 2, and Pass punished them for that. And so now we might end up in a spot where if you're Rose Petals, maybe you're sweating a little bit. You know, you're not coming in with as much bravado as you had in that first game. And I think the adaptations from Pass that we were talking about before the match were really, really solid. We're heading to Atlas's lab. This is a map where I think if the Juliet gets taken by Pass, which could happen, especially given just how strong Juliet has been the past couple days, if the Juliet gets taken by Pass, that Centauro and that Kazan by Twisty are both picks that are really, really strong in this map. They have so much space to work with. Going to be a lot more comfortable than on these a little bit more claustrophobic Night Market and Clarion Test Chamber maps. Luke, we'll see if the IME comes back for game 3. And, you know, that was a Mako-less game 2. Curious to see if that'll happen again.
Yeah, it seemed to work pretty well here, the Pass strategy. I did doubt them heading into the game because of their characters, but I really like how Mingo's piloted the Now, had a lot of area of influence, especially with the Monumentalist being gifted over. So if that does happen again, I do like how Pass is playing this.
Yeah, there's a chance that that Rose got a little nervous in those drafts. You know, with the Juliet kind of being so in their face and overwhelming, I could see why Doxy felt the need to take the heavy impact and overlook the Monumentalist and kind of forget that there was a Now in the net on the enemy team. Doxy in chat says everyone's mom called me mid-game, so that as long as the mothers aren't active this game, we may see fortunes turn around for the Rose Petals. But nevertheless, this map's a little different than the other two. A lot more open if that black hole's popped. We're going to see maybe some strategic usage of the black hole popping for whichever team has a better time in that open space. So, you know, for example, this Juliet super high priority, if it gets picked again, their team might not want to pop that black hole because they want to play along the wall. They want to get in that corner where this Juliet has just been so effective recently. But nevertheless, this series has come up a lot more competitive than we anticipated. And as we head into this Atlas's Lab draft, I'm really excited to see the counter adjustments by Rose Petals. Pass, I think, laid their cards out on the table, and it's Rose's turn to respond.
Yeah, and on Atlab as well. All three of the maps picked the modern big three, right? So we're gonna probably see something similar here. I'm not sure what exactly will change, but a lot of that will have to do with the starting awakening. So as soon as we can head into character draft here, we'll see how exactly it goes. And it looks like the character draft is ready. We got a perfect form demo start on Atlab. Perfect form start is kind of crazy.
Yeah, Rose Petals. I wonder what they're going to be looking to first pick here and pass. Probably not too happy with this. They're probably kicking themselves with this awakening start because they don't want to give this Atlas. I think they banned it twice now, if I'm not mistaken. And they don't want to give this Centauro because a certain brawler on the Rose Petals might have some affinity on that character. So pretty scary start. But nevertheless, perfect form is just going to be strong no matter what you're picking. We could see David, make an adjustment, get the rune. The rune, with the perfect form can banish, double pillar, banish, and Rose are the ones that ban their own Centauro. Maybe saying that this Juliet has just been so strong in this series that if they ban the Centauro and pass ban the Atlas, they can first pick the Juliet and leave no good picks for Coin unless Coin feels comfortable pulling out that Asher this game. I think all signs are pointing towards a Juliet first pick.
Yeah, I think the Juliet first pick is going to come in, and indeed does. But Coin has plenty of brawlers to play on this start, right? He could fall back on the X. He could play the Asher. I'm not sure that this was the strategy to go for. I'm so confused. And if Pass denies away the Aimi from Luke, that'll put a wrench in Rose's game plan so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks on this R2, R3 here. There's Mako still up, and if it's not taken, I think Rose Petals will take it. There's X, there's Asher, there's Aimi, there's the Mako pick, 4 pass, not a very big surprise there, leaving Luke without the best goalie picks available, and no Aimi the Kai is taken, so Luke just might go a third Aimi game with the perfect form start, but not too surprised to see this out of pass. They don't want to give the Mako over with the perfect form Juliet. I think that makes a lot of sense on this start. And the Kai is there to, kind of abuse the speed, maybe outmaneuver this damage threat that's going to be coming out from the Rose Petals. But yeah, it's definitely a crazy draft all around. I really wasn't expecting the Kai, and now the Now comes out. Yeah, and there's the X on pick 6. They've got the speed, they've got the size, they've got the perfect form. I'm not too surprised to see that, and it's going to come down to how well Luke can deal with the X on the perfect form start. If anyone takes the Demolitionist, which maybe Mako could, they'd be denying their own X, most likely. But still, you're pretty happy if you're pass here. I think the one thing that you're not the happiest about is that you did play this Juliet Mako matchup game 1 and it didn't go super well. So I think that's what Rose are banking on. But crazy draft. Definitely a crazy draft.
Yeah. In a vacuum, I would have liked the Aimi to be picked up along with the Mako, right? Because you can always drop the final brawler pick to the last pick since they already locked in that Juliet. But I think it's a character pool thing. I think that David not as comfortable on the Aimi, so this is totally fine too, and I think the Kai and the X, in the pure scoring sense, will be able to deal with that Aimi on the other end. And if David can replicate the performance from last game and really push through the midfield well, I really like this game for pass.
Yeah, I'm assuming Doxy went with the Now, sort of a comfort thing, especially in response to the Kai. That is one of the advantages of taking this brawler B1 is you incentivize the opposing team to blind pick something. And usually you're incentivizing them to blind pick both roles because you know that you could just wait to pick your brawler later. And And so by seeing the Kai, they're more comfortable with the Now than the Juno, even though they might have initially wanted to go the Juno. But nevertheless, I would like to point out that this is the exact same team comp that the Rose Petals went game 1, and that game was so dominant. Game 2 response so dominant from pass, and I really hope we see a nice close game 3 here.
Yeah, that would indeed be ideal, and it is indeed. As was probably pretty obvious, it is now midfield and Aimi goalie, although a different team might have swapped those two. That last game has biased me towards pass a little bit, but I do think that this will be a much more even playing field. We'll see how it goes.
I think both teams are super lethal and have really obvious win conditions that don't necessarily overlap, and there goes Coin instantly in the first 5 seconds. But it's really going to come down to who gets the right awakenings to make their win con just become so much more dominant than the other teams. And ooh, Luke missed strike. That's a big opportunity wasted in the power play. And David with a fantastic punish, abusing the Mako speed. And this is what I was talking about. This Aimi could just fall apart like we saw with Spartan earlier. Great play though to take the barrier. Missed strike by David. Twisty coming in with the Fiery Flurry. Not able to quite convert in the open net, but they have the flip now, and Luke picks up the flip off the orb. Twisty gets blown up, and Luke, kind of a greedy clear, back up in a Coin, and first point goes the way of pass.
Yeah, the vulnerability of the Aimi really showing through. You have to be so precise on the Aimi, especially against a forward duo like this, and the constant mental stack is just overwhelming. And it's just really hard to execute on. On the other end, Mangoes is just chilling, pressing secondary, so I think the melee goalie meta, mentally at least, in the favor of pass here by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, great conversion by Luke here. Oh, doesn't have the sentry turret, but Twisty able to KO David. Nice collapse. We see Coin trying to stall it out in the midfield, not quite able to do anything. And it's Fiery Flurry. Wow, wonderful team play by Doxy, and great pass. Really, really, really good conversion on that power play by Twisty and Doxy. And I'd like to point out that Twisty dash punched David, and before David came back up, Twisty finished the goal with another dash punch. So that perfect form doing wonders.
All right, the Firewall Sentry setting things up. Doxy pushing forward. That could be 2 barriers. It is. Twisty gets in there just in time. And Coin turning things around with the flip for now. And David with an amazing Giga Blast to force the flip out. A strike shot perfectly, sending it away by Mangoes. And with the Glitch Pop sending it backwards. Pass get a little bit of room to breathe here as the core goes all the way around the barrier. Luke can't reach it in time, and the Black Hole after the first KO has just a blessed pass.
Yeah, I mean, really, really nice back pass from Coin there to try and retain possession, and super unlucky bounce for Rose Petals, but nevertheless, Coin just hiding in the corner, playing for his life. And as long as nothing too crazy happens like that, then the pass should be okay in the open net, but unfortunately, Twisty, perfect punish, and is able to put it in.
Yeah, and it's a little understandable too, right? This is an elimination game. It is 1-1. The nerves are really kicking in for both teams, I think. There are some uncharacteristic slight misses coming in, but one player that isn't really missing too much is Twisty, just hunting down the players, looking for dash punches, looking for damage, but not quite enough to take down Coin.
Yeah, I mean, even last game on the Rasmus, where I think the Rasmus has looked absolutely terrible this series. I think Twisty looked about as good as they could have there. You know, some crazy hook plays and all that. They've really been a standout performer this series, and once again, another great conversion from them into a quick goal, almost in the exact same way. And Rose Petals just dominant set 1. This Juliet has been a power pick this whole series.
Maybe the priority in the draft was warranted here, as this draft is looking scary. There are so many really, really powerful awakenings just right away in this first draft.
Yeah, 1-2 punch for Juliet. Not a surprising pickup at all. I can see Mako maybe going Twin Drive, but takes the Deadeye from the Aimi to give more survivability to the team. But that being said, this Kai is going to be able to pick up the peak performance or the Stagger Swagger. No, both get denied. They were trying to leave it for X, who gets the catalyst, and now Kai just has to take missile prop. That's a lot of damage, but I really feel like David should have taken one of those 2 crucial awakenings.
Yeah, the missile prop not going to do too much for David. Of course, there are situations where it can be really good, but those are just situations. It's such a situational awakening, and Twisty in every situation has shown excellence.
Ooh.
Oh, the revenge KO by Luke converts and makes sure the power play doesn't come through, but Twisty is low. David has speed. Wait a second, this could be the Kai going for everything here. David, one more strike war. Greets for the orb, though, to stay alive, and now Twisty in scoring position, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's pretty understandable. Davey definitely could have gone for the highlight play there, but just decides to opt into going for the orb and dying later anyways. Still, I think that was a really, really good power play and highlights the power of this Mako. If you aren't going to, respect the speed and size that she gives you, you will get punished even in a power play. And now that we've kind of entered this more neutral state in the open net, I'm looking at these goalie flips and Twisty's flip in particular to be able to finish the job.
Oh, gets the KO and the goal with the flip. A 2-for-1 combo deal here for Twisty. And that's one player we haven't been able to cast a curse so far. We talked about how well she was playing in this series, and she continues to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, really, really impressed with how she's been playing so far. They just continue to punish, and something that Rose Petals have been doing really, really well this game and in that Night Market game earlier is they recognize that once they've taken the barrier in like either corner of the map, instead of opting to play back into that corner, they've been rotating directly into the face of the barrier, and that's just so lethal with Juliet because it forces the opponents to defend along the wall. And right there we see it again attacking that face of the barrier, and while Doxy gets punished for it, they still get the barrier super duper easily. Oh, missile prop Kai, Giga Blast. Luke not expecting the Giga Blast to travel so far, and you feel like that point kind of slipped away from the Rose Petals there.
And David really cashing in on the missile prop in that one here. We'll see if they can continue to do that, though, because the energy situation is a little bit awkward. Luke with the backup flip available. Everyone else pretty low in the meter department. As Twisty pushes up once again, the Flame Flurry good. Sends the core around the world. Mango's able to catch it with the Empowered Strike, but the triangle set up by Doxy is seen perfectly by Twisty. Another goal looking to be coming soon for the Rose Petals if they keep this up, but there's a lot of damage coming in onto Doxy, but the speed keeps her safe, and now Twisty setting up on the bottom side. No room thanks to that perfect primary from Doxy.
Yeah, I mean, this Luke guy is so good. The flip into the Now Mind, just the presence of mind to see that set up there, just so good, and really great team play. I think Doxy's Now Minds have just been exceptional in the game. Like you said, cutting off the space there, setting up for the barrier take earlier, and they have just been so critical to give Doxy a presence across the map without having to actually stand there. And we see David come in with the Giga Blast, but not quite able to convert, and this corner offense looking a little dicey with Coin losing so much health, but David trying their absolute best, but their best not quite enough as Luke attacks the front face of the barrier again, leading to a trade of flips and an open barrier situation for Pass.
Twisty getting a KO, a power play in the favor of the Rose Petals. Oh, a bit of miscommunication, but Luke is there in time. And if they can get one more pass to Twisty, that would be the goal. But the respawn's being stalled out quite a bit. They're taking their time here. And Mango's manages to find the clear angle. The dash burned as well. And Pass survives the onslaught.
Yeah, this flip for Luke really, really wants to flip in the net, but has to eject button back. Twisty looking to convert here. Luke coming in with the flip. Secondary saved, though, and Twisty comes down for the KO. Not able to find it. Mango's great patience. David with the punish, but not quite. Luke's able to make it in time, and this flip from Coin looking scary, but control of the ball given over to Luke. Back up the Doxy in the corner. Kai goes down. Coin flips, but sabotaged by his own Mako. Luke makes another close save on the barrier, and I think with Doxy's flip here, it's going to be really, really hard to save.
Oh, a great strike war by Coin in the corner to get it out, but even better catch by Luke on the out clear, predicting it. That guy cyber swiped in advance.
Yeah, the sentry turret was going to keep it up there if Coin didn't go for exactly that strike, so that was the only option that was left for Coin, and Luke with a beautiful punish. I mean, Luke is on fire this game and rewarded with the Timeless Creator.
It's such a scary awakening. On the other end, the Adrenaline Rush, they're really trying to channel the KO game here. Pass R, even more speed on the Mako as well. Maybe they'll be able to do something here, but this Kai not left with too much at the end of the draft.
Yeah, I think kind of an interesting rapid fire take by the Now instead of the Monu, but this is one of those rare instances where you're saying that we are winning this game by so much, we don't need the extra help from the Monumentalist. I'm going to take the rapid fire from the Kai. I'm going to make sure those barrages don't punish us big time, but we see Coin ending up with the punish in the open net here, ready for the strike war. Gets the right read, but isn't quite able to get there in time. And, you know, we're kind of able to see what happens with Rose as they head back on the defense here.
Yeah, I like the defensive drafting here compared to last game, because this time they're the ones in the lead. Twisty continuing to push forward here, keeping the status quo like you said, and with Luke building up so much meter, and with Coin being sent away, this is a big chance for Rose. Stuffing out David in the midfield and making sure. Oh, wait, dangerous spot for Doxy. Wait, no, Doxy instinctively teleports
Adrenaline
back.
rush.
Oh, no, now Coin gets a proc, and if they can get it to Coin one more time, that would be huge. Flipped away, blocked by Luke, but Coin still has possession. Hits it right into the turret, though. Gives Twisty another chance, and the respawns are going to come in, but if they can KO Luke here, that would be huge as well, but Coin's the one taking the majority of the damage here. But Coin still manages to get a last strike in before going down.
Wow, that was crazy. Cinema. An absolute explosive point. This adrenaline rush from X. I kind of understand it as a little bit of a desperation play. You know, your season is on the line. Maybe you could just pick up these KOs and convert so aggressively in the power play. It's certainly not the craziest idea in the world. This Kai is outputting a lot of damage with that missile prop barrage into Giga Blast, but Doxy, great play there. Twisty takes the KO on the net. Twisty almost gets another one on David. The net is open. David staggered. Good try with Giga Blast and rotation, but barrage goes just a little bit wide and Luke's able to put it in.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort. Pass are doing what they can, but Rose, it feels like they have control of the state of the game at the moment. Luke with a flip coming up. No one else even close to one. And that will make it so that Rose can just stabilize the game at any point. But with Coin winning a strike war like that, a bit of nervous striking coming out from Rose. And Coin feasting on that opportunity. But on the other end, you got to watch out if you're Davey. Dodging away from the dash punch, though. And the Kai will stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, some crafty passing between Luke and Twisty there. A lot of faith and a lot of teamwork you could see out from these two. Coin almost trying to get in. And you could see David recognizes that this damage win condition with the missile prop Kai is kind of real. But unfortunately, this now is just keeping the health bar drop at bay. Twisty getting in there. Barrage once again. Low once again. And incredibly defensive dash punch as Coin is the one that goes down. Twisty doing a little bit of emoting in response. And David kind of all over the place. Mango's going to go back up here. Nice and safe. David almost gets the flip. Could get a punish. Great punish from David there on Luke. And down to Coin maybe. Nope. Luke content sending it back up. David barely alive. Glitch Pop almost sends it into the net. But David is alive for now. Going to grab that orb. Stick around Mako speed. Keeping them safe. But Doxy, beautiful strike war. Sent it into the bottom. Really, really great recognition of the hole in the bottom side of the net.
Rose are one goal away from moving on in playoffs. That last game was devastating, but they're very close to just making the full recovery here. And Doxy with the flip available. Blocked away, KO'd, Adrenaline Rush procced, and now Twisty the next target perhaps. Coin trying to transfer that forward, but Twisty gets the revenge KO, nullifies the power play, and a perfect passing play forces out the flip from Mangoes. This time the core drifts away though, but that's more time to solve for Doxy to get back, and rushing forward once again. Well-timed strike by Mangoes, but it's such a difficult corner situation still. Twisty putting on so much pressure, and finding the dribble as well. David buying space, but Twisty going in. A good strike by David. A flip out by Coin around the world, but Luke has the coverage. And once again, the Rose Petals hold on to both their barriers.
Yeah, I mean, Coin is missing these KOs by inches and is getting KO'd by inches. So it's really unfortunate for them there, but great hold by Mangoes. David tries to go for crazy Giga Blast, not able to find it. Luke with a great punish. Wants to stay up with the flip, but a good recognition from Pass that they need to clear down there. And David with the barrage, and I feel like Pass are just kind of a little desperate here, and you know, very understandable. But finally, the speed coming through. Great strikes from Coin, and the Giga Blast not quite able to put it in. Defensive firewall sentry gets it up to Coin, who shoots it up to Luke, not able to quite get it in. Twisty almost uncles again with the dash punch. Coin sends it backwards. David coming in, speed activated, cuts the pass to Doxy, but Coin almost knocked out. has the flip, and David is just so fast, might be able to convert in the open net. The Giga Blast goes a little wide. Twisty finds the KO and Coin.
Mangos has the core speed to work with, sends it forward, tries to get it out of the corner, but the barrier finally taken. Now a dangerous spot for a pass. Rose looking to close it out here. Doxy in a good position. Sent away by Mangos yet again, but Twisty setting up now. Looking for a dash punch, but interrupted. And now Coin sending it away. Davey could be the hero here, but the Glitch Pop sends it away yet again to the bottom side. Coin to Davey, looking for the Giga Blast. Luke finding the strike at the last possible moment. And pass so close, but Twisty finds a dash punch yet again. Mangos with a flip available, but so does Doxy, and Luke's is coming up as well. Flip to the bottom side. Mangos not panicking, keeping the resource. Not burning it just yet. Mango's in a tough spot now with the Fireball Sentry. Almost taken out by Twisty, but the punch part of the dash punch not quite connecting. And now Luke playing aggressively, looking for the flip. Blocked away by Mango's top side. And pass will keep this game alive.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by Mangos. I mean, nerves of steel there to keep the flip and to punish it offensively. I think Mangos, to be honest, I think Mangos saw that coming. I think Mangos knew that Luke was playing a little aggressive, wanted to finish the game out, and knew that there would be a hole in the net if he was able to just wait long enough, is able to do so successfully, and now good rotation from pass down to the bottom side. Firewall Sentry forced out. Coin heading back up into the top corner. I want to see if they can rotate it again down, because otherwise they're just in a 1v3 in this corner. Mangos understands that going down there is probably the better route for them to play offensively. Insane Giga Blast by David. Sends it around the bottom barrier, keeps that one standing, and buys enough time for the second one, to that first barrier to finally go down. David with the flip, trying to make hero plays with the Giga Blast. Might have to make a hero play with this flip as Coin picks up a flip of their own, dodges the dash punch. Mango's coming in, recognizes the flip, needs to come out to punish Luke's dash, and Coin flips it, puts it in, and we're going to a fourth set for the first time this entire series.
I've been so impressed by David in this series. Did not look that great first game in the Rune, but then after that, David has been dominating on this Kai. Picks the fighter flight, even more speed, and the Mako's already speeding him up so much, and the Mako's undeniable here, right? Has 2 speed awakenings available.
Yeah, you would have to take the double dash, but after the extra special goes down, that's not happening anymore, and who needs a dash awakening? Why not just pick up our first spark of the game here? But the specialized training on the X, I was saying earlier, Coin was missing KOs by inches, might find them now, and Luke, every single kickoff is going to be a Firewall Sentry turret into enough hits from perfect form to get another Firewall Sentry turret pretty quickly. This Imi build looking really strong, but the fighter flight from the Kai hoping to do wonders for them.
The Sad Boys angle on the top side. They do recover. They do find a barrier in the end, but that was so scary. David now taking a lot of damage from Twisty, and the barrier taken there. A bit of miscommunication perhaps by Rose. David with the perfect Giga Blast, and Pass are continuing to get it done despite the insane Imi build on Luke. I mean, extra special timeless perfect form is ridiculous, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Giga Goat is kind of stepping up right now. David, and I mean, just stepping up in general, not the starter for this team, but forced to play here in the playoffs and doing a wonderful job. And oh, wow, great recognition from Coin that he doesn't need to chase the ball there and could go for the KO. Oh, 1 KO in the net. We're barreling towards a set 5, Saya.
Reminiscent of a certain X-player from last night with that dash into everything there. Coin with what a performance from Coin. And if he keeps that up, this will be a 5th set game for sure. But right now you got to watch out for the Imi turret. You can't underestimate Rose. Their comp has so much explosive power here, but they weathered the storm for the moment. They push onto the second barrier, and David has just so much speed to work with, and he's using it so well.
Yeah, I mean, that Giga Blast to maintain possession into covering all of Luke's options was beautiful, and Coin with the punish on Luke stepping too far down. We're going to a set 5. Set 4, we were on match point like 2 minutes ago, and now we're in set 5.
They're accelerating, and Coin with first pick as well. And this draft's so scary, actually, for Rose. There's so many powerful awakenings.
Yeah, this X gets the heavy impact, opting for more damage, more cooldowns, opts out of the Demolitionist, which has popped back up. David loves that among Titans, so now that X is getting a little bit more size, I'm okay with the Among Titans with the Mako. You're a little bit bigger, but then now with the stacks and stacks, going to be able to keep pace with the Mako a little bit better. And I think we're going to need to see Twisty starting to deliberately cancel this Mako speed if they can. And the hot shot on the Aimi, even more CDs for this Fireball Sentry. Super high power level going into the set 5, and it's anyone's game.
That's a lot of hits from the Firewall Sentry. That's a lot of perfect form refund for Luke, and the bottom barrier taken as well. Coin, the most powerful person on the map, perhaps, if he gets a KO. Trying to find one here, but the healing is coming in. Twisty, though, chipped out by David, who is so fast. This Kai is so fast that, honestly, I'm not sure how you answer this character, but maybe that's how, taking the barrier while the Kai is away. But there's the Adrenaline Rush proc from Coin. Looking for another one. Twisty going down. A double kill for Coin. Looking for 3 here. So much damage output. Mango's not dropping the goal either, but the play slows down a little bit. Luke gets an opportunity, and the Rose Petals might still be alive here.
I mean, absolute heroics. 1 HP in the net. Luke keeps the ball away from the barrier. Twisty with the Fire Fury isn't able to connect, but they find the reverse power play. This point was looking like a complete disaster, but great primary from Mangos are yummy, and he's able to save it from the dash punch. And Luke looking low, Coin ready with the Strike War, and it's a lead for Pass. If you're a Rose Petal fan, I'm going to be honest, you're sweating.
Pass creating some miracles at the very end of this series, and they're looking so strong. Of course, Coin, no meter available, needs to be careful, but so does Doxy. And Evade Burn now, and the midfielder could be the target here. Twisty as well, pushed up into the corner. Evade burned, big chance for some chip damage here. Twisty having to fight her way out of the corner, manages to do so successfully, but it's always so scary. The barrage perfect, but a good strike out from Doxy, and Coin always a threat without Adrenaline Rush.
Yeah, I mean, Coin barely survives. It's a little kind of reminiscent of what Coin was trying to do in previous sets, but now it's going the other way. The flip forced out by Luke. This X is just so dominating. Finally goes down, though, to Twisty. Very, very clutch play. And the barrier goes down because of an unlucky miscommunication in front of the net. Twisty able to convert, though, on the second barrier in the power play. And now Dave off to the races. Let's see what he can do. Nothing. Waits for the orb. Doxy almost goes down to the Gig Blast. Coin is back, and Twisty canceling the Mako secondary with the punch, like I was saying. So this power play is destroyed, but David is able to push it in. This substitute is proving their value, and we're on match point for Pass of all teams.
David's move speed is ridiculous, able to outrun everyone, able to outrun the core even, which is just insane to think about. And with David on the bottom side here, gonna get possession soon, but Twisty sniping the barrier pretty early here, trying to create an advantage for Rose before David can get going. But Mangos' speed is uninterrupted. Davies rushing the top side, looking for 2 barriers here, flipped out by Doxy. They get away for now, but David is flip available. If that Kai can stay alive and get something with the flip, that would be huge. Needs to desperately stay alive here, though. Almost KO, dodging away from the cyber swipe, and a save by Luke on the bottom barrier. They're keeping it alive just barely. Mango's in trouble on the bottom side. The Fireball Sentry doing a lot of work, but Coin doing even more. And Davey to the top side, mixes up Luke. What an angle with the flip, and now Davey looking for the perfect opportunity, defended away by Twisty. Davey to Coin, and that's it. Pass have done it. They have made a crazy comeback, and they move on in playoffs.
I mean, is David the greatest player of all time? They just played so well. Those last 3 sets perfectly used their speed to just, I mean, wow. they used their speed so well. Their positioning was perfect. They were bobbing and weaving in and out, and so impressed with David here. I genuinely think that if David wants to continue playing this game at a competitive level, it's this match that put their name on the map to climb the ladder. So impressive. And if you're Rose Petals, that's really got to hurt. You were 1 point away in that 3rd set from closing the game out. But like we were saying before the game, this Mako Kai X can scale completely out of control. And despite, Luke's best efforts in that game and exceptional play, it wasn't enough to overcome essentially the giant stat check that was the past comp in those later sets. And wow, some people just cashed out some big bestie bucks, Saya.
These prediction odds are crazy. I'm gonna screenshot the 4% right now and post it in the general chat, because this is a historic moment. Like, some people went a little crazy with this one, but yeah, heading into this, I think most people would have favored the Rose Petals for good reason. But David and Coin and Mangoes, but especially David. Like, what an incredible performance.
Yeah, when you're the sub and you're called up and your team's kind of going through a little bit of a rocky period, that is exactly what you want out of your substitute. But shout out to Coin. I think Coin played exceptionally well. That Juliet game was so impressive from him, and the X just completely took over. The awareness he had to go for those KOs after picking up that adrenaline rush was also really, really impressive, and I think got him 1 or 2 KOs, which with adrenaline rush can completely turn the tides of a game. And Mangoes, I mean, I'll be honest, playing the Mako, put the fries in the bag a little bit, but had an awesome flip to take that set earlier in the game that would have, if they had lost that set, they would have lost the entire series. So really clutch plays from everyone on that team. That game was absolutely a battle of inches, and I'm really, really glad we got a nice, solid set 5 game after how those first 2 games went.
Yeah, and with that, there's only one more match left in the night. It's NBS versus Pass for the final spot in the top 3 in day 2 of playoffs. Don't miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, Strikers. We're here for the final series of the night. We've got NBS versus Pass for what I believe is going to be a fight for a podium finish. And, you know, we saw Pass absolutely amazing clutch up, especially by David here in the final point. So they're feeling good. They've got to be feeling good. And I told Saya and Cloak before this, but I got a killer phrase for that. And there's only two ways you go once you come off of a series that hot. You either cash out or you crash out, and we'll see which one of the two Pass will show us today.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a ton of momentum, like you just said, especially coming hot off a reverse sweep against in that last series. And now, you know, you're feeling the energy high. You're coming into losers semis now. Definitely feeling the pressure because you are on the verge of elimination here. But they're warm, especially David in that midfield is absolutely cooking. So, yeah, we are headed into Clarion Test Chamber for our first match. It's a Stax Aerials start. And we got an Octavia on the field, Brickbat.
Yeah, I've seen this so much, usually with Chrono Boost, but it also works with Aerials as well. When everyone in the game has stacks and you still pick that Chrono Boost Aerials, your effect is still going to be pretty diminished because everyone else is going to be passively faster than you. And yeah, sure, you're going to have the flow state, you know, picked up. But whenever that flow state's down, you're going to be losing a lot of position, which means it's going to be harder to get your flow state going in the first place. So I'm curious to see if that'll actually work out. And right now we do have Striker Kai, though, getting that first point, you know, without any of the stacks actually fully made. It's still going to be Octavia's game, especially on that aerial start. Octavia's obviously incredibly strong, so but we'll see as this set goes on. Will Striker Kai be able to keep up with the core here? As right now it looks like Pass is already going to be on the defensive or offensive.
Yeah, I will say I do think Striker Kai will have a little bit of an easier time this patch compared to previous patches because Stax did get essentially a third Awakening. Still good, but it is no longer the best speed awakening in the game. It is a little bit of a risk reward now. You really have to stay alive, keep those stacks up. What a thread the needle from Mangoes on the back line. Oh, man. That starting off with a tight 1-1 tie in set one.
Take that to the bank. I see some cash rolling in right now. Already one goal looking good here from Mangoes. And one thing as well, I think that Spartan previously, like, or in the previous series, NBS versus Flying Blobos, I think that Spartan, another big melee goalie player, you know, to be compared to Mangoes, but I think Mangoes a little bit better here on the aggression, which means that I think that Striker Kai, especially again, because of this whole stack start versus David, who's playing phenomenally himself, I think he's got a much taller order to fulfill to really have the same amount of dominance that we've seen. And right now, Alter, even though very, very comfortable on the Rasmus, didn't have as breakout of a performance on it. So I'm gonna see if Alter may be able to actually bring that that kind of play that he's known for on the Rasmus back, as right now, unfortunately, not able to get the final goal barrier here, and Mangoes is just holding no problem.
Oh. Yeah, Mangoes does hold for a little bit, but both sets of barriers go down here. That does mean that both these goalies are sweating a little bit more. David and Assertive both have their stacks up, and Striker Alter is short to be on the way. But the midfield pressure floats over for just a minute, and Mangoes is not fast enough to catch it. That's another point over to NBS.
Yeah, and importantly to Coin getting his stacks reset. Again, I think that's going to be such an important metric to watch, especially with the Octavia going for those aerials. As long as these stacks remain low, this Octavia will have her typical ability to take over the game. And right now, she's taking over the size of the orb right now. Strike or not, it'll be win though. So right now, the flow state is coming into play here. But that being said, the ensnare drum is going to prevent any sort of momentum from being gained here from NBS. Right now, Mango is playing a little bit patiently, as right now, Coin looking to just stay alive right now, and he actually finds a reversal dash punch here onto the IME, who, as I've just been informed, actually just took strike shot, but we'll get back to that in a second. Right now is Pass looking to play aggressively. Flow state once again building up. to this Octavia here. Assertive now finally back, the blink forward. Gonna build a little bit momentum here for Alter to work with. Not gonna convert that into a goalie barrier though, as right now we're getting a little bit into the back and forth here. It looks like NVS though, slightly favored.
Yeah, I mean, back to that comment of Assertive not taking strike shots. He's been doing that all season. Kind of been practicing for the Sony Hates Eject Button tournament all season. Running lots of traditionally eject button goalies, but picking that strike shot. I mean, what can I say? If you find the gear that's right for you, who are you to dive away from it just because everyone says you should? What a save on the goal line. 2 saves right there. And NBS are able to keep this one alive for another few seconds.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like we haven't seen Strike Shot Amy before. Infamously, I think Streak has gone a few Strike Shot Amy games in Nassau. Projectile speed, something that's incredibly good on IME, and Strike Shot generally consider the best goalie gear in the game right now. So it's not a cardinal sin. Obviously, it's going to be incredibly weird here on the IME. That being said, Davey, despite being staggered, is going to find the Rasmus. Is going to be the one that's taken off the pitch here. Sort of has the flip for her to work with right now. Blink forward means that she could flip, take the one-on-one against Davey. Loses it though, but not going to be too punished just yet. Now Alter with the size here on this Rasmus looking incredibly strong, but it's going to be Striker Kai taking the first set here for NBS. And despite Pass having some really, really good plays, we are seeing NVS taking the momentum here in set number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, normally you'd be really excited to have an Octavia up in first draft. And you know what? I'm going to take back what I was about to say. I was about to say there's nothing really exciting here. Spark of Rezil is actually really, really exciting here for an Octavia. If you get to stay alive just a little bit longer, as well as deny that survivability from David and Coin, who are running those stacks, like you said, you want to keep them easy to KO if possible. That's a big swing of momentum towards NBS here. But Coin does find perfect form here, and heavy impact on Assertive, so both of them will be having quite a bit more KO pressure. Size on Rasmus and David, interestingly enough, picking up size in the midfield as well. Always a bit of an underrated stat in the midfield, and he's going to make his run with it in set 2.
Yeah, and that plus the move speed buff means that Davy's strike ward's actually going to be pretty augmented here. It's going to give him a lot of opportunities to potentially just get things through that otherwise might not have had, especially here against Striker Kai, sort of the player to be watching on NBS right now. So right now we kind of get into the lull of sort of the early round right now. Mango's trying to find sort of any way to get this clear, but it's going to be looking really bad right now. Flip comes out here from Striker Kai, sends out right through all 3 members here at Pass. Now David forced to play defensive, forced to play his life as well, but it's going to be the Ensnare Drums actually sending the first person here to the bounce house. So right now, Striker Kai, Flow State going to go down. Strike Shot going to find a little bit of time here for Assertive, but not going to mean too much as now the Dash Punch finally here, not going to be found here in the overtime. David forcing Striker Kai here to play on the defensive to buy time for Alter to come back up. Right now, Flame Flurry not going to find too much value right now as Mango's Aryami now is going to have to defend once again. No Dash Punch here on the Juliet as well to buy any sort of corner pressure. Now, Flip comes out from Mango's Aryami, able to successfully get it past Alter again. The Giga here now buying a little bit of time now. Coin with an opportunity to score. A Dash Punch not going to be found, but the Flip is going to be burned here from Assertive. So now David's going to find himself with Flip. Is he going to be able to get in front of the goal line? He is going to find it, but Alter's going to send it right away. The Flame Flurry again coming out. No evade here on Assertive to get the core clear. And Coin able to preserve his coin flip here. Core flip coming into this next point is going to be at a pretty big advantage, especially now that we're in the much more claustrophobic phases, or one of the more claustrophobic maps here on the test chamber.
Yeah, and I mean lots of big gains there for the side of Pass, not just off of the point, but also in terms of stacks on stacks. Both of their forwards coming away with almost 150. They've got it all up now, but it's an early barrier advantage off of this orb, and it's NBS's turn to take control of the field.
Yeah, see, once again, this flow state here actually building up. Despite what I was saying earlier, it's looking like Striker Kai able to keep the core up field, allowing Ultra to really set himself up for a good little goal there, especially now with this increased size here against Mangoes. We'll see, though. We are dead even now on the set. Davey now playing very aggressive. It looks like looks like they're trying to find a little bit of an adjustment here, making sure that Assertive is not able to really blink forward or do anything aggressive that you're typically known on the IME for. Potentially buying a little bit more breathing room here for Mangoes as now we get into the set proper and into the point proper. Offensive play here now coming out. Flip gonna miss for Coin, and I think with that, we're gonna have a little bit of a lull here coming out from Pass.
Yeah, down into a neutral state, but Striker Alter looking relatively worse for wear in the stagger department. Coin doesn't have any evade though, fresh off of using that coin flip. And barrier narrowly saved there by Mangoes. Very nice play. But Alter still struggling to get those stacks back up after that death in the first set, and he might just die again right here. It's just a matter of whether or not Pass has the abilities to finish him off.
Yeah, and a good barrage from Davey now finally going to lead to an open goal here for NBS as we get into overtime. Of course, going to be going pretty fast now, especially with Mako in support. Barrage going to go, going to send the core right through Assertive with the assistance of the punch from Coin here. Now 2 points up here on Pass, looking to even up the sets here and potentially get a little bit more momentum here going in this game.
Yeah, and it's not a massive XP difference, but I do want to point out here that Striker Kai is the first one to hit level 7. David shortly there to follow does demonstrate the dominance of this Octavia in this game. And wow, David narrowly saved there on the wall just by sheer luck, honestly. And the folly of Strike Shot there is that Assertive cannot blink back to her net, and the barrier will fall. But 3 defenders here in the net prevent the goal from going in. NBS stay. Oh my gosh, they're on the goal line again.
Yeah, and amazing saves coming out from all 3 members here of NBX, Brawler included right now. It's actually going to be Pass's turn now to potentially make some hero defensive plays here to keep their net open. A good snipe from Mangoes are going to buy a little bit of time for Davey to get himself here on position. Coin now here, stacks fully charged for everyone here on NBA or on Pass, but not going to mean anything. The final barrier going down. Striker Kai with a strike win. Alter not able to find it out though, and now goes back onto the side of Assertive here as we get into overtime. Going to send it right back though with a blink. It's right now. Flip comes out from Striker Kai. Going to try to strike through Davey. Nothing going to be found. Mangoes are yummy. Another clutch strike war here. Right through the pendulum swing now. Striker Alter forced to play his life right now, but electing to play aggressively. It's going to be Striker Kai going to be going down there right now. As once again, Assertive able to find an amazing glitch pop. I was so caught off guard from that. And that glitch pop going to even up the set here, potentially shutting out the momentum that Pass has been building up so far.
Yeah, that might have been the Strike Shot difference too. I don't know that Assertive is able to find the length on that glitch pop necessary without the projectile range provided by Strike Shot. So who knows? You know what? Somebody's cooking something here with this pick, and I'm liking what she's doing with it. But yeah, that's fantastic angle there. Does even up the set here, and we're now in a 5th point as we're back into the neutral state. These teams are going back at it, trying to find barriers.
Yeah. Once again here, Coin, both forwards actually of Pass now find themselves with Flip, Alter joining them as well. Right now, Strike Shot going to go through. All Flips burned here on the court right now, and it leads to a power play here for Pass. Firewall Sentry comes down, trying to just buy a little bit more time, 4 seconds until Alter finds himself back up here on the pitch. But now, David going to have an opportunity to score. It's going to be Coin, though, sinking it in. An excellent bounce off the barrier, off the terrain here. Going to give him another opportunity. Nothing going to be found, though. Now, overtime here, very, very big, as now Alter finally able to open up the net here. Both teams now 1 strike away from taking a very, very critical set here. Flow State now finally building up. Going to go right past Coin here, bouncing back and forth between the goal lines. A little stressful here. Alter able to win a strike. We're almost ending it right then and there, but Davey now going to find it on the defensive, but Mangoes are yummy. Looking at what Assertive did last point and saying that he can do it better, finds the exact same play here on the snipe and takes the set here, preserving the momentum here of Pass as we get into this draft.
Yeah, and lots to look forward to. 2 sparks on the table, which means Striker Kai is guaranteed one of them. If David cares enough, he could deny away the spark here, but does just let both of them float by. We'll go for Stagger Swagger instead, which I think is a smart play. Striker Kai picking up speed and stagger now. 1-2 punch on the Julie. More projectile range on this strike shot Aimi means Assertive now has some serious long-range pressure. Yeah, I think everybody got what they wanted from this draft, except maybe Mango's denying away the big fish from Alter means a little less size on this Rasmus. Yeah, all in all, a pretty standard draft, though.
Yeah, and one thing to mention as well, the deny of size on Rasmus, which would be very problematic for Mangos to deal with, but this increased size on Mangos now going to make things a little bit easier. That being said, it allowed Hotshot, to fall down to this Rasmus, which I think is going to make this core speed a little bit hard to deal with for Ismako, who I think very infamously is a slow character. That being said, right now, we do find Coin finding a KO. Striker Kai now going to be on the defensive here. Mango's trying to keep the core forward using this glass cannon speed as best as he possibly can, but all the defensive here, it seems, from NBS actually going to pay off as Mango's an unfortunate strike. Means that's going to be an open net here.
An open net, and David and Mango's do have defensive flips here. David actually going to burn his in the midfield to try to support, but nothing found off of it quite yet. An early barrier, but you still got the second one left to go, and Striker Kai is getting into the flow state. Almost has a flip of his own here, contesting Coin there, but he wins the strike war. Coin finds the barrier, and Striker Kai burns the flip. Mango's trades his on the other side, and now both of these nets are open.
Yeah, and as we get into overtime here, Assertive gonna find herself struggling, I think, with the core speed a little bit. A snipe almost takes the point away again from Mango's here, but Ultra's gonna find himself with possession of the core. The flow state's gonna be gone. Flame Flurry just making sure that that happens, but unfortunately with Flip means that a little bit of momentum's gonna go away, but Ultra finds himself in the perfect spot to catch the bounces here, able to snipe away that core, sending it into the top side of the map, and now a minor lead goes the way of NBS.
Yeah, a nice break for them. I do, even though that was NBS's point, I want to talk a minute about the way that Pass have been playing, because I'm really liking the way that David and Mango's are approaching this game. Because the thing about Mako is, right, she's different from every other melee goalie, because she's got a snipe on her primary and a global speed buff on her secondary. And it doesn't go their way this go round, because Kai and Alter are able to maneuver the core around just enough to get a 2-point lead there. But if David is able to stall the core out in the midfield, Mango's is allowed to use these abilities to help on offense. And that's really the game plan that Pass would like to see play out. They did a really good job of it in this first set. And if they can replicate it here, they might be able to reverse sweep this second set. But it's going to be an uphill battle in this power play.
Yeah, and Coin almost 1v3 in the goal. David gonna get kind of sent off the map, off screen there. But right now, Coin able to actually answer for that. Might actually find the goal, but no, it's the strike shot. Right now, Chekhov's goalie gear, able to keep it safe, but Coin eventually is going to find purchase here, getting the dash punch here against Striker Kai, and taking now past his first point here of the set.
Yeah, they are on their way to making moves here. David is now reset with the stacks, so it's another barrier there, but Alter doesn't have his either, and Pass are the ones who are taking barriers early here. All three players of NBS committed to the goal box once more. They've been really willing to do this triple defender strat all game so far. They are the ones with an energy advantage here, a slight one at that. But Mango's has the defensive flip, and now Coin has one to match. Will take a little bit of damage in the Obscura zone there, but it is NBS's goal that's open here.
Yeah, David finding actually the barrage. It almost looked like Striker Kai was going to be able to save that no problem, but it actually just slips through. A second pass now stolen away, or second goal now stolen away for Pass here, as they find themselves, again, like you mentioned, with an energy advantage here. Unfortunately losing one barrier immediately though, but that should be something that Coin should be able to make up fairly easy, as he does right now. Dash punch comes out, takes out Striker Kai here now, and it's going to be Alter and Assertive here playing defensive. Actually going to find a KO on the sides there between the glitch pop and the pendulum swing. Now Mango's going to be the one forced to defend here. Base drop comes out, not finding anything. Coin finally back here on the pitch though. as Alter once again trying to find a little bit of space here. Oof, scary miscommunication there for a second. Oh my gosh, an amazing Giga Blast from David, giving past the opportunity to score, but it is going to eventually be defended away. 2 core flips here on the side of Pass versus the 2 of NBS. 1 flip comes out, 2 flips comes out. Right now, Coin potentially another opportunity to score, has that dash punch to work with, not going to elect to use it. Instead, just getting a nice punch there just to keep things going. Alter able to find the core flip, calling Mangoes out. Can he score right now? The pull comes out. No, nothing going to be found, but an opportunity is still there. The ensnare drums is here. Alter winning a strike war, another shot on the net, going to be defended away here by David and Mangoes Are Yummy. Now again, a crucial point. The strike shot comes out, building momentum. Kai now finds himself in front of the net with flip and go. Going to be caught off guard by the core speed. The flip comes out. Going to be blocked away from David. Here is now Alter. Another opportunity to score. The glitch pop. Going to find the core. Nothing to be taken from it, though. Now Coin in a breakaway potentially, but he's just too slow to really find any opportunity to score. The Giga Blast not able to find the snipe that Pass wants as well now. Overtime here. Finally found, but Coin with a creative bounce here off the center terrain catches Assertive and Kai off guard. And just like that, Pass finally pull ahead after what it feels like a marathon of a point.
Yeah, it was a marathon. That was enough time for David to make up the entirety of his stacks on stacks, getting up to 150 there at the end and earning a set MVP in the process. I have to imagine it's fight or flight on the table. Timeless will fall over to Assertive's Aimi. These firewall sentries have been a nuisance to say the least for Pass, but now they are going to be nothing short of an unstoppable obstacle as soon as Assertive drops them down. Third spark denied away by Coin on the Julie, which means that Striker Kai will settle for explosive entrance. Certainly not a bad compromise for an Octavia. Even more speed in that flow state, as well as some damage on that ult. He's actually going to be dropping the base right off kickoff here, but the flow state's not going to find anything. We're in set 4 now, Brickbat, and things are heating up.
Absolutely. It's a make or break for both the teams here, not wanting to have their season end just outside of the podium's range now. Coin, good dash, able to call out Assertive's cross clear here, but an unfortunate clear gives Striker Kai that first barrier. KO though now found by Coin, feeling good after the end of that last set, but Alter looking to potentially just stall out for Striker Kai to come back, and that he does. Absolutely good work. Finds himself actually a reverse power play barrier here now. Striker Kai, base drop coming through, getting the core forward a little bit. Ooh! But a call-out snipe from Assertive, able to steal away another goal, and deja vu. It's the third time we've seen it this game, and it probably will just continue to happen as I think both goalies very, very hungry for all of those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, that glitch pop is such a valuable cooldown. And normally, like, Aimi goalies, you're saving those to burn them for, like, midfield control. Assertive says, nah, you know what? I'm going to hard read the play from my own goal box in your goal box. And that glitch pop is going to be exactly where I need to be in order to score. I mean, she's done that at like, what, 2 or 3 times this game already? It's some seriously impressive stuff she can do on this Aimi character. Striker Alter evens up the barriers there, catches the second one with the flip, and Pass's goal net is open.
Yeah, flip comes out, amazing strike shot call out from Mangoes Are Yummy. Now David finds the opportunity, good dribble from Coin now, making things a little claustrophobic here for Assertive. Flow state not going to be actually weighted out, just an unfortunate mistiming means that this might be the goal here for NBS, but it's going to be defended away. No! A pendulum swing sends Mangoes Are Yummy into his own goal net in the core. Not to follow, or not too soon afterwards as well. 2-0 now, a dominant set start here from NBS.
Yeah, which, I mean, they did have a dominant start last set as well, and Pass managed to bring it back. So we'll see if NBS can manage to hold on to this 2-point lead. Striker Kai running up with the base drop here. Flow state gets stalled out by Mangoes there. Good pass to David to ensure Striker Kai doesn't get the ball there. Drops a little drum and bass of his own, but nothing found off of it. These haste abilities are kind of going wide here in this neutral state as the ball is just kind of pivoting back and forth between both teams.
Yeah, one barrier found by Coin. Good dash to secure that. David a little bit looking a little worse for wear as he might potentially find himself under fire here in the corner pressure. That being said, Mako drum and bass going to be found out, but it's going to be another random KO kind of found off of the glitch pop here. Coin with a KO, looking to buy some time. Going to be immediately called out, though, by Assertive. Another fantastic glitch pop right now as we head into overtime. Mangoes Are Yummy not able to finally defend against the offense of NBS. Glitch pop once again looking so scary here at this point, almost scoring a goal outright. Alter with the opportunity to score, and he finds it barely with the tip of the ensnare drum. And honestly, MVP of that set in my mind goes to Assertive for amazing one ability usage. I actually just noticed how this was playing out. Assertive is using her glitch pops to stop Mangoes Are Yummy's drum and bass, because she has strike shot and missile prop and can just do that from any part of the map, which makes things so hard for Mako to find any value here coming into this final set.
Yeah, well, and normally you would take a look at your brawler and say, you know what, Striker Alter, you're going to be the one to deal with that. You're just going to drop a pendulum swing on Mangoes, and we're not going to worry about that. Instead, what that Nat allows them to do is we've seen NBS use this triple defender strat the whole game. Striker Alter can come back because he doesn't need to be the one to stun Mako out of drum and bass. You can have Assertive do that with glitch pop from the other side of the field. It's very smart. But no glitch pop to be found here. It was burned a little early. They're sent out, but the drum and bass is already over. Some important pickups from that draft, though, for sure. Striker Alter did get Might of the Colossus, along with Demolitionist. That puts him at 130 power, with Assertive's Among Titans buff as well. Striker Kai getting Twin Drive on Octavia is pretty disgusting. Mango's got even more speed on Mako, but I'll let you take over in the power play, Brickbat.
Yeah. Right now, an amazing glitch pop. Once again, kind of story of the evening. These glitch pops just finding so much value here for the side of NBS. That being said, power play ends and immediately Pass are going to find their own answer as well. Mangoes Are Yummy also looking very comfortable here on the defense. Flips on both goalies, actually. Just as I say that, though, the Caster's Curse comes in. Assertive going to lose hers here on the defense. The glitch pop once again, actually. That hit stun is just so scary as we get into these very claustrophobic plays. Flow State still going to remain up here for Striker Kai. Dash Punch is going to find that final goal barrier here for NBS. As the pull comes through for Alter. 2 flips here on the forwards. Going to be traded here between the goalies, and goalie barrier going to be found. Flip now for Alter, finding himself in front of the net. If that gets to him, it might just be curtains here for Pass, and that it is. Point going the way of NBS, and now they find themselves 2 points away here on this final set from taking a critical game number 1.
You know what's a fascinating sign of the times, Brickbat? This is a Mag Souls Octavia. Any Octavia player that saw this like 4 months ago would have been like screaming at their screen right now. Why are you not taking slick kicks? What on earth are you doing? You're actually throwing. But no, this is just the meta right now. Everybody plays Mag Souls, even the character that says, I'm going to strike the core and no one else is going to strike the core ever. Slick kicks is just not doesn't cut it anymore.
Hey, purple shoes. Purple shoes aren't feeling great right now. I'm feeling blue these days, and speaking of being blue,
Dabba-dee,
yeah, Dabba-dee. Speaking of that, it's going to be blue team finding themselves here with the advantage. Right now, Assertive not finding anything. Oh, but Alter with the patience here. Able to win a critical interaction against Mangoes Are Yummy and gets a slow roller goal here just before overtime hits. And now 1 point away from game number 1. 1 point away from NBS getting closer to their podium finish here in the North American Strikers Academy. And 1 game away from Pass putting their backs here against the wall. But right now, we're going to see David actually finding 1 goalie barrier here. 2 low health bars here for the side of Pass. Base drop comes through. Can Mangoes defend? No, he can't. Open net now. Striker Kai here with a charged up Flow State, but it's going to actually be stopped because he ran out of stagger now. A little bit of an opportunity here for Pass to maybe find a comeback, but it's going to be defended away, and Alter able to capitalize on that mistake. The momentum just could not be found on that offensive, and because of that, it's going to be a decisive set end, a set victory, and a game victory here for NBS.
Yeah, so many critical awakenings picked up by NBS in that last draft. That just it just filled in the missing pieces, right? Striker Kai getting more flow state uptime This dude's rocking 336 redirects. It's not as much as David, admittedly. Like this was, if you really want to go midfield for midfield there, David won in the redirect department. But I mean, where it really counted was being able to consistently apply pressure with these stupid large Rasmus pendulum swings and secondaries, and having that secondary flow state uptime on Striker Kai. Really, the only pivotal thing that Pass got in that last draft was more haste on Mangoes, which is not that pivotal when, like you said, you have Assertive on the back line dropping a glitch pop on Mangoes every time the drum and bass goes up. So it really was just, I mean, I was questioning the Uber projectile range build that Assertive had going, but I actually think that was a bit of a master stroke. I was really impressed with the way that they were able to play around Pass's game plan of relying on the Mako speed and bring that game back.
Yeah. And quite frankly, just building off that point, I think Assertive MVP in my books. Just so many crucial uses of that glitch pop, getting hit stunned where it mattered, finding KOs where it mattered, interrupting the game plan from Mangoes where it mattered. It really felt like, like you mentioned, just a really masterful deny of the win condition for Pass. It felt like Pass, wanted to use the Mako to build up the speed on Coin and David. They had the stacks, they have the move speed, but just at every point, just a single right click from Assertive basically just put an end to that. And I think that made a lot of a difference, especially in a lot of those offensive plays where Mangoes, would traditionally be able to just set up that drum and bass, allow his forwards to do all the dirty work. He just wasn't allowed to really influence that play because of just being constantly interrupted. It really felt like he was about to have a word, but Assertive was like, nah, every single time felt like it had an answer. And that really made the difference, especially in a game as close as this. Being down, basically, your goalie's biggest asset is going to do that. So, yeah, I just MVP for Assertive for that game. I think she played phenomenally, had a really good game plan. Despite what we were thinking, it felt good. It felt like there's so much value found out of these glitch pops that it really made up for whatever you were losing from eject button. Specifically because, not to mention, it's still strike shot, guys. Like, yes, it's on IME, but like, if it weren't for eject button, we'd still all be going strike shot on IME. Like, let's be clear. Like, we're not running Mom Boots IME any day of the week. Like, So at the end of the day, yes, Assertive was not able to blink in. Yes, she was not able to play as that third forward in a lot of those aggressive plays. But at the end of the day, she didn't need to. She understood what her mission was, and she accomplished that without too many problems. And because of that, we find ourselves up 1-0, NBS favorite, as we get into, I believe, is going to be NBS's map pick, Night Market.
Yeah, well, and you know what? You pick eject button if you want to score goals as the goalie from the other side of the map, right? But Assertive was doing that with
anyways,
strike shot. If you can make it work, I'm so here for it. Strike shot, IME, y'all. So yeah, but we are headed to Night Market. Yes, is map 2. And I have to admit, I think Pass's play style is really Night Market favored. That was whose map pick was this?
It was NBS's, but I kind of see what you're getting. I see what you're getting for. I mean, Coin just played Julie. Hey, David looked really good in a lot of those breakaway situations, which you can find yourself in on Night Market, especially if you play around that speed gate. So I'm not denying what you're saying, but I can see your point. To which point, continue, please.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mango's goalie pool is the stereotypical Night Market goalies. Coin's got the X, the Julie, and then can still whip. I mean, this dude plays everything, but when I think of a lot of his signature picks, he cooks on Night Market. And I think my favorite thing so far about David's midfielding style is that he catches like every rotation. And that is a lot of what will make a good midfielder on Night Market, right? If you take control of the speed gate, take control of the center of the field for the entire game, and just use it to run it back and forth and make sure that the enemy never is even able to get it past the midfield, you're essentially playing the first line of defense for your team, right? And if Mangoes is on the back line, being able to send stuff up to the front, because David is the one that's burning all of passes cooldowns, or rather NBS's cooldowns in the midfield, then Mangoes is allowed to contribute to offense as well. I think that this is a map that could seriously favor them. But that being said, like you said, this is NBS's map pick, so they've clearly got something cooked up here. They've got a game plan. What are you expecting to see them go for heading into this match?
Well, I'm not too quite sure. We did see Coin pick up the Juliet again. Kind of no surprise there. Alter on that Rasmus was looking shaky on it earlier today, but I think, in my opinion, looked a lot better. Looked like, looked very capable on the Rasmus here in game number 1. So no shock. I think the big one though is that Mako now changing over into Assertive's hands. Going to be a very big change of pace. How much? Who knows? Because it's just primary sniping, but a little bit of a change of pace here from the Aimi to the Mako. But obviously, never really bad to pick Mako in a lot of situations. That being said, Pass gonna actually be followed up, I believe, with a now goalie. If I believe it might be Kai goalie, but we've seen David on the Kai pretty much all night, so I'd be surprised if he wasn't going to be on that again. So interesting to see that here. I'm actually very curious to see how this now is going to play into the Rasmus, as now is kind of able to deny a lot of the dribbling that Rasmus wants to do, a lot of stuff potential, but I don't know how that's gonna go. I'm not too familiar on that matchup. That being said, final pick, whoa, Drakkar out of nowhere, and we saw that yesterday in the North American Strikers League. I think Drakkar is a bit of a controversial pick. Just in general, we'll see how it plays out. Theoretically, Night Market is a Drakkar midfield map. I don't think we're going to see this in the goalie position unless NBS is going crazy with their composition. But so I'm curious to see how this works, because they did win on it earlier tonight. I believe against Flying Blobos, but was it because of the Drakkar? I'm not convinced. I want to see this in action, but I'm just curious. I don't know. I've seen this character kind of in the gutters of competitive. No, people are not picking up, but hey, you know what? If you want to play your podium finish game on Drakkar, hey, you're the one playing the game. I'm the one here casting. That fair enough.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the Drakkar pick. I think I've been yapping a little bit. I said at the start of the season that Drakkar was going to be really good this season. I think he's at best viable. Like, I think that even that might be like a bit of a generous word. He's viable here though. Like you said, Night Market is the map. If you want to play Drakkar, it is pretty much Night Market, Tycho, Aimis are the only maps you can really play him on, because he just doesn't take up enough space. This dude, he controls a lot of, he controls a short range very effectively. But midfielder, usually you want to have a little bit more sphere of influence than that. So we'll see though. We're not off to a great start. He's immediately off the field.
Yeah.
Did this guy use his secondary?
Yeah,
I don't see him right now.
Hey, 12 second Xeno Cloak coming out here to start the game. As one thing as well, you mentioned Drakkar not really taking up enough space, but you know how you take up more space? You get bigger. So that end, potentially a good reason to pick up the build different. That being said, stacks on stacks are still stacks on stacks, and once that's built up, you might find yourself a little outpaced if you aren't able to keep up. One thing as well to know, I think no strike shot here coming out from Mangoes are Yummy, instead electing for the momentum boots, looking to basically end the plays before they even happen, playing much more aggressively potentially to support and counteract the defensive plays from the Mako. So right now, find ourselves finally getting to the game proper here. Basically, one goalie barrier going to be found for 2 flips here on the side of both teams. Striker Kai able to get the defense using that size to great effect, actually. So right now, the back and forth in the midfield line going to find any sort of advantage for either team? No, right now, just one measly scoring opportunity from Koi, immediately going to be counteracted here by the flip, and once again, we're in the thick of it.
Yeah, I will say the Mangoes on the now goalie, it's good to see the man back. If I'm not mistaken, he was one of the early adopters of now goalie. He was kind of doing it before it was cool. And like nowadays, she's got her place in. I don't think the meta is the right word, but she's slightly, off of the meta. Wow, good flip pass to Coin. That's some good stuff right there. Striker Kai, we finally got to see that man's Xenocloak position, and well, he was not there to catch that pass. I don't think anybody was expecting that, but
Yeah,
well
can I get a
played there.
replay? Can I get a replay of that one? That looked like he struck like way out of his striker hitbox, but hey, you know what? Sometimes brawlers actually do get it done, despite what we like to say about them. But right now, it's going to be, again, a little bit of a back and forth. The only thing of significance is that damage on Coin, which is immediately going to be healed up here. We'll see, though, if NBS is going to be able to answer this.
Yeah, NBS, I don't hate the idea here, because I mean we're seeing the drum and bass come out, and that was what allowed them to get that barrier there, right? You get extra size on your Drek and your Rasmus. They like size, they like speed. Who doesn't? But I struggle to see how you're going to overcome the stacks on stacks deficit, right? Like David was just able to run up into the goal box there, and that's a 3-0 set for pass.
Yeah.
The speed deficit when the drum and bass is not up is very evident. I struggle to see how NBS are going to make it work, but maybe they'll be able to find something in this first draft.
I don't know. I think this guy's going to pick up explosive intro. Oh, spec training, actually, I guess. But I feel like the win condition here is going to be the speed. That being said, 1-2 punch on the Juliet means that potentially this Kai-Juliet combo can just kill people, especially, again, bigger size from both forwards. Going to make them easier to hit, easier for them to knock out. So not outside the realm of possibility here. As notably, I think getting the Super Surge on the Mako is actually going to mean quite a bit to make up for the speed differential, especially before the stacks are built, which we are immediately seeing in effect. The speed given to Striker Kai and Striker Alter is actually going to immediately get them a goalie barrier. That being said, an instant find here from Pass now going to open up the goalie barriers for the side of NBS.
Yeah, I think NBS is having the same analysis that I am, and you know what? So what I was about to say is they're pretty much wanting to score in the first 20-30 seconds of the point, and they did pull that one off. But I mean, we're seeing assertive burn drum and bass essentially off kickoff and off cooldown as well. Like that was 20 seconds in between secondary uses for Assertive's Mako, about as high efficiency as you can get on the ability. So they are making maximum use out of this, and they're getting double barriers and points. So you know what? If you can get a double barrier and then score in 15 seconds, NBS is going to have no trouble closing this one out. It's just a matter of if they can pull it off consistently.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, look at that stack count. 28 stacks on the side of Coin. The Boro has barely got into the IHOP, and unfortunately he's going to probably have to leave very soon unless they're able to find any sort of confidence, any sort of momentum here in the set. And I actually sort of dislike Coin's positioning. Typically as the Juliet, you actually want to be in the midfield line whenever your team's on the defensive, just to kind of passively soak up that speed and look for dash punches. But when you do that, you aren't interrupting this Mako, which I think we've just kind of described is the win condition here for NBS. I'd really like to see Coin just walking up and punching him, because that's how you're going to prevent the one win condition from NBS. But we're not seeing that right now. Instead, he's going to be looking for KOs, which admittedly he is doing, but we'll see if they'll be able to convert it into anything, as right now Assertive has been able to preserve her flip throughout the game.
Yeah, I will say I've seen Assertive actually avoid a few Coin abilities in the drum and bass, which is impressive because that ability slows you down quite a bit. But yeah, Coin had already missed a couple earlier in the game, so maybe he's just a little wary to give it another attempt.
Oh.
But wow, that drum and bass is already back up. I would swear that Assertive has cooldown reduction, but I actually think that she's just using the ability as soon as the button shows up.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As right now, a little bit of a panicking situation here from all 5 members in Pass's goal net. But right now, Alter trying to find anything, not able to find the pull. Good idea, but unfortunately just not the angle of the core that you want in order to be doing that. Strike shot coming out, keeping the momentum of this offensive play alive. Pendulum swing, not able to find it, but Striker Kai will. now, as soon as we saw a dominant start from Pass, NBS enter in kind before the game really gets out of their hands here. And Striker Kai on that Drakkar, able to get that MVP, looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we're eyeing heavy impact here. Even like aerials, or I was about to say Spark, you just go for the speed. Like there's plenty to love in this draft. Mangoes will get heavy impact instead. I have to imagine that this is Kata aerials. You can read the draft. You know, it's not that big of a deal. But Julie is left without anything here. 3 useless awakenings at the back of the draft.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Now Coin going to be incredibly weak coming into probably the most critical set of the game right now, potentially the most important set of the series now, as Coin able to find a little bit of work, but really, again, just anything really would have been good for this Juliet here on Night Market. That being said, the big win, the big kind of answer was found. Aerials going the way of Davey is out, importantly out of Assertive's hands, which means that Mako has not, I mean, she's going to do a lot of work, but she hasn't reached unstoppable, amounts of speed. But that being said, good goal. I think, unfortunately, a little bit of a misclear there from Assertive. I think she had the strike angle for that Soren angle, but unfortunately elected to use her drum and bass immediately after to get the extra redirect, which unfortunately just sent her right into her own net. But that's just 1 point here, and it still feels like NBS have the momentum here. We'll see, though, if Pass are able to answer, as fortunately another blunder here from Assertive means that it's going to be 1 goalie barrier down to 2. It might not matter, though. Striker Alter wins this next interaction, which he is unable to do now. Striker Kai forced to walk away and lick his wounds a little bit, but Assertive looking very, very comfortable here with the flip. Drum and bass now coming out, allowing Alter to play so far up here. Pendulum Swing comes out, narrowly misses the core, and Mangoes are yummy. Flip now, barely coming out just in time for the side of Pass. Barrage going to be here, the Giga Blast ensuring that the core does not get into Mango's face again. Right now, it feels like everyone is just running for the core, but the Strike War win from Alter sends the core into the top side of the net. And now we are dead even here on a crucial set.
Yeah, it did give time for Coin to get the stacks on stacks up, though, so this Julie is a bit faster. Can patrol a little bit easier. One thing I have really liked about Davey this game, he knows his matchup into Drakkar. The Kai into Drakkar matchup is my primary BTers. I don't even care that you have 2 of them. He has just been, essentially, every time that Striker Kai is in front of him and he has Barrage, he just freaking runs at the dude and barrages, and there's really nothing that a Drakkar can do about that. So, good on David. He's making progress with it when they can get offensive pressure, and this power play is going to give them even more of that.
Yeah, already a brutal start, barely basically clipping the edge of the map there for Striker Kai. Giga Blast going to keep the core forward, but not going to actually leave Pass with the goal. The dash comes out. All the scoring potentials for the side of Pass are now kind of exhausted. Feels like it's now time for NBS to potentially answer here. I feel like that drum and bass will be clicked at any second now. David finds himself on the defense, not able to defend it with Mangoes Are Yummy now in overtime. The dash punch going to be found here on Drakkar. A little bit of a dangerous bounce, but it's actually going to be cleared and sent into the net here by the side of Pass. The 1-2 punch, able to get the core speed that Coin needs to get it in. 1 dead awakening, be damned.
Yeah, and Coin, the 1-2 punch, you might look at Coin's build and think 1-2 punch is the only thing that's buffing his ability to kill the enemy forwards. That's a lie. Every size awakening that Alter and Kai have taken is also a buff to Coin's ability to kill. It's the size debuff, sadly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it might not be Imi's app, but it's certainly something that NBS have to watch out for, as they are going to be 1 point down, 1 point away from losing the set. Flip comes out just to keep the momentum, but no momentum to be found here for the side of Pass. Now it feels like Coin maybe a potential opportunity. The 1-2 punch is going to be there, but not enough to score the goal. This flip is there, though, and it's going to be found right in front of the net. Bang! Bada bing pow! Coin finds his flip in front of the net, and that's the cash out you want if you're Pass. No crashing out today allowed, as Coin absolutely takes the MVP the set. Very, very well deserved.
Yeah, and lots to love here in this draft as well. I mean, you could double deny the spark from assertive, but I don't think that's the right play. Peak will be picked up here. And Striker Kai gets a spark. Assertive also has a spark on the table here. So it could just be a 4 spark even here. Goes for the hot shot instead. Mangoes gets prime time. It doesn't leave much for Alter at the back of the draft. Second time this game that Brawlers have been screwed over. That's kind of a rare thing in this patch. I'll say it. It's not very often that you don't get what you want. But Coin is back on it. This is a reprisal of set 1. Immediately, we're on a power play for pass.
Yeah, feeling really good. It feels like finally momentum's gonna go the way of pass, which I feel like I've just talked about again and again here in this game. That being said, Alter almost knocked out of the pitch, but regardless, his life will not mean anything if he cannot score the core into the goal barrier, which he will have one more opportunity to do. Pendulum Swing now finally able to open up the net here for the side of pass. Coin potentially trying to find anything, just 1 or 2 hits away from getting flip, and yep, there it is. The punch is going to secure it. The pull comes out from Alter to potentially get a flip in front of the net. Not going to be found, though. Flip defensively used for Alter. He's going to be low, though, forced to potentially blow this if he wants to stay alive. But right now, holding it, no problem. Playing it cool. Understands that if he gets this flip in front of the net, it could be a point out of nowhere. But now he finds himself staggered. David potentially trying to find the goal with a Giga Blast. An amazing trade here on the flip, and no, all the patience for nothing. Alter now finds himself with no flip, no health, and potentially no opportunity to score now. The defense here now coming out for NBS. This has to pull through if they want the podium finish. Mango's Aryami looking comfortable with the flip, but Davey now gonna be sent away. Strike shot comes out, the pull comes through, but Mango's able to win. It's such a crucial strike war, but there's only so much you could do. Just to pour now in front of the net against the Brawler in such a valiant effort from Mango's Aryami. Unfortunately, not going to pay off. It is going to be 1 point awarded here to NBS.
Yeah, but certainly a valiant defensive effort there from Mangoes, and I gotta compliment something else I've been watching Mangoes do this whole game. I have to imagine that this is the Mom Boots difference. Look at this guy running all the way up to midfield to drop these now mines. There's 2 big things that he's been doing at that. So first of all, he's actually buffing his forward speed as well as his own speed to retreat back to the goal net. He's also keeping Alter staggered. So they've been staggering Alter, and as they get a goal here in the midst of all of that havoc, watch in these next points for the rest of this match how every single time they get Alter low, Mangoes is the one that prevents him from healing by running up and dropping abilities on him. Something that normally you would not be able to see a goalie like now do, but with the help of this momentum boots, he's making it happen.
Yeah, and Flip finally out from Alter is going to find use of it here to open up the net here, 15 seconds into the play. That being said, Coin, Dash Punch not going to unfortunately whiff, not find the value that he wants, but the now Primary able to get the flip here from Assertive. Striker Kai unfortunately going to have his abilities whiffs, which means that no aggression is able to be built here for NBS. 1 goalie barrier going to be down. Coin not able to make the miracle strike war to get 2. Flip comes out, and wow, masterful play here from Alter, using a really good use of the Pendulum Swing and the Death Touch to make sure that Mangoes really didn't feel comfortable flipping, and he's going to use that hit stun to his advantage, able to take away a set here, or able to take a point away here, which might lead into the set win here for NBS.
Yeah, especially with the drum and bass under your belt. You got 2 Size Awakening on Erasmus and potentially a Mako buff. These are some seriously large forwards that NBS are working with, and it is scary when you have to go face-to-face with them. What a call out there by Striker Kai into that flip, but the barriers still go down. Coin's flip burned on the goal line.
Yeah, and it feels like you really wanted that flip to land if you wanted to keep this set's hopes alive. That being said, Coin looking really fast right now, and Alter looking really, really low right now. Is potentially, once again, denied the orb, but it doesn't even matter. The goal's just going to be found by Coin on the other side of the field. It felt like so much was happening at that point. But now, once again, wewe're going to be on point number 5 here.
Point 5. a slight energy advantage, but not a big enough one to make a difference, especially with Striker Alter being off the field. No catalyst benefit for you, good sir. The barriers go down early for the side of NBS. Oh my gosh, they're making it happen.
Yeah, they're making this happen. Absolutely. Coin, no dash punch to be found. The death touch comes out just to prevent David from keeping the core claustrophobic. For Assertive, now the barrage here. No! Striker Kai, unfortunately, feeling the pressure here from Pass, is going to strike in the wrong direction. Potentially a back pass to Assertive, but really, how do you even react to that? That was a tough end to the game, but now Pass find themselves clawing their way back. And just like the cat businessmen they use as their mascot, there's nothing more ferocious than a cornered animal, and a cornered animal is what Pass is, it feels like, in the series.
Yeah, not so feeling in the corner anymore. They've now got NBS pressed up against the wall as well. This next match that we're heading into could be the end of the season for either one of them. And I mean, I gotta say it, that was a spooky one. They were feeling cornered that game, Pass, without a doubt. That 3-0 set out of nowhere from the just like absolutely stupid bursts of offensive pressure that NBS were getting, that's gotta send a chill up anybody's spine. That's sure to make anybody question whether or not they're gonna make it out on the other end of the series.
Yeah, that was hectic, and I mean, just to show the pressure, just 108 shots compared to the 80 from for passes forwards versus NBS, which it really felt that way. It really felt like once they had the opportunity to get in the net, it just felt like there was constant pressure. It really felt like the Mako goalie was the melee goalie trying to defend against the triple forward threat. Mangoes Are Yummy, again, like you mentioned, using the momentum boost to just walk forward, prevent the regeneration from Alter, getting the core forward, first forward, so that they have an opportunity to take a shot in the net. It really felt like Mangoes Are Yummy was able to play that sort of goalie midfield position with a little bit of hint of brawler along that, and that really just was just value town. It was value town for Mangoes Are Yummy, able to basically just provide so much for the side of Pass that David and Coin really felt like they were able to play their game pretty much throughout the entire game. And because of that, they were able to deliver, 9 goals, basically all goals of that game scored by the forward duos, both of them having a 5+2 and a 4+2 respectively. It felt good. That looked really good for Pass, and if they're able to continue this on Atlas Lab, where they did clutch up in the previous series, then it'll be good. I'd feel good right now if I were Pass. I'd feel really, really good. And if I'm Alter after a game like that, where I was just really not allowed to play my game, I'd feel a little shaken. That being said, hey, you wouldn't be here in playoffs if you couldn't take some of the heat. So I'd wager that NBS are going to be able to bounce back from this and give us a pretty good game number 3.
Yeah, I think that one thought that is maybe running through NBS's head right now is, what happens if we ban this David guy off of Kai?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, this guy has done nothing but play Kai
pick
all
it.
night.
Striker Kai plays Kai. That's his namesake.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you make a pretty good point. I wonder what's preventing them from doing it. I think it might be either they're prioritizing banning Coins X, which is also very scary. We saw that earlier today. Or prioritizing taking the Mako away from Mangoes Are Yummy, which again, Mangoes looks really scary in these characters. So even though David is kind of essentially being a one trick right now in this playoff series, it's not like Mangoes Are Yummy and Coin are threatless in their character pools, right? So even if you do end up banning that Kai, you might be, hey, X Maximus sucks to play against sometimes, and Coin really good at making sure it sucks for you. So we'll see if they actually do end up pulling the trigger. I'd imagine, well, I don't know, because they did win game 1 when they left it up. So I don't know if it's like a problem, like.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's potentially like a weak point, because obviously you've seen this player rely on it, but you have won with them playing it. So to you, it's like, is it kind of the critical factor that will make it? And again, you've got one shot. Your series is done after this game. if you fail, right? Like regardless, you're gonna go home, and you're gonna either go home and get ready for day 2, or you're going home. So there's a lot on the line. I think there's going to be some very important choices that are going to be made here as we get into Striker Draft.
Yeah, it is among Titans and Aerials on AtLab. I mean, what are the odds that anybody picks Aerials here?
Zero. You're trolling if you don't. You're just trolling if you don't. Like this is like the age. Like to me at least, it's like sort of a not as extreme version as Fire Up starts, where it's like you better be going Fire Up if if it's a Fire Up start. And yeah, it does look like NBS electing to say we're not dealing with this X. That looked insane when Coin played it earlier. This guy's just good on the character. We're just not going to deal with it, which is fair. That being said, NBS do have that first pick, so the opportunity to snipe away the Kai still remains. We'll see in just a few seconds if that happens, though. And it's actually going to be an Atlas ban coming out from Pass, which I think that's really interesting.
I think that's I don't hate it. I wasn't expecting Assertive to pick it, but I mean, she plays Atlas, and he is crazy good on this map. He's crazy good in general right now. Arguably the best character in the game at the moment. So I don't mind the Atlas ban, especially if, I don't know, maybe your forward duo in scrims, they didn't like playing against Atlas or something. You just want to make sure that they're really locking it down. It is a Kai deny from NBS here. They are going to stick David on something else. And it looks like, is that surely that's not a now for Mangoes. That seems unlikely on AtLab. I have to imagine that this is David whipping out the now in the midfield.
Potentially, it is as you said it would. What you've said has come into fruition. So, yeah, I'm interested to see. Potentially, though, it could be that last pick, especially because we really haven't seen any of other Davies pick. Like, there really could be something just hiding out there for Dave to come in. Just could have come out here with like the Zoli. Oh wait, Dex is banned, but like some crazy pick. It's still yet to be seen. That being said, I think that's going to be Assertive on Juno goalie. If I were to surmise, I think that this is going to be Striker Kai on his namesake, but I could be wrong on that. It could really go either way. Oh my God, it's Luna. It is a Luna here to bank your entire season on here. So
this is David on the Luna, yes.
This has to be. I don't think we're gonna be seeing any Luna goalies here coming out.
Yeah,
from Mango.
I don't think Mangoes plays Luna. I missed something if Mangoes plays Luna.
Yeah, this is interesting because even though now not like known for her damage, Mangoes has been playing her for that little bit of damage to prevent the regeneration, and Julie able to secure a lot of KOs given the opportunity. And holy moly, hey, you know what? I said this at the beginning of the series, and I'm gonna say it again. You're gonna cash out, you're gonna crash out, and we're about to see one of the two here. I think with this Luna, and you know what? I respect it. You're banking 9-10 weeks of Omega Strikers on this Luna pick. That is unproven, untested, and you know what? That's the danger I like to see coming out here from Pass. It's going to be the X factor definitely coming in this game.
And you know what? Speaking of X, I want to dial it back a minute to talking about this ban, this respect ban onto Coin's X. Because Brickbat, you and I were there to kind of witness the dawn of Coin playing X in competitive. I don't know if you remember, but when we watched him play for SLU at the Collegiate LAN, you and I casted that series. And afterwards, after Coin dominated on X, by the way, won that series in a bit of a landslide, came up to the cast afterwards and in the winner's interview admitted that he doesn't play X. And now this is one of his most respected characters. It's one of his most iconic picks. And here in the loser semis of the North American Strikers Academy, that's the thing that NBS are afraid of and don't want to face off against here. It is the Juno goalie, by the way, for Assertive. We've seen her play it multiple times this season. She'll be reprising it here. And it's all down to this third game as to which one of these are fine teams we're going to be seeing next week and which one of them is going to be sent home as soon as this match is over.
Yeah. And both of these teams, this this game, right, the end of your season potentially here in playoffs. This is not going to be a game about mechanics. This is not going to be a game about draft. This is going to be a game about who, when it comes down to it, keeps their cool when everything is against them and their backs are against the wall. And right now, as we finally get in the game here, we're going to see both teams immediately come out swinging. They're going to be trading those goalie barriers here and taking a peep at the Awakenings. It is, as foretold, full among the Titans here for the entire lobby, and that just means that we're going to see a speedy game.
This is the first time that I haven't seen a game, or that I have seen a game that doesn't have a melee goalie on AtLab in a really long time. No melee goalie in sight here. These teams are, I mean, you know what? When you're comfortable on a pick, you're comfortable on it. I guess Now is arguably a melee goalie. I don't know. She's a bit of a tough one to categorize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, does have that sort of the melee-esque abilities with her secondary, and the right click does provide a nice little bit of hit stun to guarantee some of these clears, but right now we are in overtime. The flip comes out for Davey, tries to hit the field goal, but nothing to be found now. Coin winning a critical strike war, keeping the momentum alive, but that Juno Blavo going to prevent Davey from getting that corner offense that Pass really wants right now. Striker Kai going to find himself off the map in the core, not soon to follow. Going to be sent right into the goal barrier here, or the goal here of Assertive, and now on game number 3, the first point goes the way of Pass here. David's Luna already providing that little bit of value.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a new David, right? We've seen this dude focusing core control most of the time. I mean, he threw out some gigas that were definitely intended to make some funerals last game, but Luna is here to take names, and David is going to show us just how it's done. So it's a whole new Pass team.
Wow.
With this guy off of Kai.
Yeah, an amazing play actually from Assertive there. I don't know if you noticed, but the Blabo sent into the top corner prevented basically any sort of clear from Mango and Yummy. That plus Alter's positioning there, an amazing play. I think pincer maneuver against Mango is not really much that he could have done better there, it felt like, and because of that, it's going to be now evened up here on set number 1. Is once again, Pass find themselves on the defensive, and they find themselves double goalie barriered. Is Coin now forced to play defensively. Coin, though, potentially going to find a KO here on Alter. We see some of that stagger reduction here, as unfortunately the Black Hole takes its first name of the game here. Is now Coin finds himself in front of the net with Flip, going to be sent out. Nothing that Kai can do. Too many angles to consider, and after a little bit of comedy there with a Black Hole, it's going to be Pass finding themselves here advantage.
They're doing a really nice job focusing down just one target on NBS. You can tell that Striker Kai is the target of choice this particular point, which is interesting because he's the one that has the most evade, but I guess they just decided that he was the one they wanted to go for. Again, though, both barriers down, and that is a tied set. NBS find the point.
Yeah, and honestly, once again, I called out that play in the last point that I believe that NBS
Did she
scored.
replicate it?
Yeah, she replicated it, basically just putting that slime there in the corner, and nothing that Now could really do if she doesn't have abilities to kind of get that like double hit to clear it out. And oftentimes she's using her abilities to build space here against the Rasmus, which means that we're finding so much value already out of this Juno goalie, and if this keeps up, it's going to be very hard for Pass to defend in a lot of these points.
Yeah, certainly. And Striker Alter is running these slick kicks, so making space against this guy is even more valuable than usual. I mean, he's not going to be towing the midfield line for most of the game. He's looking to get up in the face, and on this power play, he's going to have plenty of opportunities to do just that. Both barriers down once more.
Yeah, and we just saw there again, the Blavos, so much pressure to deal with, just so many opportunities to just redirect the core, and now it's going to be an open net here, a solid goalie barrier lead here for NBS. Unfortunately, as soon as I say that, one's going to go down as we get into overtime. A second one might soon follow if Coin is able to find the opportunity here. Now Assertive getting a little taste of her own medicine. The primary going to be there, but unfortunately, oh no, Alter not able to find the angle he needs. This might actually be a complete reversal of fortunes here for the side of Pass. Now, Coin not able to find the strike that he wants to keep the core forward. Good strike, though, to prevent Alter from getting in, but it doesn't even matter. Alter able to weave the core through the defending members of Pass, able to take the set. Such a clutch moment here coming out from Alter, and he gets his well-deserved MVP of the set.
Yeah, and lots to love here. You could take the size, Stagger, Swagger, even Hot Shot would be not a bad pickup on Rasmus here, but everybody loves their size, especially because you've already got speed here. Might as well just make this guy a menace by making him big as well. It'll be Striker Kai picking up Stagger Swagger. Yeah, I was about to say, if nobody on NBS picks up Stagger Swagger, they're going to seriously regret that. Because, wow, Pass is beating the crap out of them at this point. And David picking Spark of Strength is signaling, I'm going to beat you up even more. I don't care that you have Stagger Swagger, Striker Kai. I'll just go beat up your big Rasmus instead.
Yeah. And one crucial factor to look at, the aerials for this Juno, and going to mean that we're going to see some cross-map slimes here already. We're seeing us sort of just play so aggressively with those primaries and just creating so much value off of it. I think, again, just super phenomenal. We saw with the Aimee earlier today, and it really feels like this is where she shines the most, just creating some extra pressure with projectiles. And even though she might potentially lose something on the defense once every while, it's okay. You're going to be net positive here on the amount of goalie barriers taken versus the amount of goalie barriers lost. And I think we're seeing that in effect. One set already going the way of NBS, and that's going to be another point again scored by Assertive, stealing a goal right under the power play of Pass.
Yeah, I'm liking what Pass is trying to do. I like that. I appreciate that they're trying to go for KOs, play into David's new pick, but not having David on this crazy fast, crazy core control centered Kai in the midfield is really starting to show, because Mangoes is having to deal with a lot more pressure this game than we've seen in any other game of the series. And it's getting to them right now. The barriers are not staying up. Mangoes has been holding really solid. But okay, David is making up for it, though. You know what? If you can't core control, you might as well kill him.
Yeah.
And he's doing just that.
Absolutely. That being said, no value found here on the power play. Alter finds himself here back on the core, on the field. It's right now Striker Kai running forward, trying to find any sort of strike or win that'll get him a barrier. Nothing going to be found right now, but ooh, a Scyther pull here, able to take the KO here on Coin, and now it's looking all too doomed for the now goalie, as Alter once again sinks the core in, just getting the finishing touch to a masterful play here from NBS. And now all of a sudden in game number 3, it feels like all the coins, all the chips are on NBS's side of the table. It really feels like they have every opportunity to take this series and send Pass home.
Yeah, I'm a little baffled that hook even killed. This dude has no strength awakenings. But I mean, well timed, well spaced. There's another KO found. Classic, team with lots of kill pressure getting killed. I guess that's just the way it rolls sometimes. NBS is in their prime right here with no signs of stopping, but Coin is going to reverse those fortunes right now.
Yeah, gonna find the dash punch there on Assertive. No, the flame flurry to do it. Coin, no, misses a strike! Unfortunately, which means that there's going to be no opportunity to score. Oh, never mind! Coin instantly redeems himself. Bit of a heart of attack of a play, I will say, but it goes the way that it was supposed to go in the end. Pass find themselves with one goal on the board here, but they've got a little bit of a mountain to climb here if they want to claw their way back in this game.
Yeah, it is spooky. I mean, Striker Kai, we're seeing them just rotate the core every few seconds. NBS is rotating the core.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Immediately hitting it with a burst of abilities. Yeah, there's very little that Mangoes can do against this onslaught. I'm feeling a little bad for this guy right now, but you know what? Miracles can happen, and they've got another power play here, and Striker Kai is staggered. He's off. No, he's not off the board. How did that happen?
I think he just got the stagger, just barely got the awakening. You're supposed to be locked in, but remember, if the core or another person gets in the way of that flame flurry, you'll actually be able to evade it. right now. Flip comes from Mangoes, and excellently well played here all around from NBS. Now an opportunity to score. Mangoes are yummy with a perfect positioning to prevent the pendulum swing from hitting him. Able to barely get his aura, but not enough for this critical evade that might have to come out. The dash punch gonna whiff. It's gonna be defended again. The slime able to provide a critical redirect here. We're now in overtime, but the offense from Pass is not coming through here. Everything now going the way of NBS, and that looks so hard to deal with. Alter barely able to just get his hands on the core, but it's gonna be enough to take the set, and now it's here, the potential final set to make the podium finish. Pass have to find their way back in now, or they will forever have to hold their peace here in Season 5 of the North American Strikers Academy.
Surprising pick of Missile Prop here. Leaves Fighter Flight on the table for David. I don't think he's upset about that at all, but it does mean that Assertive gets 1-2 punch on the Juno. Also denying it away from Coin's Juliet, but he's not sad to settle for Heavy Impact. I gotta say, it's another one of those drafts where everybody kind of gets something that they're okay with, but 1-2 punch on Assertive Juno, like you said, these slimes have been enough of an issue already for Pass.
Yeah.
It's going to be even harder to deal with them after every single one of these clears that Assertive throws out is able to just double barrier you.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate. Coin, it feels like he's flailing a little bit, desperately trying to find a KO, but nothing is just going his way right now. Alter keeping the core forward, has all the momentum. David gonna have a little bit of mobility here with the Fighter Flight, but it might not be enough. The dash punch once again narrowly escaped here, but Coin able to find a little bit of possession for his team, though. Assertive now gonna find the opportunity to score. It's gonna be Striker Kai playing in the goalie net right now, but now it's just the pressure not stopping, but Mangoes with an amazing save keeps the core alive. Flip comes out from Coin just to get the core forward, but it really just does nothing in the end. Mangoes are yummy, gonna be sent into the net here by the pendulum swing. Now we're gonna see a forward in the net. The opportunity is here. Flip comes out, gonna be just enough to keep the core in play. All the abilities are coming out from Pass. David probably not too long for this world. Has to blink away just to survive, but that leaves him unfortunately out of position to take that top shot. And now we once again find ourselves NBS advantaged after a long point. Pass has, to be completely honest, not much to work with here. It feels like NBS have found a winning strategy, but there's one thing to count on. It's that Pass have been here before, but we'll see if they'll be able to make any differences. Right now, Alter, once again, a 13-second goal. You cash out or you crash out, and now you got to prove the difference.
I'll be honest, it seems right now that Pass is writing some checks that this comp can't cash. They can't stand up to this onslaught. Like, the rotations that are being made by NBS right now are out of this world. They're going to close it out. Double power play!
Oh, and that's all she
wrote. Oh, no!
Yeah.
They take it home! NBS, with a 3-0 victory in the final game of the series, will be the ones to move on to day 2 next week. They're the ones staying in the playoffs, and for Pass, it's a bit of an unfortunate miss on an opportunity to stay in the season. Like you said, that'll be their crash out of the season. Congrats on making it this far, but you won't be playing beyond this.
Yeah, an unfortunate just off the podium finish here, ending their season in 4th place. A little bit disappointing, but overall, objectively a good run. Able to keep their hopes alive here, but it is going to be NBS finding themselves here on day number 2 to play, to find that opportunity to take it all. So well played to Mangoes and crew. David, an exceptional performance. Coin looking very good on the pitch, but it just was not enough. The cornered animal has now finally been caged, unfortunately, and it will be going the way of NBS, who, by the way, I think MVP of the series. In my mind, I think Alter played phenomenally. Absolutely performed up to expectations, especially after some doubts that were, put on him earlier in the day. Striker Kai played phenomenally, able to get everything that was promised and a little bit more. Was absolutely flying, gliding, skating, whatever you want to call it, absolutely doing that and creating so much pressure at the end of the game. But in my opinion, the MVP of the series goes to Assertive. There was just so much pressure coming out. MVP to the right click button here of Assertive. So much value just found in every single opportunity. It really felt like that made so much difference. It really made the difference in the series against Mangoes Are Yummy. So much hats off to her. Absolutely phenomenally played in a well-deserved victory. NBS finding themselves here in third place in the North American Strikers Academy with the opportunity to take second and first.
Yeah, Assertive's goalie style really is something unique. I mean, I'm not a goalie player, so I might have just like missed this somewhere, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody use strike shot like that. Normally when you take strike shot, it's a signal that, you know what, I'm going to help apply midfield pressure. I'll keep the core, off of the midfield. Or maybe you're playing it on somebody like Atlas where it's like, okay, I need some additional range because like my secondary doesn't have that unless I take it. But Assertive just throws all of that out the window and says, no, this is still a range ability. I don't need eject button to jump over to the other side and strike. I'll just send a Blabo over there, and then I can still strike.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, and it really felt like it was a winning strategy. It really was the answer to everything that Pass wanted to do in these games. But I'm being yelled at by production. We're about 14 hours in to Omega Strikers this weekend. We've had a phenomenal weekend here of Omega Strikers of dreams and dreams going to the grave. We've had some excellent runs, but that's going to be it from us for this week. That being said, and this should be a bit obvious, we've got a grand finale here for both weeks coming up next. A lot on the horizon here for Mega Strikers, and immediately following after, we're going to have Sony Hates Eject Button followed up by The Land. There's just so much S tiers flying around. It's a little bit crazy, but for now, you guys have a wonderful rest of your Sunday or Monday if you're watching from Europe. We're going to be heading out. I'm Brickbat, joined by Cloak, and unless you have any parting comments, Cloak, I think we're going to be wrapped up for the weekend.
I just always like to remind these guys to stay in the queues because
yeah,
what else are you going to do? Other than that, thank y'all for coming out. Hope to see you next week for the finale, and have a wonderful rest of your night.